the Utilita Bowl, the 2026 season here on the south coast, shortly to get underway after a delayed start. Hampshire against Essex, Division 1 of the Championship. Hampshire have won the toss and have elected to bowl first. But before we get play underway in a few minutes' time, there will be a minute's silence observed by both teams and their support staff and the spectators that are here in memory of the late Robin Smith, the former England and Hampshire batter who sadly passed away just before Christmas down under. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. I'm Kevin James. I'll introduce you to the rest of our commentary team shortly after this minute's silence has been observed. If you're watching on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, then you will see teams lined up facing the pavilion. They're joined by the two umpires, Michael Burns and Ian Blackwell, and very shortly we will observe the minute's silence for Robin Smith. So I will go quiet as well. Here we go. A minute's silence there observed for the late Robin Smith. Sadly passed away just before Christmas at the age of 62. His Hampshire career lasted from 1982 to 2003, and he was captain for the last 5 years, or 5 of the last 6 years that he was here at the club. Your commentary team today then, Michael Carberry, the former England and Hampshire batter, is with us all day. I'm Kevin James, and next to me is our very good friend from BBC Radio Essex. It's Nick Ledhill. Nick, good morning.
Good morning to you, Kevin, and obviously a sombre start to proceedings. Robin's loss, an overwhelming loss to the cricket community. I think many people reacting in the same way as when Graham Thorpe passed away. But a memory of Robin, just to start with, the 1988 final against Derbyshire, the first one that Hampshire made Lords for. And I was there, and Derbyshire was slightly feared with Kim Barnett and Michael Holding in their ranks, but Hampshire bowled them out cheaply, lost a few wickets, and there were a few nerves, I think, flying around at one point, and then Robin just came in, settled things down, and an innings of calm authority took Hampshire to their first of many, of course, Lords finals victories, but that was the starting point for the great Robin Smith.
Yes, the only batter to pass 10,000 limited overs runs for Hampshire, amongst many other stats that are against his name. I'm sure we'll mention that once or twice, not only today, but throughout the season. So, just to repeat, Hampshire have won the toss, elected to bowl first. The two teams, Nick, I think you should go with Essex.
Yeah, and well, Essex is of course strength in depth, and it's a question of who to leave out, really. And what they've decided to do is to leave out Zaman Akhtar and Noah Thane from the squad. So Elgar, Walter, Westley, and then Vian Moulder batting at 4, given of course he has a dual role. He might have batted a bit lower. Charlie Allison moved down to 6 with Matt Critley at 5, and then Michael Pepper at 7, Harmer at 8, Snater keeping his place in the side at 9, Cook and Porter. So a strong-looking Essex side, and they're going into the game with a degree of confidence.
Yeah, both teams presented on the scoreboard here at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire are Joe Weatherly and Nick Gubbins, who will open the batting. Tom Prest, Jake Lehman, Ben Brown, Ben Mays making his championship debut, the 18-year-old Liam Dawson, Cody Youssef, Kyle Abbott, the man coming in now from the pavilion. He's bowling the first delivery to Elgar, who's pushed that out onto the offside, and the 2026 season is underway. And to complete the lineup for Hampshire, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker, which means Scott Curry and Toby Albert were the two left out from the 13-man squad.
And the one observation we had off air, Kevin, was Hampshire's tail looks a little bit long because Youssef doesn't have a particularly good first-class batting record. So Hampshire will be hoping that he can deliver at the first time of asking with bat and ball.
Very much so. 4 slips wait at this hotel end as Elgar gets one that bounces, skillfully pushes it down into the ground, and it's fielded in the gully there by young Ben Mays. The lights are coming on. It is overcast. We had to wait, well, only 45 minutes in the end to get underway, Nick. I think that surprised a few.
Well, compared to the forecast a week ago, when I thought we might be waiting sort of 2.5 days, but it didn't look very good, but it's gradually improved. And the forecast generally for the weekend, varying temperatures, but not going to have too many problems. And Easter Monday might be positively spring-like.
Kyle Abbott around the wicket once more from the pavilion end. Bowls. Elgar just nudges it away on the leg side through square leg. Will pick up 2. Short boundary side away to our right. That's the west side of the ground. Almost reached the rope. Elgar's underway and Essex are underway.
So no great early alarms. It might turn out this is a pretty decent batting pitch, and Hampshire based their decision on the overheads, which with the lights coming on would seem to make it a favourable morning for bowling.
Certainly looks that way as Abbott comes in around the wicket once more. Elgar drives, think outside edge, brilliantly caught in the gully, and that is Ben Mays diving to his left, 2 hands, and the first wicket, and it's a big one. It is Dean Elgar, Essex 2 for 1.
Well, there you go. We were just saying that the decision probably based on assistance with the overhead conditions, and actually Kyle Abbott there just getting Elgar to play at one he might not have had to, and slicing it away. And what a great start for Ben Mays. You're on debut, you want to get into the action as soon as possible, and you're there and you take the catch and you make it look probably more comfortable than it was. But a fine piece of work, and that's Kyle Abbott putting it in the right place. And so interesting to see a replay of that, to the extent that Elgar had to play at it. He seemed to be reaching for it, slicing it away, and a nicely judged catch in the cordon.
A man who averaged 40 last year. That is a very, very useful wicket early on. And do you know what? We've got a new head coach this year, Russell Domingo, South African, and he's very, very good mates with former head coach A.D. Birrell. And one of A.D. Birrell's big headaches was sometimes Hampshire's catching behind the stumps wasn't the best in that slip gully area. And here we are, new tenure under Russell Domingo, and straight away there's a brilliant catch in the gully. Sure, AD's thinking, why didn't they do as much as that while I was head coach? They did at times, but at times also they put down a lot.
Well, catching so important, and if this does turn out to be a pretty decent surface, and getting that early wicket of Elgar is quite important from the Hampshire point of view, because once he settles in, he can be a very difficult player to dislodge. So Tom Westley, who became Essex captain in the COVID-shortened year of 2020, so this is his 6th full championship campaign in charge. Had a pretty good season last year, as indeed Essex consistently did with the bat. I mean, the top 6 were all averaging in the 40 pluses. Jordan Cox doing rather better than that, but 20 centuries between them for Essex last year, and just a question of getting a platform now after that early setback.
Yeah, that was a feature of your season last year, wasn't it? I was looking at the averages for last season. Elgar 40, Paul Walter at the non-strikers end averaged 50.
Yeah.
Westley 40 last season.
Unlike the previous seasons where you could struggling to find centuries.
Yeah, terrific. Right, here's Abbott switching to over the wicket for the right-hander. Comes in. Ooh, that's a good leave. Good line as well, just outside of stump.
So we're peering through grass here, but the pitch, so it doesn't appear to be a tinge of green on it, but I know this year there is a big move to sort of get surfaces that are with a bit more pace and bounce and offering greater chances of results. Kevin, I think that we had one or two problems last year, with the pitch not being particularly conducive to getting results.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a tinge of green as you'd expect, but yeah, Abbott's in. Westley plays and misses outside the off stump. Well, that's a very good first over from a man that we would expect a decent over from, Kyle Abbott. And Essex being put into bat here are 2 for 1.
So the championship season back, it seems earlier than ever, but it's basically the same week as last year. I think we started a day later last year because of how the days of the week fall. But it is great to have the championship back, and say most venues seem to have play. We'll let you know what's been going on because, of course, we've had a delayed start here, so we'll just check on what's going on elsewhere in the next over. But we're going to see Cody Youssef, and he's going to be opening the bowling, so it's going to be very interesting to see him first up. Now, I believe he's just played a one-day final in South Africa, hasn't he?
Last
Lions,
weekend.
Which
yes.
He was in the same side as Mr. Swanepoel, if I got the name right. Who,
yeah.
I think they were in the same side.
Yeah.
But the difference was that Cody Youssef stayed for the whole game.
As you'd expect.
But we're going to see him, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes. Wearing number 39, good pace. That's a good start. Rapid delivery. And Walter is playing and missing at that outside the off stump, so that is a good start. So the one thing that was odd about that is if you're overseas signing for Worcestershire, you wouldn't normally want to rush to get to New Road at the start of April because normally it's underwater. But he was very, very keen. And the problem for the chap now, and for Worcestershire, of course, is that he's had his no objection certificate withdrawn. So Worcestershire have had to, I think they've signed Hannon Dolby on a loan. But yeah, bit of a mystery that. 2 for 1 Essex with Dean Elgar out, and Youssef bowls a full-length delivery as a stifle shout for LBWs. It's going down the leg side, and the first take for Pepper just spawning across to his left. So we have not Pepper, of course. It's get my bearings right. Yeah, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this pitch does early on. But bit of movement there, drawing Elgar into the shot, and I wonder if there's going to be more on offer in this morning session. As Youssef bowls, it's just played away. It's back on the square on the offside, and there's no run. So Brown behind the stumps with 3 slips, and then we've got a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg, and a fine leg on the boundary. With Hampshire having won the toss and chosen to field first. 2 for 1 Essex. Neither Westley or Walter have scored, and Dean Elgar one nice tuck away for a couple of runs, but then caught in the gully as Youssef bowls, and that one again rapid delivery and takes the pad of Walter as he just props forward. He rolls away into the offside.
Very much a skiddy type bowler, isn't he?
Yep.
There's no real jump into his action. It's all sort of run up and sort of turn slightly sideways and get the arm through as quickly as possible. Very skiddy, but not the tallest either. But he can bowl. The game against Durham here last year was when we first saw him.
So a staggered slip cordon. We've now got, I think, I would say a 4 slip coming in a cordon. As Youssef bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and gathered in by Brown, just moving across to his left in front of first slip. As I was mentioning, Michael Pepper, who's probably going to have to get used to batting at at number 7 with strength of the batting lineup, and say it looks like Moulder's going to bat at 4 with Critley 5 and Allison 6. And from the squad, Akhtar and Noah Thane have been left out. Here comes Yusuf again, straight approach, and that one outside the off stump, and Walter just decides to leave it alone, doesn't need to play at it. That's a good tidy over. There's one sort of heading down the leg side, which Brown got across to very nicely, but other than that, pretty accurate, and backing up Abbott pretty well there. A maiden over for Yusuf first up, and it's 2 for 1 after 2 overs with Essex sent in overcast conditions, and the forecast is it will stay this way for most of the day, just a possibility of a bit more drizzle or showers at some point.
So just a reminder of the Hampshire team. Scott Curry and Toby Albert were the 2 left out from the 13 announced yesterday afternoon. Here's Abbott to Westley. Westley is forward, just nips back on him, hits him on the pad. Score remains on 2 for 1. Essex having been put into bat. First email of the morning. You can get in touch with us a couple of ways. From a Hampshire point of view, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Nick will give you his one.
Yep, Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can put capital E, capital C, but you don't need to. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Here's Abbott from the pavilion end bowls. Westley gets one that bounces, just pulls the bat inside the line. So Neil Prowse has the award for the first email of the 2020-2026 season. He says, great to be back for another season. Now there is a group of supporters that sit at the end of the Shane-worn stand, which is just to the right of the pavilion as we look, and they sit nearest the pavilion. They are known as the Shane-worn Wrinklies. He says they're down on numbers this year, as Steve Clark has decided he's too posh to sit with us. As Abbott comes in, a little wider of the crease. Wesley gets one that nips him back, hits him high around the thigh pad area. Says he's decided that he's too posh to sit with us anymore, and he's taken out an executive club membership. So he's in the pavilion, in the nice and warm, probably sipping on a cup of tea as we speak.
Yeah, we got sprinkling of spectators. I think 1 or 2 people put off by the fact there was going to be a delayed start, and it's not particularly the nicest of days. It's not particularly cold, but there's not much sunshine for the spectators today.
No. Wide of the crease again, Abbott. Wesley's forward, gets bat on ball this time as it goes back to the bowler. And Stephen Clark, right on cue, has also emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's not the first one of the season, which I know will annoy him. He says, good morning, sorry for the delay. I am here, he says. A change of view for me. I'm on the balcony and looking forward to a wonderful 4 days. Just warming up, so my email should improve as the season goes on. Looking forward to that. So the score is 2 for 1. Westley and Walter yet to get off the mark. Dean Elgar has already been caught brilliantly in the gully by Ben Mays. Off this bowler, Kyle Abbott, who's in. Westley leaves that one alone. That's a good leave. It's also fairly close to the off stump.
So Nottinghamshire, the champions, deserve the first mention, and they've made a good start because they're bowling first at Taunton, and they've got Somerset 29 for 2 with Carla Cadmore out to Ollie Stone and Tom Lammonby out to Dylan Pennington. Strong Nottinghamshire seam attack, and I'm sure they're going to be there or thereabouts again this year, barring a lot of England call-ups.
Here's Abbott again from the pavilion end. Westley is forward, gets a thick inside edge. The ball rolls down towards fine leg, and that will be the end of Abbott's second over. 2 overs, 1 for 3. Westley has one. Walter yet to get off the mark. And for those of you that have just joined us, just to repeat that we didn't start until 11:45. We had a minute's silence before the start of the game, observed by both teams and spectators here, for the former England and Hampshire batter Robin Smith, who sadly passed away during the winter. I'm Kevin James, Nick Gledhill next to me, and shortly we will have former England and Hampshire batter Michael Carberry with us.
So, go to Yusuf, one maiden over. Dean Elgar, the man out in the first over, caught in the gully by Ben Mays off Kyle Abbott. One scoring shot for 2. Walter and Westley at the crease. Essex sent in. So it may turn out to be a decent pitch, but at the moment, overhead conditions favouring the bowlers. This one is scooped away into the onside. He had control of that Westley, just popped up slightly, and it goes away for a couple of runs down towards deep square leg. So he's made a sort of a late adjustment there, but he's gone from 1 to 3 with the ball that was not quite in the right place from Yusuf. He was looking quite threatening when he was putting it outside the off stump to Walter, but that was the same line but to a right-hander, and it was a less effective delivery, so he just needs to adjust to the right-handed Westley, who's on 3. Walter no score. This next delivery again is in the wrong place and clipped away by Westley with more authority this time, and that goes for 4 to the square leg boundary. Nice stroke. Again, that really was in the wrong place. It was sort of well pitched up on leg stump, and a bit of a gift for the former England player, of course, we must remember, and long-term Essex captain Tom Westley. And that's a fairly comfortable shot for 4 at this stage. 9 for 1.
Still going to get the ball in the right areas, even in these conditions.
Yeah, and
2 straight.
Was on the pads and played away very nicely. 4 in the slips, a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. And this one is a better delivery, which has Westley coming forward. And I think it takes a bit of a leading edge, but it doesn't carry as far as mid-off. But that was just creating a little bit of uncertainty. Liam Dawson's eyes might have just lit up a little bit, and he saw that one just coming off the leading edge of the bat. That was certainly the impression. Spectators up in the top tier of the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion. It'll get a bit chilly up there later on today, so they're fairly well wrapped up.
A bit chilly now.
Yeah, a good few number in, certainly on the left half of the Shane Warne stand as Yusuf bowls, and that's better delivery, and Westley just comes forward and plays up into the covers, and there is no run. Tom Westley, well, he's in his 20th full-time season with Essex. I think he did actually play a one-day game in 2006, a tour game, but it's his 20th full season, so he has been a great servant. 14262, so 14,262 career runs coming into the season, so he's improved that by 7. As Yusuf bowls, and off the back foot this is played nicely up towards Dawson at mid-off. Of course, is very much involved with England and the T20 setup in particular for that World Cup. Looking forward to batting somewhere other than number 10 on his return to Hampshire. Certainly very effective, particularly in Sri Lanka. Except that, I think the last game he played, he bowled 1 expensive over and wasn't invited back, but conditions in India are a little bit different from those in Sri Lanka. As Yusuf comes in to bowl again, and that's a much better delivery, and Westley there was playing at that one, and was a little bit fortunate not to find an edge to it. So that was a bit of a tale of 2 halves, I would say, that over from Yusuf. He bowled a couple of deliveries clearly in the wrong place. The second one went for 4, and that one was a typically good delivery on a pitch offering a little bit early on. Just a little bit of bounce, and it forced Westley into playing at it, and he did quite well actually not to get an edge to that. So Essex sent in 9 for 1 with Elgar out for 2, Westley 7. Walter has no score. I'm going to welcome Michael Carberry and hand back to Kevin.
Yeah, I think you've got to give Cody Yusuf a few overs, really. I mean, he only arrived middle of the week after playing in South Africa. The one-day final, as we mentioned earlier, last weekend, which his side, the Lions, lost. But not before the incident of Bayer Swanepoel leaving for the Lions. 8 overs before the end. I saw you smiling at that one, Carbs. Here's Abbott around the wicket to Walter, the left-hander, who's playing inside the line. The ball goes through to Ben Brown. Afternoon.
Welcome. Another season.
Yes.
Glad to be back.
Yes, nice to have you back. Thanks, mate. And have you ever left a game early for any reason?
I've wanted to. But I thought better of it.
That's incredible, isn't it? I don't, as I understand, because it's Russell Domingo's team as well.
Yeah.
The Lions, and he was telling the story actually last Monday at a function we had here, and I got the feeling nobody knew what was going to happen. He walks into that one, does Walter, as he turns that up to mid-on.
I got listening. I think I saw it on the news. I got a feeling that someone didn't do their sums before that decision was made. Obviously, didn't advise the young man very well on how county cricket works.
Yeah, it's the Lions lost to Titans. Titans, it was a tight game because Titans won by 3 wickets with 1 ball remaining, chasing 248. Fortunately for Swanee Bowl, he had bowled his 10 overs. Can you imagine with 8 overs to go, that tight a game as that's turned away to mid-wicket, no run.
I'm not right in saying it when allowed a substitute fielder either. So no wonder it's a tight game.
So they only had 10 fielders. I mean, that could have made all the difference, couldn't it?
I mean, we've all played club cricket like that, haven't we? To some degree, isn't it? Someone hasn't turned up or forgotten or taken the wrong left turn somewhere to the ground.
Absolutely terrific story. So Cody Youssef, I haven't actually had a chance. I had a chance to talk to him yesterday afternoon, but I must admit I passed up on that, which is pretty bad of me. But hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to him during the 4 days as Walter pushes forward, still looking for his first run since we started at 11:45. Goes straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Just to repeat, the 1 wicket that did fall the first over. Dean Elgar pushing at 1 outside the off stump and brilliantly caught by Ben Mays, the 18-year-old, making his championship debut. Diving to his left, 2 hands. Abbott picking up his first of probably what will be another 50 wicket plus season.
Book him in there.
Book standard. 9 for 1 in the 5th over as Abbott around the wicket. He'll be 39 this year. Will Kyle Abbott. That's turned away. There's his first run, down to fine leg.
He's a baby, mate. Still a baby in my eyes, isn't he?
Well, do you know what? He was probably as fit as he's ever been last year.
Yeah.
Another 50 plus wicket for him. He's going for his 4th in 5 years this season. Hampshire will need him to stay fit.
Yeah, he's got a big role this year, you feel, Kyle Abbott, more so than any other year, really. You look at the lineup, he's quite a young bowling attack. They're gonna have to lean on his experience, you feel, this summer. But no better man to learn off, in my opinion.
Definitely. He's 478 wickets at 20 apiece for Hampshire. Now, a change of field here for Westley, an extra man being brought across on the offside. That's Liam Dawson, who will be at wide mid-off. Looked like he was going to be just in front of square leg at one stage. There is a short leg in as well as 4 slips. Westley turns that off a leading edge. It goes through mid-off. He certainly wasn't aiming it there. Just past Liam Dawson, who'd been literally moved to that spot the ball before. 11 for 1, end of the over, with Westley on 8 and Walter on 1.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing when you're bowling at Tom Westley, is to get the line right. I think he's he always has been a very, very strong leg side player, predominantly less fluent through the offside, especially if you're getting the ball to just hold off the surface, straighten up there, which Kyle Abbott is doing from slightly wide of the crease. And I think that's the line that Hampshire through the day have got to operate at Westley and hope for one of those leading edges to sort of carry either to sort of the extra cover on the drive or someone in the slips. But you cannot stray on the hips. He's one of the best players in that region. So Youssef starts his run up into bowl to Westley, just getting that one to angle back. Slight appeal, but umpire shakes his head. Yeah, he looks a bit of a skiddy operator than he used to. First time I've really seen him. Yeah, one of those guys that with the new nut seems to get onto you a little bit quicker than what you expect. Quite a quick arm. But yeah, he's bowled a few useful deliveries, especially towards the end of last over.
It's only his 43rd first-class match. Takes his wickets at 38 apiece.
He's into bowl to Westley again, who's, again, that's that line to talk about, isn't it? Off stump, just shaping away, and Westley looking to flick that through mid-wicket, and fortuitous, getting a leading edge to third man. But that should encourage the Hampshire bowlers, in my opinion. I think that's just the area they should be trying to get Westley to try and hit. Gets away with that one for a boundary. And Essex on to 15 for no wicket. Yeah, again, it's quite a young attack, isn't it? When you look at it in terms of experience, I mean, you've got Abbott, who's played hundreds and hundreds of games, taken hundreds of wickets just in the county championship alone. He's obviously, test bowler, former test bowler for South Africa. But you look sort of down the list, Dawson aside, it's really lacking experience, which is exciting, I guess. Some good talent on view, but there's gonna be pockets, no doubt, during the summer where wickets get flat, and they're gonna have to learn their trade as Yusuf comes in again to who's beaten that to Westley, who's beaten outside off stump. That's a lovely delivery again.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you would think the way Hampshire's season will pan out, or certainly the first part, because that's what Yusuf has been signed for, the first block of championship matches. You've got probably 2 bowlers that you're looking to sort of keep runs per over down, and then you've got Eddie Jack, you've got, in this game anyway, Eddie Jack, you've got Sonny Baker, who are great prospects, but they will leak a few more runs.
Yeah, I mean, they're more your attacking options, as Yusuf comes in again to Westley, and again shaping to play that sort of middle and off line, you'd say, towards mid-wicket. I think, if I was Yusuf, I wouldn't really stray away from that line at the moment. I think he's causing Westley some issues.
Is he turning the bat on these a little bit? Because he seems to, there's a few leading edges of Wesley's bat here at the moment, isn't there?
Well, I think he's always had that area in his game. I mean, as I say, he's a phenomenal leg side player. If you look at a Tom Westley highlight reel, you'll find that 90% of his boundaries are through that region. As Yusuf comes in again to Westley, again squaring him up. So it's an appeal. Yeah, it's just that area there, isn't it? Like something straightish, you'd say, middle and off, with a bit of movement away. And I think he's quite an open sort of setup, which is kind of some of the modern way now. And it does lead to problems if you don't look to play straight enough, especially with the ball moving back onto the stumps. He can be a little bit vulnerable in that area. But once he gets in, we know, Nick was alluding to his run scored there. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. It's a good delivery from Yusuf. And Westley, forcing himself to just hold his shape a little bit better, playing that one up to mid-off. And that's the end of the over, 15 for 1. Decent over there from Yusuf.
Certainly was. Let's get through a couple of emails, and we'll just have a look at a couple of other games that are going on around the ground. Colin Sturmey, afternoon to you. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Welcome back, he says. Very much looking forward to the commentary. Do you have any idea what the white line markings are for? Just about where the umpire is standing. I presume he's talking about... Oh, I see, yes, there is a white line just at the end of the cut strip.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, I've got no idea. Carbs?
Groundsman got bored.
Excess paint.
Excess paint.
I don't think I've seen that before.
I don't know.
No, it's right where the cut strip starts. Abbott's round the wicket to Walter, pushes forward, thick outside edge in front of square. They think about a run, but it's fielded at a point by... Who's that there on at the moment? There's a substitute fielder on. Actually, it's Toby Albert who's on there as a substitute fielder currently. For 15 for 1 Essex in the 7th over, late start here. I've seen the white lines, and there are many other, many shapes and all sorts of lines going on where Ben Brown is standing. That's the bowler's run-ups throughout the game. We know that one. I thought that's what Colin was originally referring to, but then Walter pushes forward out to point.
I'm going to throw in what my idea is. I think it's the bowlers jump off where they jump into their delivery stride. I think that might be more the bowlers. I think.
Okay. Bowlers. One bowler in specifically. They wouldn't all ask for that, would they?
They're bowlers, mate. Don't try and get me in the head of a bowler. you know better than me.
Well, like that. To me, I've never seen that before. So whether it's a new
reg
innovation, people are always thinking of different things to go on. That's outside the off stump, left alone. But it may be that one of the bowlers has asked for it, so everybody ends up having to sort of see it there because, I've not seen it before. It'd be interesting. I'll ask the question later on.
I've got another idea, because now that the umpires have got their body cams, is that the optimum point they've got to stand so you get a good view of the action?
Oh, it's for the umpires, is it? Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, so if they get too closer than that, maybe the view's skewed, I don't know.
Oh, right, because it does look, the umpire at the far end is on that white line. Walks into that one again, does Walter, as he pushes that up to mid-on. So, yes, it's maybe an umpire thing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking where they've got the cams now, they can see down the pitch.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the kind of, they've worked out that there's an optimum distance you need to be at, so that they can still see the front, what the bowlers are doing on their front foot, but also they don't want to get too close where you lop off the head of the batter.
Yeah, got you. Carbs, that sounds
don't take my
more
word.
than plausible. No, we're going with that one.
All right.
Abbott around the wicket from the pavilion end again. Walter pushes forward again. It's accurate. 15 for 1. The score remains. Angela Wodehouse, afternoon to you, Angela. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Watching and listening from the Isle of Wight, having decided not to travel for the first day due to the uncertain forecast. Well, we're certainly starting earlier than we all thought. First day that I've missed in a few seasons, she says. Really looking forward to the commentaries throughout the season. Good luck to you and the Hampshire team for this summer. Hopefully be back in person at the Bowl very soon, as Walter again gets a good straight delivery. He seems to have the straightest bats of the two batters out there in the middle. He doesn't seem to be looking to work the ball away on the leg side, which Westley has been doing. And that's a maiden over from Abbott. 4 overs, 1 for 5. That's his first maiden of his spell this morning. 15 for 1.
Yeah, Paul Walter he's been quite proactive, hasn't he? He's been prepared to, at times, walk down the track, try and meet Abbott a little bit on the fuller length. I'm a little bit surprised they've gone with the deep square leg though so early. Kyle Abbott in particular. I mean, of anything, I would like to see him, maybe employ a short leg. Try and make use of the extra bounce with it in this pitch early doors. As Yusuf starts his run up into the crease to Westley, and it's a nice delivery outside off stump, which is well left. No run. Yeah, I think just sometimes Hampshire, I think at times I've watched, guilty of going on the defensive very, very early. I think you've got to make use of the new ball. You've got your arguably your best, the most experienced bowler who is so adept at just dialing in on that line and length. I think you've got to think wickets. If you can get Essex, 3 down in this sort of slightly shortened session, I think you've done well. As Yusuf comes in again, past the umpire to bowl to Westley, and again another nice delivery. Quite a pretty length that,
Yeah,
isn't it? Looks nice. You just think half a yard fuller. Really get Westley to start thinking about playing at some of these deliveries. Again, we know here you don't want to waste that new ball. Once it starts to flatten out, it's a belter.
Yeah, it's a good time to bowl. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But you're right, Cubs. Yeah, maybe another 6 inches. Just get Westley thinking about maybe push driving. That's the time.
Yeah, you've got to be brave. I think what we're saying essentially, aren't we, Jamie? You've got to be brave with your lengths. As Yusuf comes in again to Westley. Again, short of the length and one well wide. And Ben Brown having to dive across first slip for that one.
Certainly some movement. He's certainly got the ball to shape away from the right hander. We've seen the odd one angled in as well. There is movement there, but yeah, maybe just he's certainly not as consistent as Abbott has been this morning.
Yeah, not being unkind to me, he's bowling a very South African length, isn't it? Like that back of a length ball carrying through. It's here in England you've got to be probably, like you say, 6 inches fuller in lengths. As he comes in again to Westley again, that's that South African length we talk about. Westley comfortable sitting on the back foot, letting that go through waist high to Ben Brown. You never really feel Wesley's in danger on that length. As an opening bat, number 3, that's where really you would love most of your deliveries. You can just get sighter after sighter. If I was captain Ben Brown or Kyle Abbott here, I'd be just trying to get in the ear of Yusuf, just to say, I think, be braver, pitch the ball up a little bit fuller. As he comes in again to Westley, who's, again, that one's better length. Westley forward, just playing that one up to a wide mid-on, fielded by Abbott.
I've just had a message from Fiona, the Hampshire scorer, who says the red marks are bowlers' takeoff marks. I don't know, maybe I'm getting too old. I can't see a red mark out there. Can you see a red mark?
My mince pies don't work anyway anymore, mate.
I'm a bit worried. When I saw red mark, I said, what red mark? Oh dear.
Ray leading Stevie, me and you, innit?
It's a bit of a worry. Mind you, if we can't see red, how can we see the ball?
Well, there you go. True. Bowled by Yusuf again to Westley. Plays that one up to for another dot ball in the end of the over. 15 for 1. Hampshire building some nice tight grip on this game so far. Essex struggling to break away at the moment. They're fighting through these two, which is good to see.
Certainly are. So 11:45 start here. Around the country, Glamorgan, Yorkshire, that's yet to get underway. Leicestershire, Sussex. Sussex are 118 for 1. They've certainly got underway. They've certainly got going quickly there. I think that 12-point deduction has certainly angered one or two of the batters by the looks of it. 118 for 1 off 20 overs, Sussex. Here's Abbott round the wicket. Moulder drives and it hits him on the pad, maybe an inside edge onto the pad as well. That's the length.
Yeah, that's the length. Got to get, especially Paul Walter, big man. You know, got to get him, push him forward, get them playing at the ball more. So that's the perfect length. And yes, look, will you get driven from time to time? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think in these conditions where we know, as I said, if we get any sort of good weather through the week, it's going to be a tougher prospect. The ball starts to do less and less, so you want to try and eat into this Essex batting lineup.
Still the 4 slips for Abbott. Playing a missing outside the off stump again. He's looking to get him on the front foot and just get him driving. Surrey are 45 for 2 against Warwickshire. In Division 2, Derbyshire are 70 without loss against Worcestershire. Durham are 73 for 2 against Kent. Middlesex are 40 for 1 against Gloucestershire. And Lancashire 64 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Live commentary of those are all on the BBC Sport website and app, and the live picture feeds will all be with the various host counties, as they are here. BBC Sport website and app, and on the Hampshire Cricket website and app. Well, there's no app anymore, so it's just Hampshire Cricket website, as that's pushed up to mid-on, and that feed will also be pushed through to the Essex Cricket website as well. In the 9th over then, Walter, who's been quiet with his start, 1 from 19. Dean Elgar, the one to go, caught in the gully brilliantly by Ben Mays, the 18-year-old debutant, or championship debutant. Off this man, Kyle Abbott for 2. Abbott in again around the wicket. Walter pushes forward, gets a lot of bat on that one as it goes back to Abbott. A couple of more emails. I think I'm disappearing in a minute. Chris Tregoning. Afternoon to you, Chris. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Great to have cricket back after a long winter away from the Utilita. Loving the commentary. He says, I'm looking forward to coming to the ground tomorrow and watching some new additions in action. Great catch from Ben Mays. It was diving to his left, two-handed. Do you have any idea why Fletcher Middleton and Ali Orr aren't in the squad? Apparently they've just been left out. I thought it might be because they were injured. That's not true. They've just been left out, as James Fuller, who actually is fit again. I spoke to him very briefly this morning and said, are you fit? He said yes. He said, I think he had an operation during the winter. So I thought he might have been left out of the squad on that basis. Apparently not. So Scott Curry and Toby Albert were the 2 that were left out of the 13-man squad announced yesterday afternoon. Chris Main, afternoon to you. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Abbott comes in and bowls. Walter pushes forward. Accurate stuff here from Abbott. You wouldn't expect anything less as that's pushed up to mid-on. 15 for 1. Chris says, a happy Easter to you and Michael Carberry. Good to be back as an armchair supporter. Good luck to Hampshire for the coming season in all formats of the game. That's from Chris in Bournemouth. Right, Michael Carberry is staying on. I'm going to get you to come here actually, Carbs, if that's all right. And Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex will be back in alongside him.
Thanks very much, Kevin. It's a battle of attrition for Essex. I think they'll be quite happy to get into lunch, which is going to be at 1 o'clock, we understand. Just having lost this 1 wicket, which fell in the first over. Certainly there's been the possibility with the bowling conditions of further wickets falling. Just occasionally Hampshire haven't quite been able to put the ball in the right place, but when they have, it's caused a few problems.
Just right on cue. Welcome, Nick.
And Yusuf bowling the first ball of the new over outside the off stump. And Westley 12, Walter 1, 15 for 1. It was 2 for 1 in the first over. If you'd like to get in touch with us and let us know what you think about how Essex are going to do this season, Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Look forward to hearing from you during the day. So slip cordon of 4, point, a mid-off, quite wide, a mid-on, a square leg and a long leg, I would say, on the boundary, as this one is again quite nicely pitched up and just coming half forward, steered away back of the square into the offside Westley. But you mentioned there in that previous over, when Abbott pitched the ball up, is certainly trying to bring the batsman forward. That's when the danger is, particularly for Essex.
Yeah, it always has been here early season. I think you've got to be brave with your lengths. You've got to get the batters trying to drive at the ball, because there is a little bit of carry in the pitch. We've seen that, but if you're too short, it's too easy.
Yusuf bowling from this the northern end, and that's steered away square into the onside, and there's no run. And Westley remains on 12. Moulder has 1, and if you have just joined us, Essex leaving out Actor and also Thane from the squad, and it looks like that Vian Moulder is going to bat at 4 with Allison at 6, but of course that might yet change. Of course, the fact that Essex are batting first, I mean, they don't have to worry about a workload for Moulder before he bats. So batting number 4. Cordon of 4 in the slips, and that's all in the wrong place, and it's a bit of a leg stump half volley, and steered away very nicely by Westley for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. Second one of those really that Yusuf has served up. The first one was hit square, and that one a little bit straighter, but it's very much a comfortable shot for the likes of Tom Westley in the slot, and just had to work it away into the open spaces through mid-wicket, and he goes along to 16. Hasn't been at his best, but those 2 fours have certainly helped him. 19 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. That's trademark Tom Westley. I said before, anything around the hip region, he's very, very strong in that area.
Here's Yusuf again, running away from us. Bold. No, that's a better one. He's alternating here, isn't he? That's a nice delivery, which is in the right place, well pitched up. And I think Westley just about managed to avoid offering too much of a bat at that, but it was a good delivery.
Yeah, well, great delivery, great line, great length. And I mean, you know, the big giveaway from Tom Westley is where he's setting up at the moment. You know, he's batting off stump, so he's almost goading the bowlers to come at his legs, his hip region. So I think, you know, you've got to be aware of that as a bowler. Maybe just adjust your line fractionally, get him playing through that offside where he's less fluent.
4 slips waiting, and Yusuf bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and there's no run. And of course, we mentioned that Yusuf had just been playing in a one-day final. So indeed has Jake Lehman. He's been involved in the Sheffield Shield final, playing for South Australia, and he had a pretty quiet game actually, but I think his side won it. They won by 50 odd runs, so he'll be in good spirits, having had a success there, coming to join the ranks at Hampshire this season. Looks a good acquisition. 19 for 1. They're trying to get those runs that James Vince would otherwise have got, Michael.
Yeah, it's been a big loss for the last season or 2, and obviously he's going to be. He's been a great player for many years, James Vince, but no longer in that batting lineup. So it's opportunity, I believe, for the young Hampshire lineup to step up this season. So it's Kyle Abbott into Paul Walter, who plays it up to mid-on. I think it's a big season for some of the Hampshire top order. As I said, you know, the likes of Weatherly, guys who've been around the traps a long time now, you know, probably slightly underperformed.
Well, Prester's an example of someone who sort of went backwards a little bit last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
After a very, very good 2024.
Yeah. So as Abbott begins his run past the umpire into Walter, who works that one beautifully through mid-wicket. It's going to be a easy 2. Not really pushing that third one too hard.
Toby Abbott, not in this game, but certainly have always liked the look of him when I've seen him play, and I think he's got a good future. If he can crack on this season, that would be good news for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, you know, a lot of these lads nowadays, they tend to excel in the white ball. I think it's now, can they transfer those skills over to the red ball? You know, it's a different, obviously, skill set. You know, requires a lot more determination, understanding of technique, that kind of stuff. As Abbott comes in again to Walter, bowls outside of stump, played up to mid-on.
And Jaden Seals joining the ranks this season, I believe.
He was, as far as I know, but I think
Yeah.
he's not coming anymore. No. So
I did see that he is in the thinking of Hampshire's plans, but unfortunately one of those that's fallen through. And I think they're also looking at Michael Neser, weren't they?
They were, yeah. Again, that deal fell through as well. So they've been a little bit unlucky with
who they finally got. Essex, unusually for them, it's all fallen into place.
Yeah. So Abbott in again to Walter. He leaves that one outside off stump on a full length.
And I say that, Michael, because Essex have had a history of their problem in recent years has been they've been trying to find a four-seamer who can bat in the top six. So batting all-rounder, whatever, genuine all-rounder. And they've lined up a few, and the deals have fallen through. But now they've got Moulder, who again actually was linked a little bit with Hampshire in the close season. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, having got what they wanted, essentially, Essex this season, with the two early signings, Actor and Colleen, and then Moulder, whether they can make it count on in the middle.
So Abbott comes in again to Walter, again leaving the ball slightly wider line from Abbott, which is rare to see.
Thanks to Stephen in Hockley, one of our regular contributors, saying it's great to be back, but tinged with sadness that Paul Newton won't be heard this season. I can tell you, saw Paul about 10 days ago, had a lunch with him, and nice to catch up with him. Unfortunately, he won't be on the air this season, but you can hear, if you haven't heard already, a special tribute programme to him on Around the Wicket on BBC Sounds.
Abbott's in again to Walter, and that one, Walter just feeling for that one outside off stump. Didn't really get the feet going. And another dot ball from Abbott, testing over.
I know that Hampshire listeners, since there's been the longevity of Paul's career, will be familiar with him as well. And yes, via BBC Sounds, you look to not the Wednesday just gone, but the one before, the Around the Wicket special, which has Paul looking back on his career and his musical choices as well. And that's available via BBC Sounds. Just go to the BBC Essex schedule and you'll find it there. So we wish Paul well, and it's won't be the same without him. Is the simplest way I can put it. And Stephen says that he's sure all listeners will want to join him in wishing Paul all the best. Here's the start of a new over. Yusuf again gets it in the right place, and that's probably a full shot from Westley. I think he was just drawn into that one. But that was asking the question. It was just outside off stump, and it was a full-length delivery. And if he can get rid of those leg stump half volleys and keep it there to Westley, he's got a chance of getting the Essex man out.
Yeah, well, that's the key, isn't it? It's can he be consistent for long enough? I think he's just got to lock in. I know easier said than done, obviously, but just try and lock in on that sort of line. Almost get Westley cover driving as much as possible.
Yusuf, speedy. And outside the off stump, wristy delivery, and that one is sufficiently wide of off stump for Westley to have nothing to do with it. But Westley and Walter very much playing within himself, 3 from 29 balls, but he has the ability to do that. Paul Walter, he can up the gears, and say both these two had good seasons last year, as indeed did the entire Essex batting lineup, certainly 1 to 6. Nothing probably a little bit disappointed with his overall output, and of course Moulder very much plays a similar role to Nothane. So this is a loose shot from Westley, actually, a bit of a heave. Might have been a slow
Yeah, I mean, respectfully to Sonny Baker, I don't know him at all, but I think it could be the best thing that could have happened to him, really. You know, he's got to learn his craft, and I think, yeah, keep an eye on him for sure, but I think he's got to, you know, back up a few good seasons here for Hampshire to really, you know, put himself in the top bracket of bowlers in this country. But yeah, no doubt the pace is there, but you need a little bit more than that. As he runs into bowl to Walter, who gets that one to, that's a beauty from round the wicket. It's just pitched and angled away from Walters, completely squared him up. I thought he nicked it at one point.
Yeah, a bit of bounce as well, and I think that's what Hampshire will be looking for. Services with bounce here, particularly if Baker's going to be playing, because it's going to be very much to his strength.
Yeah, I mean, his natural delivery is the ball coming into the right-hander away from the left-handers. So that's good, you know, hard to see. I think, again, just the length, maybe a little bit of that pretty length, a little bit too short. Can he get it a little bit fuller, get him driving? As he comes in again to Walter, into bowl. That one just too wide.
Just a word for Sussex, who've started the season with a 12-point deduction, and Kevin was saying they're trying to make up ground quickly. They're 136 for 2 in the 25th over at Leicester, and I see that Tom Haynes made 56 from 61. They've just lost their second wicket in that one, but wish them well. Dreadful financial situation for Hampshire's neighbours at the moment, and I understand they're sort of almost being controlled. What they do in terms of acquisitions is all very much at the permission of the ECB at the moment, so it's a tough time for them. We wish them well.
Yeah, absolutely. As Baker begins his run in past the umpire into Walter, who thrashes that one back with a point for a boundary. That was a poor delivery, short and wide, moving further away from Walter, and that's what he's been sweating on, really, the big man.
Well, Walter was waiting for that. He's had to really be patient here. I mean, he's just got that boundary to go to 7 from 32 balls. But leading run scorer last year with 914, average of 51 with 3 centuries and 3 50s. And showing that side of his game, which makes him a natural opener in Championship cricket, where following the great example, of course, of Alistair Cook as a left-handed opener, you don't want to give it away early on, and you wait until conditions might start to move a little bit more in your favour, and he's playing that sort of role so far. Made a good start. 7 from 32 doesn't sound very exciting, but it's been quite tricky batting, hasn't it, out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you got to do as an opening bat, you've got to fight hard this time of year, first hour. So Baker begins his run in again past the umpire into Walter, and again that's a lovely delivery, but again probably a little bit short in length. Walter had enough time just to pull the bat inside the line as it moved away, but yeah, when he gets it right, Sonny Baker, he looks a handful, doesn't he?
He does, and it's good to see him playing a championship match here. Having seen him, a little bit of him, saw him in that, obviously, that tricky debut he had in 50 over cricket, but for England. But going to be interesting to see how Hampshire can develop their younger bowlers, of course, with Keith Barker having moved on. I don't think he's playing for Warwickshire in this game, but great servant of Hampshire.
Nice dive from Walter again for a single. Just keeping the scoreboard moving.
Yes, Keith Barker has gone back to Warwickshire, hasn't he? But he's not in the side, but against Surrey. But what a great servant he was. Such a reliable guy coming in at number 8. If there were a few problems with the bat, he could often sort of change things round, couldn't he? With perhaps some help from Dawson or Abbott, and turn the innings round. But of course, with the ball, I think he would have been quite useful bowling out there this morning as well.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's an interesting time. I was on with Kev James a minute ago, and I said, you know, it's an interesting time for this Hampshire team. It's a big transition period at the moment. Baker now begins his run into right-handed Westley, short of a length ball, and has that been dropped? I think it's been dropped.
Yeah.
At second slip. Can't quite see that. Joe Weatherly at second slip. By the reaction, and that could be costly. You don't want to be dropping those early season, especially Tom Westley. We know he's a heavy run scoring first class cricket. That was a good delivery from Baker, just lured him in really. Interesting
to see a replay of that, because I haven't seen it yet, but they could do it a second wicket. I think they feel that the conditions have been such that if Hampshire can get a second wicket, they'll feel it's been a pretty good session. If Essex just go in one down, I think they'll feel relatively pleased. I never want Dean Elgar to be out early, but I think they feel relatively pleased. But yeah, from my view of that, it seemed to be quite low, but it's just sort of popped out. We might looking for a replay. I don't think we've seen it yet, but if we do, we'll let you know what we can make of it.
I think Joe Weatherly thought it was coming quicker than it sort of died on him. He ended up with short of a length. You'd expect the ball to be coming waist high, but it sort of died by his ankles.
So Eddie Jack. So it's a young attack here for Hampshire, and right arm seamer. That's played defensively by Walter up into the offside. So you think of the Hampshire attack, and of course Kyle Abbott's still there, but Mohammed Abbas having moved on to Notts, but of course great success from Nottinghamshire's point of view. If he becomes available, as they showed, he's a very, very useful acquisition, and with the runs of Hamid and quite a few others making good contributions, he was a key part of their success as Jack bowls, and that's clipped away off the pads, on the pads of Walter, and just played away down towards fine leg for a single. So I think Essex have been relatively happy. We never did get to see a replay of that potential chance to Weatherly, but yeah, I think if they can get in one down, lunch we're expecting to be at the scheduled time. So if they can get in one down, I think they'd be relatively happy given the conditions. It was a pretty good toss to win, fairly obvious I think with the overheads, even though the pitch itself looks like it might sort of become quite a good one for batting. The overhead conditions, a bit of dampness around. It may be that there's sort of a little bit of faint drizzle around quite a lot of the day, Michael, which again might make it tricky for the batters. 3 slips now. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, and that's outside the off stump and just moving away. I think that deep square, I agree. There's a deep square leg which I think looks redundant, very defensive, and a fine leg, quite square, almost a long leg, but it does look a little bit defensive. So that first one I'll say outside the off stump and left alone.
Yeah, I think you've got to give the young man a bit of backing here that he can bowl straight enough for long enough. I think, you know, at the very least, call him up into that mid-wicket region. You know, I just don't see what is to be gained out there.
So here is Jack again, but also that's a good delivery. Now that is a good delivery because it's pitched outside the off stump and it's then just come back into Westley, and it's been gathered in nicely by Brown, but a little bit of movement from there.
Particularly if he's going to bowl there. Yeah. Just on and around off stump, you certainly don't need deep square leg in these conditions.
Warwickshire signing Keith Barker on a 12-month contract for the 2026 season, and after his long career with Hampshire, here's Jack again, bowls, and driven away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And could it be, I have Warwickshire as a dark horse this year. If you've got Bo Webster around, I mean, he's a pretty useful player, isn't he? He can do everything. He can bowl in two guises, and you know, he's a decent batter as well, as he showed in the Ashes. And you've got the likes of Sam Hain in a fairly solid top order, and you've got a very useful addition for the whole season, maybe, in Chris Wokes. There's Eddie Jack's bowls. It's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. I fancy them as a dark horse, and if that were to be the case, could it be that Keith Barker might bookend his long Hampshire career with 2 title successes for Warwickshire, because he was a youngster.
He was
involved there. 27 for 1. It's Westley 16 and Walter 9. And thank you very much, Michael. Look forward to being with you during the afternoon. We'll take a look, actually, probably at your views on how the season might pan out, and also the Ashes. So I just mentioned Warwickshire, which tends to be a venue where Essex have middle order collapses, and Paul's just sent an email saying this is Paul Brown, loving the first day of the season because there's so much anticipation before the inevitable middle order collapse. Well, it hasn't happened yet. Any news on Jordan Cox in terms of when he's expected back? I do like the look of the side, look forward to seeing Moulder at 4. So Jordan Cox, basically the IPL goes right through to the end of May, and That's a very, very good delivery, and he's caught behind. Very good ball indeed. First up there from Baker, which drew Walter into the shot, and he's edged it behind. Goodness me, that was a fine piece of bowling. There's been movement out there, and I reckon Hampshire would have been really disappointed not to have gone to lunch with at least 2 wickets in these conditions. They've got the second wicket. Walter drawn into the shot. That was a fine piece of bowling from the youngster. Sonny Baker strikes with his 7th delivery, with Walter caught behind. Nicely taken by Brown, going across to his left, and it is 27 for 2 with Walter out for 9 and Westley is on 16.
Well, fortunately that drop catch in the previous over of Sonny Baker wasn't too expensive. He certainly makes things happen. Does the 23-year-old.
So, as we mentioned, we've got Jordan Cox in the IPL, and I believe the final is right at the end of May, so if his franchise gets that far, and Essex will not see, well, certainly won't see any of him in his first block of championship matches, and that's really the reason behind the VN Moulder signing. And whether Moulder is still going to be available in June, I've seen different versions of this, but potentially he might still be available in June when Cox returns. So Essex, the thing is, Essex is going to be playing from a position of strength, barring injuries. They've got a stronger depth squad to choose from. Probably more so on the bowling front than the batting front, but there may even come a point where they have a tricky selection dilemma when everyone's available. But as I say, I think Hampshire really would have wanted 2 wickets before lunch in these conditions, and Baker has struck, and it's 27 for 2, and in comes the aforementioned VN Moulder at number 4.
Yeah, he's a good player, this guy. 28-year-old, averages 39 in first-class cricket.
And declared on himself.
Yes.
It's 367, I think it was, wasn't it? When he declared against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo, because he didn't think that he was the right person to overtake Brian Lara, which is very modest. But when you're captain, you're not being declared on, you're making the decision yourself, so that's even better, really. 3 slips and a gully. And here is Baker with good pace, bowling a bouncer. Now that's nice effective bouncer. It's not going to unduly trouble Moulder, it just ducks out of the way of it, but it just shows a bit of pace in the pitch, and that's what Hampshire, I think, as a team will be looking for this season, with the likes of Baker playing in the first team.
Oh, that's quick.
Yeah.
That is quick.
It was. If he can come on, have a good season, particularly with the red ball in his first tranche of games, it's going to really help to kick on his career. And if he can really get it right, you wouldn't rule him out of him possibly coming under red ball consideration for England, as well as the white ball he's already played. 27 for 2. He comes in and bowls to Moulder, who just crouches forward, half forward, and steers away into the offside. And there is no run, as it's picked up there in the gully by Ben Mays, who took a very good catch earlier on to get rid of Dean Elgar first up. Paul Brown saying, sad to see Paul Newton not involved, hope he's listening and enjoying it. And Dick is still going to be involved. You'll hear plenty of Dick during the season. But as I say, Paul, I did see Paul Newton about 10 days ago, and I know it's disappointed for him not to be involved this year, but it was great to see him as Satsa played defensively up into the onside, up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So it's been an interesting short session, this, and another wicket for Hampshire now would be a real bonus. Drop catch. Did you get a good view of a drop catch, Kevin?
I didn't. Do you know what? I didn't see it.
It looked low, but let's say it's not proved expensive as it's turned out.
It's a bit early in the season for me not to watch every single ball, but I just turned away.
Here's Baker again from the pavilion end with good pace, and Moulder just comes half forward and steers down into the offside, and there's no run. So VN Moulder with Kent in 2019, then he joined Leicestershire for 2022, and he averaged close to 50 in that season. He was their third leading wicket taker in 2023. He was on he did sign another 2-year contract in that year, but he was only able to play 1 game for them in 2024. And then he was captain against Zimbabwe last summer in Bulawayo in the absence of Temba Bavuma, when 1 or 2 of the senior South African players rested. 27-4-2. Baker up to the wicket, bowls, and that's a good delivery, good pace, and it moves away from the right-handed Moulder. This is a fascinating contest. Wicket maiden by Sonny Baker, and if he can replicate that over for much of the next couple of months, then Hampshire are going to be looking pretty good. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. That really was excellent and very encouraging from Sonny Baker's point of view. Westley 16, Moulder no score, 27-4-2.
I think if he replicates that over, Nick, we won't be seeing him for the rest of the season.
That was a good over, wasn't it?
Just one other thing on the win, Moulder. I noticed I think it was the interview he gave Essex a few days ago. He revealed that Hampshire had been speaking to him as well. Apparently, it was around the time when Hampshire thought they had Michael Neser.
And
so,
just to tidy up the Jaden Seals thing, because he was linked with Hampshire, wasn't he?
Yeah, so originally we had Michael Neser, and then, around January, I'm guessing it's around January sometime. He said he jacked to Westley, it's wide of off stump. And in the end, Australia said, no, he can't come over. So then Hampshire had Jaden Seals, who had a good stint with Sussex, you'll remember. And apparently it turned out that Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't let him come over. Not the West Indies Cricket Board, but Trinidad and Tobago, no less. So Hampshire then had to quickly find somebody else, and Cody Youssef has answered that call. Jackie's from our commentary end, the hotel end, with 3 slips come in and bowls to Westley. It's forward. Westley whips that away through mid-wicket, and that's nicely timed, and that's going for 4.
Yeah, he's played 3 of those now, hasn't he, Westley? And those similar to deliveries from Youssef, which were just on the pads. Nice easy shot for Tom Westley, who's settling in now, 20 from 46. Very overcast here. And I think we just might get a bit of drizzle, or more showers on and off, but the clouds are very threatening. But we've played without interruption since 11:45.
Simon Jones has emailed the cricket development manager here. He's emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says he's sat in the office doing some budgets, which were due yesterday. He says, lovely to see some familiar faces in the crowd. And it'll be easy to spot. There's not too many here at the moment. That's just died a little bit outside off stump as it goes through to Ben Brown.
So we're talking about Warwickshire as a dark horse. They've got Surrey 60 for 3. Now, we were hearing that apparently Ollie Pope did not want to bat at 3 for Surrey, and the word was that Dan Lawrence was going to bat there, and it turned out to be Jamie Smith, and he only got 9. Dom Sibley is 21 not out. Look for him. He's still in contention for one of those England opener berths, but Smith, Pope and Rory Burns was run out.
Oh dear. That's full, and it's pushed back to the bowler by Westley.
So now Dan Lawrence is batting at number 5. He has batted at 3, of course, before for Essex as well. But and indeed for England on occasions. He's even opened, I think, for England. He has been sort of moved around a bit, but maybe he put his foot down and said, "I want to bat at number 5." So it's Jamie Smith who's gone to 3. But you've got so many international players all wanting to bat where they want to. I suppose you in the end have to. Alex Stewart maybe had to make a decision.
It's back as director of cricket, Alec, which is good news. That's wide of off stump, and that's predictably left alone. John Stevens has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, are you aware you're having problems with the live broadcast? I'm not aware, as far as I'm aware. John, you are the only one that's mentioned that. But nobody's messaged me at all about anything.
No, we haven't heard anything, so hopefully all bit sounding good. The Grumbler, thanks for getting in touch. Nice to hear from you, one of our regular contributors. And you're feeling more confident about the squad this year. You mentioned who's been left out today, who would have been a good choice.
That's whipped away on the leg side. He's very good off his legs. Is Tom Westley. Moves on to 21, 32 for 2. And
you make an interesting point that when Cox returns, who drops out? Because of course the balance of the side will change. There's a couple of championship games in June, and you would think Noah Thane would need to come in to be the fourth seamer. So that would then potentially cause a problem, and who would be left out? Would have to see, I guess, who's in form at that stage. And not having an overseas dropout this season is huge. That has really affected Essex in the last couple of seasons, with the replacements perhaps not being as effective as those originally chosen. And you want to pass on your best wishes to Paul. And Paul, if you are listening today, great to have you with us. Very good to see you a short while ago. Look forward to seeing you again soon. And the Grumbler saying that Paul will be much missed. And he's enjoying Michael Carberry. Here is Baker. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery, which I think cuts back into the right-hander. And I think it's gone away down to the boundary for 4. look to see a replay of that, because it might have been, if there was no touch there, that's just movement which has beaten bat and keeper and gone away for 4.
I don't know if it may have come off the inside edge as he was trying to
Yeah.
take the bat away. I'm not sure.
Oh yes, it has been credited as runs. Yeah. So it was a faint inside edge, but that was definite movement, hence the inside edge, and that's what's stopped Brown from being able to gather it in cleanly. I might need to hand over to you towards the end of this over, Kevin, just as we're coming up towards 1 o'clock. But 3 slips in a gully, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, backward point on the boundary and fine leg. And here's a delivery which is played comfortably away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But Baker has been perhaps the most exciting of the bowlers so far here, with 1 for 9 in 2 overs and 2 balls. And it's a very good contest. So nice to hear from you, Grumbler, and Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us during the afternoon. Of course, it'd be good to hear from you. So great to have a championship back. It always feels a bit early, doesn't it? We've got to cram these games in somewhere. And this is steered away on the bounce to Mays in the gully, and there is no run. Somerset's have also lost a 3rd wicket in that one of the big games. You could say it's the big game because it's the defending champions visiting Taunton. So Somerset are 74 for 3 in that one. And Josh Thomas, the latest of the Somerset openers, keep changing them of course, he made 40, so he did pretty well, but he's gone. He's the 3rd man out to Patterson White. So this is that delivery down the leg side and quite loose, and Baker will not want to replicate that. Wasn't his best ball by any stretch of the imagination. Should be able to just do one more ball. But yeah, I think Hampshire would have been disappointed, Kevin, not to have got 2 wickets in these conditions. They've got the 2, so given the conditions, probably a fairly easy, even session.
Yeah, I think so. An hour and a quarter in this situation, 2 down. Well, I think you'd settle for that from a Essex point of view and a Hampshire point of view.
Yeah. No side has yet got a decisive advantage. A good toss to win though for Hampshire, you feel, as that's played defensively into the offside. It's just a suspicion that this pitch might sort of ease up a little bit in better overhead conditions. Yeah,
it usually gets a bit slower.
I'll be with you after lunch, Kevin. Look forward to being back with you then.
So there will be the last ball in this session, because the clock on the scoreboards here is showing exactly 1 o'clock. I've just got a couple of emails to get through as well before we take a break for 40 minutes. We'll be back with you at 20 to 2. Here's Baker, bowls, Westley whips that away down to fine leg, and that will be a single to end this mini session, and Essex will close on 37 for 2 with Westley on 26. Moulder has faced 5 balls and yet to get off the mark. Dean Elgar the first to go in the first over this morning, brilliantly caught by Ben Mays in the gully off cover.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's Hampshire's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we'd not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future. Yeah,
and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, so that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like just sort of track where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress until to sort of look back and see how far we've come, and then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, or the two Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the two physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that. And sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously, you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow up. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about? Yeah,
so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But went over sort of a week after finding out that we've been we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted back into Division 1. And then, found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, just sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come. And then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, the 2 Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the 2 physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that. And sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously, you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow up. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day really has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it. So it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the nets looking at us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had side armers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me is just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you could want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and yeah, all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and we've done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like just sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come. And then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, the two Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the two physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that. And sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously, you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow up. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the two umpires here in this match between Hampshire and Essex, that's Michael Burns and Ian Blackwell, are leading out the Hampshire team for what will shortly be the afternoon session here on day one of this opening day of the 2026 County Championship season. It is a Division 1 fixture. We had to wait until 11:45 to get play underway here under overcast skies. They are still overcast. And Essex will resume on 37 for 2. We had 17 overs of play. Dean Elgar was out in the first over. Brilliantly caught by Ben Mays, the 18-year-old making his championship debut for Hampshire in the gully, diving smartly to his left. Off the bowling of Kyle Abbott, Dean Elgar went for 2. That was 2 for 1. And then Paul Walter, who made a patient 9, was well caught behind by Ben Brown off the bowling of Sonny Baker in his first over, replacing Abbott. That was 27 for 2. The not-out batters at lunch are Tom Westley on 26 not out. Wian Moulder, the overseas signing from South Africa is yet to get off the mark. And Kyle Abbott is going to switch ends. He bowled a very steady pre-lunch spell of 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7 from the pavilion end, and he is going to bowl from the hotel end, and he's going to be bowling to Moulder with 3 slips. So the afternoon session underway, and that's turned away by Westley on the leg side, and there is no run. So the 2 ways that you can pick up what's happening here at the Utilita. One is by tuning into the BBC Sport website and app, where you'll get live commentary, and if you want the picture feeds to go with that as well, then just type in Hampshire Cricket in your search engine, and you will get the pictures and our commentary as well. And those pictures are also being back to the Essex Cricket website as well, as Abbott comes in, right arm over, and that's driven by Westley through the gap in the covers. Just a push drive, it won't go all the way. It'll be 2 runs, which will take Westley, the Essex captain, on to 28, and Essex on to 39 for 2. Just missed a couple of emails just before the lunch break, if you're still listening. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Nick Ledhill, who will be around shortly, he will give you the Essex email as well. Guy Wilson emailed, he said, been waiting 6 months for proper cricket to resume with your knowledgeable commentaries. That's very nice of you. I have a question. Will the situation in the Middle East persuade James Vince to move back to the UK and hopefully to Hampshire? As that's driven back by Westley back to the bowler. Guy, says Guy, who's a Hampshire exile in Leamington Spa. I have no idea, if I'm honest. Obviously the situation over there is not ideal, as we all know. 3 of the Hampshire players, I must admit off the top of my head I don't know of any Essex players. There probably was, but the England Lions trip there recently, of which Sonny Baker, Scott Curry. So that's a length ball from Kyle Abbott out on the offside, and there is no run. There's one other there, which I can't remember off the top of my head. Were caught up in that and had to lie low somewhat for a few days before they were flown out of the UAE. But I've spoken to 1 or 2 of them, and yeah, they say that it wasn't the best. It was, when they did go out, they had to make sure they were within a few minutes of a shelter. Could hear loud bangs around the place. Quite frightening, I should imagine. That's just nip back a bit on Westley. Score remains on 39 for 2. We're in the 18th over. The day is cut short by only 4 overs. We're 92 overs today, having had a 45-minute delay to the start of play. Whether we actually go right through until the end, we'll have to wait and see. There's still plenty of cloud above us, although it does feel as though there is a little bit of sunshine trying to poke through the clouds. There is some shadows out there right now as Abbott bowls. Westley works that ball to mid-wicket. There is no run. So the score is 39 for 2. First over after lunch. Just a reminder on the teams of the published squads. For Hampshire, Scott Curry and Toby Albert were left out of the 13 named yesterday afternoon, which means Ben Mays gets a championship debut. And for Essex, out of the published 13, no Noah Thane, and Zaman Akhtar, who was signed by Essex from Gloucestershire during the winter. He also misses out from the final 11. It looks like Nick's ready to come back in. Are you ready to come back in, or are you just put the headphones on for
sorting
fun?
out what we've got in the box for later on for doing interviews and things like that. But come back from over the other side where we've had lunch, and looking forward to seeing this contest between Sonny Baker and Moulder. Just a hint of brightness actually now, but it is a very overcast forecast today. This one is on the pads, and Moulder's trying to work it away for a single to square leg, but it's too close to mid-wicket, and therefore no chance of him getting off the mark from what was his 6th delivery. So Ian Moulder looking a very good acquisition for Essex this season. He bats at 4. Of course, there might be occasions where if he has a heavy workload with the ball on flat wickets, then he might bat a bit lower than that. But it would have been an interesting decision, that, because Charlie Allison did so well at 4 in the second half of last season. 39 for 2. Baker bowls. That's a very good delivery, and Baker has his arm outstretched as he's wondering if there's something close to a faint edge from the bat of the South African. But no, there isn't. He judged it pretty well, and it's gone its way through to Ben Brown. It's forecast, so overcast for the rest of the day. There might be a little bit of drizzle around, but it's very thick and heavy cloud up there. The lights are on. Good bowling conditions, and I'm pretty sure that Essex would have bowled first with their seam attack had they had the chance to do so. Sun casting shadows at the moment, almost trying to work out how the sun is managing to peek through, but I think it is, as that's displayed defensively from the crease by Moulder, who's really just getting himself settled here and getting used to playing a new bowler in Sonny Baker, and just getting acclimatised to conditions. Started at 11:45. We had a minute's silence in memory of Robin Smith, and an absorbing short morning session. Honours about even. Essex losing Elgar and Walter. 3 slips and a gully as Baker bowls. That's not a good delivery. It's on the pads, and Moulder is able to just play the leg glance and hit it through right where a leg slip would have been, but there isn't one, as you'd expect, and it goes down and is too fine for the fine leg fielder. And Moulder has his first Essex runs from his 9th ball. 4 to him, and it's 43 for 2. But he looks pretty well organised at the crease, doesn't he, from his short sample size, Kevin?
Oh yes, he's a great addition for you. When I saw he'd signed, I have to say, I think you could have done a lot worse with overseas players than this guy.
As we mentioned, Essex have had a little bit of a, not their own fault, but just a bit of bad luck with getting the overseas signings they really wanted in recent years. As here, Moulder is half forward and just has to wait for that ball a little while, and it's just played up into the onside and gathered in by Cody Youssef, who bowled a good spell. 1 or 2 deliveries too straight and on the pads, but when he was effective with a very skiddy action, he caused a few problems to Tom Westley in particular. No run there, 43 for 2.
Yeah, Youssef, a steady start considering he's only been a couple of days or so off the plane.
Yeah, it's has to be borne in mind. He's had a long plane journey, as has Jake Lehman.
Somebody moving behind the arm, isn't there? Oh no, they want a field change. Deep square leg.
Comes back in again, yeah. Well, I suppose that's a more logical field placing for Baker if he does attempt the bouncer, or at least a shorter ball. It seemed a bit odd earlier on, a little bit defensive, but more logical with Baker. That's a good delivery, which I think there might have been an inside edge onto the pads there, because the hint of movement, he was trying to work it away into the onside and ended up going into the pads there for Moulder, but there was a thought initially that it might be worth an appeal, but in fact pretty certain that must have got an edge. So 43 for 2, Westley 28, Moulder has 4, and Baker has 1 for 14 from 4 overs.
I just mentioned before you came on air, Nick, for this afternoon session, that there was Sonny Baker and Scott Curry out in the UAE with the England Lions when the war broke out in the Middle East. I forgot the other name. Eddie Jack was the other one. I don't know, was there any Essex players caught up in that? As Abbott comes in, bowls, full delivery, driven out on the offside by Westley to mid-off.
Yes, I think I'm trying off the top of my head who it was, but there were certainly at least 1 or 2 who were out in that area, and of course had their stints shortened. Might even have been Tom Westley himself, actually, but I'd have to listen back to the interviews, but I know that was mentioned.
I'll have a quick look. Abbott's at the top of his mark. And they're getting past the umpire. Drive, thickish inside edge there as the ball just nipped a fraction.
Well, my dark horse is doing pretty well, because I do slightly fancy Warwickshire to do well this season. Surrey 69 for 6 at Edgbaston in the 32nd over. Ethan Bamber has 3 for 26 and Chris Wokes 2 for 16. And it looks a bit of a car crash, the Surrey innings. They could have done with Rory Burns not being run out for 4, first man to go.
Sun comes out a fraction stronger as Abbott comes in. Length ball and Wesley's forward.
Burns 4, Sipley 25, Smith batting at 3, 9, Pope 20, Lawrence 5, and Ralphie Albert, the grandson of, that's right, of Jimmy White. I know he's related to Jimmy White. He was out for naught to Chris Wokes, got him on a second baller. So 69 for 6, Surrey. Not the best return for Alex Stewart so far.
No. Luke Bekenstein was out there.
Yeah.
With the lines. Rabbit runs away from us and bowls. Oh, that's nipped away. Beats the outside edge. Through to Ben Brown.
How do you think Hampshire, your honest assessment this season, what do you think's best case scenario in the championship?
If I'm honest, being realistic, I think as long as they comfortably avoid relegation.
Unlike last year when it was slightly uncomfortable.
Gosh, I tell you what, Nick, that was just an unbelievable afternoon.
Well,
one of the most bizarre afternoons you'll ever be involved in, I think. Here's Abbott, bowls, and left alone.
Well, it was a case of a rebound joke, or a joke rebounding on an individual. Now, the individual is our colleague from the northeast, Martin Emerson. Now, there was an occasion where Durham were relegated and Hampshire survived, what, about 10 years ago or something in the championship. I think due to a disciplinary matter for Durham. And Martin, sort of reflecting on that, on one occasion when Hampshire were knocked out in the morning match on T20 finals day, tweeted, "Don't worry, Hampshire will be reinstated by tea time." You can tell what's coming next, can't you?
For the moment, it's Abbott. And that's pushed out the covers. They think about a run, decide against it. That'll be the end of the over. 43 for 2.
And on the last day of last season, Hampshire duly were reinstated by tea time at Durham's expense in Division 1. It's a classic case of the joke rebounding. But I must admit, it was odd because halfway through the season, there was no way Durham were going down. They looked to be one of the more solid batting lineups in the country. And then even when they came to Chelmsford, you know, Matthew Potts with the bat, you know, a really wholehearted performance, and they salvaged a draw. There just didn't seem any chance of them going down. But credit to Martin, he was the first person, he sees more of them than any of us, and he picked up quite early that there were some bad signs, and he was proved absolutely right.
He was.
43 for 2. Baker in his 5th over. Comes in to bowl to Moulder. Good contest this, except when Baker slings it down the leg side, she did there. And Moulder got inside the line, but wasn't able to attempt a shot. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to let us know what you think of the coming Essex season. And I think we can be fairly confident Essex will do better in the T20 because they couldn't do much worse.
You guys had a horrible start,
really,
didn't you?
Last year when they came here, it was completely undercooked. As if the competition had sort of snuck up on them by surprise, and it took a long while to get that first win. As this is a delivery which, again, Moulder playing Baker with great caution, great respect. Just waits for that, adjusts his bat, and plays a defensive shot up into the offside. But he does look quite a high-class operator on this small sample size. Does Vian Moulder?
Yeah. I remember, well, going to the last group game when we went to your place, you absolutely pulverised us.
That was, well, it was Cox, wasn't it?
Cox,
really?
maybe, yeah.
Actually, Hampshire were well in the game until Cox played that knock, didn't he? But yes, that was when things were improving towards the end, and they beat Surrey at the Oval. 43 for 2. That's a bouncer, and on its way through to Brown. Yes, about as long a day as you can have in T20. Got to the Oval about 10:30 on a Sunday morning for a double header, left about 9 o'clock at night because both games were rain interrupted, and it was. But what play we had in both the women's and the men's game were very interesting. The women's game was levelled out because Surrey women had a lot of calls to internationals, and that enabled the Essex women to compete with them on a much more even footing, and it was a cracking game. And Essex actually, the women's side probably ought to have won. 43 for 2. As Baker bowls, and Moulder will just delayed stroke there, steers it very comfortably, taking a hand off the bat, steers it down towards Mays in the gully, and there is no run.
But you guys have got to be looking to improve on 6th last year.
Well, I've just been over to the press box and I was saying that, and they've all been saying no, we don't think so.
Really?
But I do see possibly a division of two halves, and I see Essex being in the top half, along with Somerset, Warwickshire, who I do fancy, and inevitably Surrey and Notts. Baker up to the wicket bowls, and that's good delivery, but a late leg glance and down towards long leg for a single, and Moulder to 5. Westley is on 28, and he hasn't faced much of Baker. He won't face much of him here, but he's got one ball, and it's 44 for 2 after Essex was sent in. We're in the 21st over, 92 overs in the day. I reckon if his cloud cover stays around, we might struggle to get all of them. But yeah, I think, as I say, it's going to be a season where Hampshire just need to try and consolidate, and after that torrid September, as another bouncer, and Westley ducks underneath it, stays on 28, Moulder 5, 44 for 2. September for Hampshire just felt like a rug being pulled from underneath the feet by that 8-point deduction in the championship, which almost stopped the momentum and created doubt, and that might have filtered through into other competitions as well when they were in 2 finals.
Yeah, I think they got to a point where I think 1 or 2 of them at least generally thought they were going down, and that 8-point deduction didn't help. And well, when we lost to Surrey here on the Saturday morning, it looked a very real possibility. So yeah, I mean, you know, in lots of ways Hampshire are lucky to be here in Division 1, and it's been a long stay in Division 1, and I guess one that for about a cut 2 hours anyway on that Saturday afternoon.
Yeah,
it looked very real, but yeah, there was a lot of.
Did you bother keeping in touch with the Durham game, or did somebody text you and say, have a look at that score?
Well, I'll tell you what happened.
Here's Yusuf.
Yeah, is it me or you? I can't remember. It's me, isn't it? Yusuf is back on. Let's flick down to fine leg by Westley. It'll be 2 runs, 46 for 2. Wesley moves on to 30. So when things were wrapped up here, and it was all doom and gloom before lunch, and we did the interviews, and the players were, as you can imagine, you know, moping around as everybody was on the ground. And I remember going home, and if I'm honest, it was a very busy September because we had a couple of finals. The women were in a final as well that month, and it just seemed a relentless merry-go-round from a personal point of view, but it's not all about, of course it's not about me, but anyway. And I remember going home just after lunch and sitting down and sitting, and I thought, thank goodness that's cricket over for 6 months.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden my phone started to ping with various people as that's flicked away very fine past the diving Ben Brown, and that will be 4 runs. And Westley will move, well, Essex first of all move on to 50 for 2. And Westley on to 32, is it? I don't know, I'm looking at various scoreboards.
Yeah, he's capitalised when Yusuf's been too straight or on leg stump, and just probably half his runs have come from shots to deliveries which have been 4 balls.
Agreed. So yeah, I remember going home, just slumping into a chair thinking, oh, okay, I can just relax this afternoon. And then about an hour later, my phone went ping, 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 and I thought, what on earth is this? As it driven back to the bowl, and there's no run. And they were literally people messaging me, various people saying, have you seen the Durham score? Another wicket down, another wicket down, another wicket down. And I thought, well, like most, and subsequently speaking to the players and various people, thinking, no, surely this can't happen. And my phone kept pinging to a point where all 10 wickets fell in the space of absolutely no time at all, and then all of a sudden Hampshire were reprieved, and it was the most surreal feeling, I have to say. And I know 1 or 2 of the players, including Ben Brown, who had already gone back on the train to Brighton. Ben Brown literally said hello to his wife and 2 kids for about 5 minutes and said, I'm going back. I got back on the train back to here, and they all met up in the afternoon. Later that afternoon, that's work back to the bowler by Westley, and there is no run. I think the scoreboard's got stuck, I think, because Westley seems to be on 28 despite those quick runs.
Well, there was definitely signalled as run because it was a very fine glance, but I'm sure he got bat on it.
Yeah, I think. Well, he scored 4 runs and he was on 26 at lunch.
Yeah.
So the scoreboard's got. I think we can safely say the scoreboard's got stuck. So yes, but you know, Nick, you've been doing this long enough, and so have I. That you know, every now and then things happen. You think, well, I don't think I'll ever experience that again. And that was one afternoon. I don't think I'll ever experience that again. Not from total doom and gloom. Good length ball there from Yusuf. Watched carefully onto the mat by Westley.
Yeah, Essex were playing Somerset, I think it was, at the end of last season, and there were still, possibilities that mathematically they could get into trouble, but that receded once, obviously, the Hampshire and Durham results went the way they did. But Essex wouldn't have wanted to be too much more closely involved in a relegation scrap than happened last year, although the odds were always very firmly that they wouldn't go down.
Sure. Yusuf bowls length ball to Westley, and that's pushed up to mid-on. So the scoreboard is saying 50 for 2. I reckon there's a couple more at least on that total, so I think we'll see a reboot in a minute. I know if you're watching on the picture feed, it's also saying 50 for 2.
Yes, all the resources we've got are saying 50 for 2 here at the moment. So, but we shall hopefully be able to count on from whatever they've got. But Westley 28 has done well. He's had a few gifts on the leg stump, but he's also had to deal pretty capably with some of the better deliveries that have been sent down. And Moulder there on 11. 54-2. So just after 2 o'clock on this first afternoon of the 2026 championship season. That shock scoreline from Edgbaston. Surrey in all sorts of trouble there. Interesting and even contest here, 50 for 2. And here is Baker bowling, and Moulder, and Westley have treated him, mainly Moulder, because he's had most of the striker, treated him with a lot of respect. Westley there was attempting a forcing shot, but it wasn't timed, and it's gone straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. But he's only conceded 15 in 5 overs and 1 ball, which I'm sure is really the analysis he would have wanted in that one-day international where he came to grief. But I'm sure his turn will come again, and surely the powers that be and the England setup have got the message that they need to pay more attention to what's happening in the county game, as that one's going down the leg side, and that is ill-directed, and it's actually not gathered in by Brown. And it's a delivery which is going down the leg side, and he was sprawling across to his left, but it's just eluded him, so it's gone away for 4 byes. Don't think there's any pad on that, so 4 extras anyway. 54 for 2. Just occasionally, the one fault for Hampshire so far, too much on leg stump, gifting runs of various kinds to Essex. This could still be about 35 or 40 for 2, and it will be a bit more tense from an Essex point of view, but they have been gifted a few extra runs, and that's possibly a legacy of a attack that isn't as experienced as so many that we've seen here in recent years, with the likes of Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas around. 54 for 2, but Baker has posed a threat, and here he bowls a delivery which Westley is through with a shot a little bit too quickly, and it in the end just pops back down the pitch. Not sure how much bat there was on that in the end. It just pops back down the pitch and falls safely short of Sonny Baker in his 6th over, 1 for 15. Essex, who lost the toss, sent in on what looks a decent pitch, but with overhead conditions favouring the bowlers, and losing Elgar and Walter before the interval for 2 and 9 respectively. 54 for 2 it is, and there's a delivery which doesn't bounce as quickly as perhaps Westley was thinking it would. In the end, it's come to him so slowly, he probably feels he could have pulled it away over mid-wicket, but he sort of committed to the shot, and in the end it's just rolling back down the pitch. So a bit of variation of pace there from Baker. That one I think hit Westley quite awkwardly. It looks like it's taken him on the glove. He's taken off the gloves and just examining his hand, but I think he's okay, but certainly wasn't quite in position there, and the ball might have just popped up a little bit and just given him a nasty rap. And certainly he is in conversation with his partner at the moment, and he's put his bat and his helmet down about a third of the way down the pitch, and as so often happens, one of the Hampshire fielders wants to have a go. In fact, it's Yusuf himself who wants to have a go with Westley's bat and play a few defensive shots, but yeah, he's certainly a bit of a nasty rap. He's getting some attention.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's got some sharp balls out there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sonny,
that one he just
Baker.
he seemed to sort of taken by surprise a little bit. I mean, he sort of varied his pace nicely, Baker. He wasn't quite in position for that one. It seems to have, just thudded into the glove.
Always a bit of a nightmare when your fingers get jarred on the handle of the bat. Now, Neil Prowse has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk and says, what's happened to Nick Gubbins? He's been off the pitch for most of the game. He has been off for a while because Toby Albert has been on there as a sub-fielder. I'm trying to find out what's happened. I'm told he's fine. That's the only message I've had. So I don't know whether he went off because he wasn't feeling well, or he hasn't, or he went off because he's injured something. But I'm told that he's fine, and I literally just got that message from inside the camp. So that's good news from that point of view. Let's hope that the good news is equally as good for Mr. Westley.
Yes, I'm sure Gubbins isn't following the current trend of leaving a game early. It would be very very early to leave this one, but at least. The aforementioned South African player did bowl his overs before scarpering, but Tom Westley's quite a lengthy delay here, and might have been given some painkillers. Yeah, it just looked a bit awkward the way he played that one, and it looks like in the end when he did play it, it was coming very much off the glove and jarring the finger into the bat handle. So, well, this is looking a little bit serious, and it looks like he's having. Might be that. We'll see. But we're still waiting for resumption.
So
he's been a long time.
He's being walked off, isn't he?
Yeah. That's Tom Westley being walked off. The only thing that surprised me there was the fact that the bat was still there and the helmet's still there, but it was looking serious, and he's having to leave the arena. So that is clearly something that they can't fix immediately, and he's obviously potentially got a break of some sort, or fracture. But yeah, what was throwing me there was the fact that normally you might see someone taking off the helmet and the gloves, but he's just been escorted off.
Do you know what? I mean, obviously, any sort of injury is a nightmare as a batter, but when you've spent 6 months looking forward to a new season, and literally in the first few overs of the new season you get an injury like that, hopefully it's not too bad. The fact that he's gone off suggests that, well, at the very least they're not sure.
No.
All that time.
It backs up the danger that Baker poses, doesn't it, with his pace. And there were a couple of deliveries there where you just sense that Westley, who hasn't faced much of Baker, was just struggling to read the speedster. And he has had to go all the way off. Thinking for a moment that it might be that just going to get some further sprays or something like that, but no, it's good. Will be Critley to replace him, and it's going to be Baker to bowl to him. Oh, again that one pops up, and Critley, it's an awkward ball to have to deal with. There's certainly some bounce here for Baker, and again that squared him up a little bit. So Critley has come in, and Westley has been forced to retire.
And
that is a real blow for Essex, because he obviously scored half the runs.
Yeah, he was playing quite nicely, wasn't he?
Was.
A few leading edges there, but other than that, he was.
So he's retired on 28, and yeah, that is a blow to Essex in more ways than one, because it could effectively be a third wicket, even though officially it's only 2. And Critley gets a nice stroke away here to one from Baker that doesn't actually cause that much of a problem. It's a bit further pitched up. He's lent into a square drive and played it away down to the backward point boundary for 4. So that was an interesting sequence of events. It looked like Westley negotiated the ball okay. Then we suddenly saw him take his helmet off, take his gloves off, and then it turned out he was being escorted from the field. So bad news for Essex, bad news for the Essex captain. And just when we said that Essex have got a big pool of players to choose from, it might have been reduced slightly within 3 hours of the season starting. Of course, it's the captain as well. So, well, that is a blow. Welcome back, Michael.
Thank you, Nick. Nice to be back. Yeah, it's a big blow that for Essex. As Yusuf runs into bowl to Moulder, and there's a bit of a injudicious shot there. No real foot movement, just a lazy waft outside off stump. Not what you need when you've just lost your captain temporarily. But good start from Yusuf.
Well, I must admit, that's really unsettling from an Essex point of view in many ways. But it just shows you that Sonny Baker, with a bit of pace and bounce in the pitch, which this pitch appears to offer, is going to be a handful for anyone.
Yeah. Yusuf in again to Moulder. That's a great shot off the back foot. That's a much better shot in position, punching that one backward a square for a boundary. Yeah, I mean, that's what the fast men can do. That's why they're brought in, aren't they? They take the pitch out of the equation. They can ruffle a few feathers. And yeah,
it just seemed like so back of a length delivery. So there were 2 in a row there to Westley. He didn't deal with comfortably, and as it's turned out, the second one he just played entirely, came off the glove, and it might have been he's trapped a finger.
Yeah. So Yusuf again runs in again to Moulder, who leaves that one. Thinks better of that one. Leaves it through to keeper Ben Brown. Yeah, I mean, and also Sonny Baker, he's an awkward customer if you haven't seen much of him before, because unlike a lot of seam bowlers who generally bowl away swing towards the slips, his actual delivery comes from slightly wide on the crease and angles the ball back at you at high speed. So, that sort of back of a length sometimes can be a little bit awkward when you first play against him, and you just hope that no serious damage is done as Yusuf runs in again to Moulder, nicely forward in behind that one.
It was a long delay, wasn't it? It looked most of the time as though it was just going to be a delay to take painkillers and get some spray, but then, as I say, we saw Westley starting to walk off, and turned out it wasn't just to get any further repairs, it was to leave the scene, at least for the time being.
Yeah, you sort of hope best case scenario it's maybe just a nail bed kind of injury, which you can still play, but if you get hit on that first joint, that's sometimes where the problem lays, as Yusuf comes in again to Moulder, who's nicely on the back foot, punching it to mid-off.
Moulder has looked pretty good, hasn't he? He's looked pretty secure at the crease, played himself in, realises the tough batting conditions.
Yeah.
And certainly fully justifying coming in at number 4. Charlie Allison will be next.
Yeah, he's been pretty positive, hasn't he? Positive in his movements. Looks like he's picking up length very well. I think you've got to look to score in these conditions when the bowlers stray just off their lines and lengths. You've got to look to put them away. As Yusuf again begins that bustling run into Moulder. That's a nice shot. Beautiful straight bat for no run.
Well, that is a real blow for Essex, as I say, and we've got to sort of start again with this pair now.
Yeah.
And Critley, who one of the many Essex players, had a very good 2025, averaging 43, 3 centuries and 3 50s. And as I say, steadily over the time he's been with Essex has fully justified having that number 5 slot, plus the fact that he added an increasing influence of his bowling, 28 wickets last year, and he'll be hoping to add to that, particularly if conditions are dry, as they were for much of last summer. So here's Baker to bowl to him. He's looked, in a very small sample size of the 3 deliveries, he looked okay against Baker so far. He's just gone into line there and steered it away into the offside, and it's rolled out as far as backward point. But it's not what Essex wanted at all. I think it's Scott Curry on at the moment, and as I say, the absence of Nick Gubbins, a bit of a mystery. 62 for 2. So 3 slips and a gully. Point, cover, well actually more wide mid-off actually. Mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket and a fine leg. Here's Baker again, bowls, and it's played defensively. reaching for it and playing it back down the pitch, and there is no run. So Elgar out for 2, 9 for Walter. Looked pretty good while he was there, and then got a delivery which drew him into a shot, and then Baker playing a part again in terms of the retirement of Tom Westley on 28, with a ball that's jarred into the gloves of Westley. This is on the pads, and Critley clips away nicely for at least 2, past mid-wicket, going out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's being chased back, and it'll just be cut off about 10 yards short of the boundary, and they'll get back for the 3rd run. 3 fielders in the end converging on that, and Baker just slipping in a bit of an over-pitch ball there, a bit too straight, and Critley playing a nice stroke and sending it away for 3. He's made a good start. He's on 7 and 15 to Moulder, 65 for 2.
So how times have changed. In my era, I used to chase heaps of those down to a deep mid-wicket and look around, there'll be only just me.
Yeah.
Now we got 3 of them.
65 for 2. Yeah, three were close to that at the end. That's again on the pads, but further pitched up. And there's a shout from Baker. He thought that might have got through, but in the end it goes out to Yusuf off an inside half of the bat. Yusuf at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 65 for 2. Critley 7 and Moulder 15. And nice to hear from Michael Biswell. And you're saying you hope Westley is back soon. I say that's not something you want to see from an Essex point of view. Let's just hope it's not too serious. You say the Essex lineup looks stronger than last year. Both left-handers have lost their wickets, with the Hampshire bowlers being able to bowl into the footmarks outside the off stump. And that one is a useful delivery from Baker, which Moulder, who's treated Baker with great respect, has gone on the back foot and literally just plays it down into the crease, and there's no run. You hope that Sam Cook bowls at his natural pace and not tries to bowl too fast and end up not taking wickets, but things seem better this year, and best wishes to Paul Newton on his retirement. Thank you very much indeed, Michael. And yes, that position for Essex, we should say 65 for 2, but remember Tom Westley has retired hurt, so it could be 65 for 3 in real terms. Is this one always a useful delivery from Baker? A little bit of movement there, but Moulder showing his quality and able to make a late adjustment and to get it away safely into the offside. But again, testing delivery from Sonny Baker. 7 overs, 1 for 22. Critley has 7, Moulder has 15, and Essex sent into bat 65 for 2, but add to that the fact that Tom Westley's had to retire hurt.
Yeah, I mean, as I say about Sonny Baker, he can be a little bit of an awkward character. I mean, he's just awkward character to face, and prove with that delivery there, coming from wide on the crease, just getting the ball to sort of straighten, and Moulder just managing to dab that into the sort of gully region, using all his craft and experience. But yeah, he's a handful, there's no doubt about that. I mean, he bowls at high pace, and as you know, you don't have a lot of time to adjust. So
yes, with that Westley situation, it was one that at first I thought, well, just a nasty rap, would be all right. But then it began to look more and more serious, and you then see him starting to walk off and think, well, he's not going to come back, and he's not going to resume his innings, at least for the time being, as the start of a new over.
Absolutely. It's Yusuf beginning another over to Critley, who's looked good so far, I've got to say. Looks in good touch, hitting the ball solidly.
Ralph Brooker in France, Hampshire fan, wishing a speedy recovery for Tom Westley. And he'll like this from you, Ralph. You say you think that he'll be on England's new radar, if I can call it that. Well, of course, he did play a handful of tests some time ago. I think we're talking about a decade ago, really. But that's he'll like hearing that, Ralph. And so
Yusuf dropping that one short. Critley not quite getting hold of the pull shot and was hitting the top half of the bat, not quite getting the timing.
And you want England's hierarchy to engage with the top county performers, and you think he's one of the Championship's top batters. Well, he's got a long track record. I suspect his time with England has come and gone. It was one of those situations where he started well and fell away, and unfortunately one of many who've had a handful of games and not been able to carry on.
So top delivery from It's an appeal, I think probably a little bit high. Critley quite a tall man, that one just nipping back, wrapping the sort of upper pad, thigh pad area.
These days, Michael, it's seen as a side that once you get into it, it's quite hard to get out of it, whereas you've experienced that. Well,
I don't know about that.
There's nobody else.
Out of it pretty quick.
Well, these days, compared to the past, because you look at the top six, it's basically been the top six for a while, hasn't it, with the introduction of Jacob Bethel?
Yeah.
To be honest, that is one thing England have got right, and a few things they haven't got right. But it's changed a bit, hasn't it? Because you've experienced this with performing well, but not being able to continue.
Absolutely, as Yusuf comes into Critley again, nicely forward. I mean, look, I mean, what I think about it doesn't really make much difference. But I think it's dangerous to not look at people like Tom Westley, who, I'm not saying he's the right age, that's not what I'm getting at. I mean, obviously, you're probably right, his time has probably been and gone at 36 now, whatever he is.
It's been around for 20 years.
But I think it's dangerous, and it's been proven during this winter that if you overlook actual batsmen, people who can bat time, and people who are heavy run getters in the county game. And that's a nice delivery from Yusuf. And also, stretch that to bowlers. I think we got in this mindset of everyone's got to be 90 mile an hour, and apparently top of off at 80 mile an hour doesn't work. But that's what the Ashes was calling for, wasn't it? Just for someone to run in and hold up an end, to allow Mark Woods and Joffres and Cast to come in and run in and do almost that Chris Roke's job, isn't it? That's what Chris Roke did.
It seems the bowlers are more readily discarded than the batters. You've got Zach Crawley example is always there's always tomorrow. He'll get
some batters.
They'll get that 260 they got against Pakistan.
Yeah. Again, nicely played by Critley. Yeah, I just think look, this winter obviously highlighted a lot of things, a lot of what appeared to be the plan for 2 years didn't really come off. I mean, to expect a batting unit to just try and tee off and bowlers just trying to bowl quick, I think you need a little bit more strategy than that, personally. But as Kev James joins us.
Well, you were a man that batted long, and that was sadly lacking.
I tried my best
during the winter, wasn't it? That's the thing, isn't it? County cricket, certainly this time of year, Test cricket, guys up top, opening batters, you want them to bat long. That's your ideal foundation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's not easy. Here's Abbott. Forward is Moulder. He wants a single up to mid-on. No, says Matt Critley.
But that's why you train, J-Mo. And that was always, me for many years, and that's what you train for. You train, for when conditions are tough. I mean, the modern player now, during the winters, where are they? They're around the world playing a T10, a T20 somewhere. Is there that hunger, ambition to go and work on a technique so that you can be that genuine all-round player, player for all formats?
Abbott, length ball played late by Moulder.
And it's difficult to blame players, isn't it? I mean, if I was 18 again in this modern game, I mean, would I view 4-day cricket in the same way, knowing what riches are potentially out there for me by being a good white ball player, and seemingly no one seems to regard what you do in the championship that much these days, unless you're an 85 mile an hour player and you can score a 200 odd strike rate. So, would my viewpoint be the same? Questionable.
Well, let's be honest, Carbs. As Abbott comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, Moulder pulls that away on the leg side, goes quickly down to deep backward square leg, bounces a couple of times, and the total moves on to 66 for 2 and Moulder on to 16. You were good at both red and white ball. You would have to make decisions because there is just too many tournaments around, there's just too many opportunities around now, isn't it? So which way do you think you would have gone?
Again, that's what I say. As time has gone on and you're more, with every year you're out the game, I mean, I guess you'd be hard pressed to not look at where you're going to make the greatest impact. Are you going to do it in the red ball format?
Abbott to Critley. Critley's playing and missing outside the off stump. That's bounced and left him. Good delivery.
With the respect, playing in front of maybe 200-300 people versus you know, a 3-hour game where you've got 30,000, 60,000 people watching you. You're on TV, you're on all the live streams everywhere. People, you know, your name is so much easier circulated around just from, you know, getting 30 off 10 balls. It's whether I agree, disagree. I mean, it's the way. I don't necessarily blame players. You can understand not everybody's going to play for England at Test level.
Now back to Critley once more. Critley again gets one that bounces outside the off stump. He's having a little nibble at that one. I think, to be fair, if you were playing in the ILT 20, I think there'd be less people watching that than there are here today. I don't think I've ever seen anybody watching any of those in the stadiums. It's all about TV.
Exactly. Fair play.
I would say, at a very quick guess, there are probably 300 or 400 here, maybe a few more actually. I came to a pre-season game here one afternoon when the sun was out. I think it was against Gloucestershire. Just came up for a couple of hours actually, just as I did, and just even dragged my other half with me and one of my daughters, would you believe, which I wouldn't say they came kicking and screaming. Again, he's beaten outside the off stump. It's a terrific delivery, and he's been the model of consistency here as Kyle Abbott so far. 9 overs, 1 for 10. Certainly deserves more than that 1 wicket of Dean Elgar. And I think they were counting everybody that came into that pre-season game, and I think we were numbers 296, 297 and 298. I think there are a few more here than that.
Well, it's always been a club, you know, it's been well supported early season, well, throughout the season, but certainly early season you see a lot more hearty souls braving the cold when we've been out there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, I mean, it's one thing I enjoyed about the club was the fans. The supporters always been right behind the team, which is great.
Oh yes.
Eddie Jack comes into the attack from the Hilton end.
2 overs done for 6 before lunch.
Yeah. Good to have a good look at Eddie Jack. Heard a lot about him. There's big raps on him.
Yes, he's very strong. He's 20 years of age. Played 5 matches in the Championship last year.
Some good delivery to start with as well. Just a bit of bounce outside of stump on a sort of foolish length, and Moulder leaving that one well alone. Yeah. I mean, one thing I would say with Eddie Jack, I think something for Ben Brown to ponder here, but I think just give the young man a bit of confidence, bring that deep backwards square leg up. I think he's, so far what I've seen, he's hit a nice line of length. He looks like he's ready to bowl. I mean, you've got to give yourself to only bowl 2 slips. I think for me, as he comes in again and again, finding the outside edge. I mean, it's calling for it, isn't it? I mean, why would you? He's put 2 balls in a perfect position. It's what you want as a captain. I'll be bringing that man up, getting another slip in. If you can get rid of one of these 2 Moulder, I mean, technically they're 4 down for 60. I mean, that's a great position for Hampshire to be in, really.
Do you think it's a little bit that they're giving the youngsters just a little bit of protection? I mean, you wouldn't have had this with Mohammed Abbas. You wouldn't have had it with Keith Barker.
If I'll be honest with you, Jamie, I'll say in a minute. So Eddie Jack comes in again. That's again lovely delivery just around off stump. Moulder playing that one to clear cover. I think protecting is a bit of a dangerous thing to do, because I think it then becomes a bit of a crutch. I think your best way of learning how to execute is taking that, putting yourself under that pressure and saying, right, can I bowl to that field? I can't go into matches always having deep square leg back. I think that's, for me, you've got to learn that straight is that off stump line. It's not middle stump. You don't set fields for bad bowling. It's pulled away by Moulder. You don't set fields for if I get it wrong. You set fields for your best ball. Where's my best ball? It's going to be top of off 6 inches or so, getting the batter's feeling, which he's done. He started nicely. I just think, there's a danger of protecting too much, and as you know, the game is about dealing with that pressure sometimes. You want to be bowling, giving yourself the best chance of getting the best players out, and to do that with the ball in conditions in your favour. That's what I like to see. Yes. Well, he's taken the mid. Well, he's listening to us, so he's taken the mid wicket and put him at the 3rd slip, but still got the deep square leg. Okay. And again, that's another nice delivery. See, for me, that's you've got to bring him up on the one now. I just don't want him getting a nice, easy bunt that he hasn't earned that single for me. And that's another way of this young man learning how to build pressure.
Yeah. Just on the other side of it, I guess that maybe it allows him to bowl a little straighter to get the batters playing, whereas maybe if the field was up, it might make him bowl a fraction wider of off stump.
Okay, well, here's the negotiation. How about if mid-on comes a little deeper, still saving that one. So if he gets a bit long in length, but he can still have mid-wicket up and a little bit up on the one. Because what I want to do is, if you do bowl straighter and you get it right, I don't want that, that annoying, as a left-arm seamer, that annoying little inside edge that the batter hasn't earned a good shot. He hasn't earned that one, and he's ticking along his strike.
Yeah.
And that's more I was coming from.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas the deeper mid-on, mid-off, still allows you to bowl straight. And if you get punched up the ground, you're still not going to get hit for boundaries.
So we are 28 overs into the Essex innings. They are 67 for 2, and here's Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. Bowls. It's a length ball to Moulder. That's the perfect delivery, really. Making the batter play straight. Gives yourself a chance, brings him forward. If the ball does a little bit, could bring the mistake. Moulder is 17 from 39, and Critley is 7 from 16. I've got a couple of emails to get through, actually, Carbs. Well, we've been nattering away. I've taken my eye off the ball on the computer. Joe Summerton, who's on the ground, regular, well, on the ground as well as always messaging us. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Tom Westley, who's off the field, having been hit on the finger by Sonny Baker. That ball dies a little bit through to Ben Brown. Says, if Westley isn't able to continue batting, would Essex be the first team to benefit from the new regulation of a full substitution? Yes, there's a new regulation this year, isn't there? Presume a replacement couldn't bat in this first innings, though. Joe says she's in the ground, but arrived late after some dubious inside information about some conditions, and blames a certain plumber to the stars for that dubious information. That's Woodsy. I saw him here, actually. Woodsy does a lot of plumbing for a lot of the players here. And he was on the ground earlier, apparently fed Joe some bad information. He was the one that told me, I did see him, that's whipped to mid-wicket and there's no run. When I saw him before the start of play, he said, oh yeah, there won't be any play till this afternoon. And I must admit, we all arrived here this morning thinking that as well. And we were all surprised when we started at 11:45, so I don't think we can blame him solely. But we'll do our best. It is. It's who you speak to. 3 slips here, and we're going to get a deep square leg again. Jason Cole has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good to hear the county championship back. I wonder if Tom Westley will end up being the unfortunate record that's left alone outside the off stump of being the first county championship player to be subbed out under the new injury rule. Yes, this new rule. I know Nick will know about this far more than me. Carbs, I presume you're up to date on this.
I will be in about 10 seconds.
And it might not be the most comprehensive description of the new law, but basically now the UCB have brought in something where, in fact, I'll look up the article because I was reading about it about 2 days ago, and you can actually have a like-for-like player. That's a bouncer, as Moulder just stays under the line there. That if a player gets injured and it's with the match referee's consent, you can actually replace them with a like-for-like player. So, like for instance, Westley, if he's found to be not able to play the rest of the game, somebody like a Luke Benkenstein could actually replace him and play a full role. Okay. And on top of that, they say something about life events. So if somebody had the birth of a child after the second day, they could go to that. Oh, he bowled him! Oh, and the off stump cartwheels back. That's a magic delivery from Kyle Abbott, and you can see he enjoyed that one. I think we all on the ground have enjoyed that one. Maybe not so much so if you're an Essex supporter, but Moulder has comprehensively been castled there, and he goes for 17.
What a beauty from Kyle Abbott. That one just angling back, wide on the crease. Classic Kyle Abbott, yep. Points to the dressing room. Moulder just playing around that one ever so slightly. He's the only really mistake he's made. What a wicket. Another body blow to Essex. This is not going well from their point of view. Whether Westley will make a reappearance, we don't know yet, but that's a huge wicket.
And that's the length.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Get the batters to play through the ball.
Absolutely.
Not quite a half volley, not quite short of a length, but that is in between bat and pad. That's a beauty.
That is a good delivery.
Absolute. You can see, even though Kyle Abbott has taken the amount of wickets that he's taken, he still enjoys the odd one like that, and we're not surprised. So Elgar's gone for 2, Walter for 9, Westley is retired for 28, now Moulder has gone for 17. Those are the wickets to date, and Abbott has 2 for 10. That was a wicket made in his last over. He has 2 for 10 from 10, very much the standout figures so far for Hampshire. Yeah, just going back to that article, I was just going back to find it. Apparently there are 1 or 2 rules like that around the world, but apparently I did read the ECB have just gone a little further with that.
So looks like James Allison is coming to the crease. So obviously Tom Westley, you assume he won't be making a reappearance for a little while.
Right, so replacement players will be allowed in county cricket, and for the first time will cover illness and significant life events as well as injuries. Yeah. It's a season-long trial, and they do say that if they feel that it's been abused, then they'll re-look at it.
As Eddie Jack starts another over, and just a bit of a strange shot. He looked to almost get in position to pull it, sort of bailed out and just sort of bunted it to mid-off.
I think that's a good rule, actually. I'm behind that, aren't you?
I mean, yeah. Ideally, yes. If life events, obviously things happen, dealing with humans at the end of the day. But I think that you've got to be very hot on the abuse side of it, just making sure that it's not used as a tactical decision, I suppose.
That's the feeling, isn't it? That Anna Fordham, the director of cricket operations, has said in a statement that if they feel that sides are abusing it a little bit, then it will be looked at. But yeah, I think on the whole.
So Eddie Jack comes in again. Nice balanced run up into the crease. Wideish, fullish delivery taken by keeper captain Ben Brown. Left alone by Critley. Comes down the wicket doing some gardening. Yeah, I like this spell so far from Eddie Jack. Looks impressive. Looks like he's got some good pace.
Yeah.
Good action. Runs in. Strong boy, isn't he? Strong across the shoulders.
8 wickets at 58 apiece last season. He needs just to get that average down a bit. I'm sure he will.
Again, just tucking Critley up there, isn't he? He's almost onto the bat a little bit harder than Critley's expecting. Not really getting those arms extended to pull it away through mid-wicket. Yeah, it looks a good prospect, I've got to say. I mean, let's say it is a transitional phase for the club. And, whilst Kyle Abbott is around, it'd be good for these lads to learn their trade under him. Comes in again to Critley. Again, another straight delivery, punched up to mid-on. Just stacking some good pressure here, Hampshire. I think they sense one more and they're right into this lower half, going into the bowlers, the all-rounders.
I do get the feeling that the youngsters here are an excitable bunch, and whilst they want to bowl some line and length, they also want to see the ball flying around a little bit. But you've got to find the right combination. Oh!
That is an absolute cracking delivery from Eddie Jack to finish the over. I mean, that's why you need the godfather of Kyle Abbott, don't you? Just to play that kind of role, just to say, hey, come on, same ball.
That's right.
Senior pros, Liam Dawson, to just go to these young guys and just settle them down. So, you've got to be very good at being boring in this format of the game.
You do. Boring is good at times.
Boring is very good.
Yeah.
Boring is very good.
Amy Turnbull has also emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, which might explain the message I got from inside the Hampshire sort of dressing room earlier when, because we are a long way away. This is the only excuse I'm offering, or I'm offering, not the others. But Amy, I think, is on the ground, says that Nick Gubbins has been wearing Toby Albert's sweater. So hence why the number was.
Right.
Because hence why I then said, is Nick Gubbins all right? And I just got a very short, sharp message saying he's fine, thinking he was off the field. So he isn't. But as I say, we're a long way away. Here's Abbott, who looks like a matchstick from where we are. That's pushed away on the onside. We only know it's. Well, I only know it's him because I recognise his action.
I'm sure you'd be flattered.
67 for 3, and he takes the odd wicket. Now, having mentioned Kyle Abbott, his dad, Neil, has emailed.
Greetings, Mr.
After
Abbott.
you, yes, after you. Afternoon to you. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, greetings, Kevin and Michael. Hope you're both well. Thanks for the great commentary as Abbott Jr. comes in. Oh, that's whipped away, fine. And that's gone over the rope just below us here at the hotel end. And Allison is off the mark.
That's probably the first bad ball Kyle Abbott's bowled. Well, that wasn't far away, I tell you.
Was
I look at it again.
Come across the stump a little bit.
Honing in on middle stump. Allison just getting enough bat on it.
71 for 3. It says, I take you back to January 2017, a test match against Sri Lanka. It was during this test match that it became known that Kyle had signed for Hampshire as a Kolpak player. I remember it at the time. The ironic symmetry to it was that in the press conference in which Kyle was making his statement and being grilled by the press, as said Abbott comes in, quickly works that away again down to fine leg, a little squarer, not as quickly, fielded just below us, and that'll be 2 to Allison, 73 for 3. In which Carl was making his statement and being grilled by the press, sat 2 of his coaching staff, head coach Russell Domingo and assistant A.D. Birrell. Now, 9 years later, the triangle is complete, proving beyond any doubt that Carl's decision was the correct one. Have a great season of commentary, and I hope to catch up sometime in August or September. It sounds like Neil's coming over, which will be good. It'd be nice to say hello. I remember speaking to Russell Domingo during the winter when it had been announced that he was head coach. I did a Zoom call with him, and I said, look, we'll do this interview, we'll record it. He said, yeah, absolutely fine. Left alone outside the off stump, and I said, there is one question I must ask you, and I said, I won't put you on the spot, can I ask this question? And I said, obviously you know that at the time you were South Africa coach was the time, as Neil has just alluded to there, was the time that Kyle Abbott signed a comment, and of course at the same time Riley Russo, who's not here now of course, sent his email in to say he wasn't playing anymore. And Russell, and I said, you do know that Carl is still Hampshire, and you'll be coaching. Forward is.
Did he slouch in the chair?
Yeah, well, no, he actually smiled just like you did. You are. He said, no, smile. He said, of course you can ask me. He said, absolutely no problem at all. And I thought straight away, oh, Russell's going to be quite easy to get on with here. That's great. And I did ask him halfway through the interview about it, and he said, yeah, it's water under the bridge, blah blah blah. You know, we're all fine. And so it's proved. But that was the time, because Carl didn't want it coming out at that time, did he? He wanted to wait until the end of the series, as I understand it. And Neil, if you're still listening and watching, I'm sure you'll agree. If you don't, then email us back. But I think Carl wanted it to come out at the end of the series, but it was let it be known that it was coming out during the series, so Carl had to. And he was, I think, he was made to face the press. Yeah, after it came out. End of the over, 73 for 3, and Abbott still going strong all these years later. 11 overs, 2 for 16.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been wonderful servant for Hampshire cricket. Great teammate. I thoroughly enjoyed the 2 stints I had with Kyle during my time here as well. Great bowler, great guy. And as I said, he's a vital cog this season for me. Looking at this young team, I think we've got no better man to learn off than him. He's done it for many years.
Yeah.
Hopefully can show them the way.
That's for sure. You've got a break, Mr. Carberry. And it's going to be Nick Gledhill coming back in alongside me, just while we wait for him to put the cans on. Joe Summerton's back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. She says more about the regulations. Replacement players will only be permitted in the Championship non-white ball games. There will be an 8-day stand-down period for any player withdrawn from a game due to illness or injury, which should help eliminate any danger of rule bending. Thank you for pointing that one out. Nick. Oh.
It's an interesting rule, isn't it? Because I think it's illness and or injury, isn't it, that it applies to. First ball of a new over from Jack is played from the crease by Critley, who hasn't scored for a while. I think he was on 7 or was last on, and he's still on 7. He plays it up towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. 73 for 3, but remember Tom Westley retired hurt on 28. If Tom Westley were unable to take any further part in the game, Noah Thane would be the most likely replacement in terms of being probably the more capable batter of the other two in the squad. I suppose they could ask someone to come down from Chelmsford, like Luke Bankenstein or whatever, but you'd imagine it would be someone from the squad, as is played defensively up into the offside and there's no run. Now Noah Thane can bowl as well. I don't think that would be an issue, because if Essex were having to use a fifth seamer on this pitch with Harmer and Critley already in the side, Hampshire would be doing terribly well, and I don't think they'd mind too much if they needed to have a fifth seamer. So that could be what happens. The other two in the squad, Zeman Akhtar, the new signing, who is a bowler who can bat, and Thane, who certainly has acquitted himself pretty well in an all-round capacity last year, without quite getting the numbers he would have wanted. A quick single here, that's played up towards, with no pace, up towards short mid-wicket. Nicely judged single by Critley, goes to 8. Allison on 6, and Charlie Allison, who did so well at number 4 last year. He opened in the early rounds with Dean Elgar away, didn't make any success of it, difficult in early season conditions, and just when we thought he might get left out of the side at the Oval to prepare the last Championship round before the T20, he was kept in the side, put down to number 4, got 100 and never looked back. And he has a terrific campaign last year. Looks a great prospect, which is played late and with soft hands by Allison down towards backward point, and there's no run. And he's one of that group of Essex players who performed so consistently with the bat last year, finishing up with a good return of an average of 39 and 3 centuries and a 50 from 12 games. So take into account that an average of 39 wasn't looking so good come late May. He certainly boosted it in the second half of the Championship season. 3 slips waiting as Jack, with straight approach, bowls, and Allison hit, but it's a very flamboyant shot. He takes a hand off the bat and it goes away through the covers for 4. Off the back foot, a forcing shot with a hand taken off, but he got it off the middle of the bat and he's gone to 10. As I say, I think it's just the fact that Moulder has arrived with such good credentials, which has caused Allison to be pushed down from 4 to 6, but he has shown the capability of being a number 4. So I think you're right in saying that Essex do need another wicket before they feel that they're, really on top, because these two could come together and stage a good partnership.
Yeah, well, he's only 21 years of age, isn't he? And I thought he looked, Charlie Ellison, I thought he looked a really good player against us last year at your place. Yeah,
and I was going to mention the recent history between the two sides, and he got a century in that game. But actually Essex underachieved. I think they got a sub 300 total on a pretty flat wicket, as here is next delivery, which is a good one from Jack, which Allison's looking to work away into the onside. In the end it just drops down, I think, off the bat down into the crease, but it just turned him around a little bit. He's on 10 and Critley 8, 78 for 3. Yes, last year the sides only met at Chelmsford, and in that game Hampshire got a first innings lead. Tilak Varna got runs, didn't he? And I think it was another centurion for Hampshire as well, but in the end the pitch was too flat to force a result.
And it was the Kookaburra Ball.
Yeah, 2024 the sides met just once in a rain-affected game here, where both sides got over 400 and declared 8 down. So that didn't go very far, did it? It rained, and it was just a question of filling your boots on a flat wicket. Elgar got 100, Cox got 100. Here's what happened.
It's pushed straight past him by Critley, up to straight mid-on, no run.
Yes, Tom Pressey did so well in 2024. He was averaging close to 50, wasn't he? Got 156 in that match. Toby Abbott 124. Matt Critley did well to get 5 for 96, but really it was a batter's match.
It was.
And yeah, it was one of those that was just rain affected and wasn't really going to go anywhere.
So 78 for 3. Critchley on 8 facing Abbott. Critchley's forward, hits it hard past Abbott, who gets a wrist on it to flex up towards mid-on.
2023 here, we had a very low scoring game actually, which Essex won by 6 wickets, Hampshire 120 and 131. Jamie Porter 10 wickets in the match. Essex 169 and 86 for 4.
Yep.
So that was a big contrast to the game the following year. But that was a season in which both sides won on the other's patch, because you remember James Vincent, Liam Dawson at Chelmsford.
First time we'd won for God knows how long. Beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, that match here you were talking about there, Nick. 3 points were deducted for the poor pitch, so that will give you some sort of idea as to the low scores, apart from the fact that Porter was awesome.
Yes, it's one of the reasons why Essex would be disappointed to have lost the toss, because he would have, Cap Cook would have enjoyed bowling on this.
Certainly would. Barry Breen has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good to be back for a new season. Should we thank Yorkshire for doing us a favour? We certainly should. Bowling Durham out cheaply, which is why we've got this fixture and we're not somewhere else. Oh my word, that's nipped back and that's close to the off stump. Abbott just puts his head to his knees. Still as excitable as ever, Kyle Abbott, after all this time. Getting the ball just to nibble around a little bit, just hitting the right spots as he always does.
Well, talking of giving applause to opposite sides, I remember the season a couple of years ago where Hampshire beat Somerset on a pitch which was spinning square, where Somerset were going for the title, and Hampshire out-bowled Somerset, if you remember, in that game. That they had played all 3 spinners, including Shoaib Bashir.
Yes. Abbott again from that pavilion end, just worked on the onside, but there's no run.
And I think in the last round of games, Hampshire played Surrey, having beaten Somerset, and it could have been Surrey applauding Hampshire onto the field at the start, and then Hampshire applauding Surrey off at the end after they were champions. But I think Hampshire won that game, didn't they? But obviously it was the intensity went a little bit with Surrey having won the championship. But there have been some good finishes in recent years, and will Hampshire get as close in this season as they did so famously in Liverpool, where they were so close to winning the championship a few years ago?
2021. Abbott again flicked away of the finest of flicks and past a diving Ben Brown. That'll be 4 runs to Matt Critchley, and that's at the end of that Abbott over. Takes Essex on to, that should be 82 for 3, I think, with the 1 ball that's still to be put on the scorecard. Yes, there we go. Critchley moves on to 12. Thank you, Andy Stamp, as well, for your email. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, looking forward to the commentary throughout the season as always.
Just going back a little bit further, just going over the last decade really. 2019 was first game of the season here. Hampshire won by an innings in 87. Essex supposedly took a point from the game, though nobody was quite sure how they did it. Apparently it was a bowling point, and Essex won the title. And really? Nobody would have possibly guessed that on the basis of that first performance when they were heavily beaten here. Hampshire made over 500. 82 for 3, Jack coming into bowl. And this is played defensively back down the pitch. Now Essex had to follow on in that game and they lost. In 2018 there was a rain-affected April draw. But we'll just go back as far as 2017 because Essex also followed on in that game, and it was when Sam Cook sort of announced his arrival. It was a game where both sides made 76. Do you remember that? When Essex came here as champions, Hampshire made Essex follow on. It was probably a marginal decision. Dan Lawrence got 101 in the second innings, and then Cook bowled Essex out with 5 for 18. Both sides made 76 in the game.
Yeah, I remember it.
As this is steered away off the back foot down towards backward point by Allison, who's there on 10 and has made a good start. 82 for 3. So, yep, it's been 2 follow-ons for Essex, but generally a fairly even record over the last decade. And the sides meeting twice this season. Another game at Chelmsford in pretty much the middle of the summer, which is not many championship games at that time of year. This is these days. Eddie Jack with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg, and that's a delivery which in the end Allison does well to negotiate, just keeping his bat out of the way. I think he was thinking of a forcing shot through the offside. He's just playing that again, but it wasn't quite there, and he did the right thing in keeping out of the way.
I've got some hot news.
Right.
Westley, Tom Westley, who's been off the field for a while now after being struck on the finger. This says referee has agreed to Westley being replaced by Noah Thane.
Yeah, so well, at least we got Noah Thane right. Yeah, it was the most logical one there. And whether Thane will not be allowed to bowl, I don't.
Correct.
I don't. Is
Correct.
that true?
Yeah, it goes on. He says he's not allowed to bowl and he can bat at any time. Noah Thane. There we are. Thank you for the scorer.
Jack bowls and forward defensive up into the offside. So Tom Westley out of the game. That means he cannot play against Somerset. Presumably there is a suspected break there. That one went down into the gully, no run. But it's a blow. I mean, Essex, the thing was, we were just saying, they're coming into a season with everybody available, nobody stuck and not able to make the side at the start of the season. Jordan Cox, the only absentee, but that's been known for a long time with the IPL, and suddenly the captain has got a dislocation or a break. Obviously won't play against Somerset, that's part of the rule, and this is played off the back foot and goes down towards the third man boundary for, in fact, it's gone all the way for 6. Well, he's played that with great style. He's the second flamboyant shot that Allison has played through the offside, and that one, he's got enough bat on it to fly over the wide third man boundary for 6. He really is a talented player, this young man, and as I say, whether he's keen to have gone down to number 6, we don't know, but he's going to show everyone what he can do from number 6, and he's 16 not out, and he's looking good, 88 for 3.
I mean, just the way he plays those shots outside the off stump, he's actually walking into it. It's not like, some players will play with their body weight or their head sort of back towards the leg side. He's actually right in it.
Here's Jack again with 3 slips waiting, and here Allison plays a lovely shot for 4 through the extra cover. That's a beautiful stroke. He's just waited for that and played a back foot forcing shot through extra cover for 4. That really was a high class stroke. Yes, played off the back foot, just waited for it. What a fine end to the over from Allison. And I can cue Stephen's email, who sent this not just in the last 3 seconds, but he said, I rate Allison as the best Essex batting prospect since Cook and Bopara. He seems to have time to play his shots. A friend who watched Essex in the 60s says he reminds him of the young Keith Fletcher. Well, we'll be honest, Steve, I thought Allison would stay at 4 in the order because Essex wanted to develop him, and he did so well last year. I can understand why Moulder's gone in at 4, and he looked pretty good until he got out to a very good ball from Kyle Abbott. But yeah, he's certainly somebody who feel number 4 is about right for him, and he's got high class about him, and he could yet turn his Essex innings around. Allison 20, Critley 12, 92 for 3, but add to that Tom Westley. Effectively, we can say it's 92 for 4, can't we now, Kevin? Because Westley is out of the game and cannot be replaced in miss innings.
Right.
So that, no, they're not going to have 12 men batting, are they? So I think we can say it effectively as 92 for 4 now.
Yeah, agreed. Westley leaving the field on, what was he on? 28, wasn't he? Yeah, at the time. Do you know what's really super about just those 2 shots in the last over from the 21-year-old is when you play drives on the up like that, it can look a little risky. I'm not sure that drive outside the off stump that he's hit there had any element of risk in it whatsoever. It just looked the perfect shot. He was in such a good position. Here's Cody Youssef switching ends from the always played on Matt Critley, looking to guide that through backward a point, got a bottom edge, the ball bouncing away. Just had momentarily looking behind him to make sure that it doesn't cannon into his stumps. But just the position, the head position, the body position on that drive on the up. That is a risky shot for a lot of players. Not for him. Strong forearms as well that Michael Carberry's. Well, he's still got strong forearms as Carbs. But you need strong forearms for
Joe Root's replacement at number 4, who knows?
Well, he's playing shots like that, he will be. Youssef, right arm over then, and Critchley guides that off the back foot straight to Gubbins in the covers.
Everybody else will want about number 4 as soon as Joe retires. It's a great position to bat. You don't have to worry about coming in straight away. Yeah. But no, I mean, the 6 was such an audacious shot. I thought it was only going to be 4 to start with, but he didn't have too much of an element of risk once he'd hit it clear of the slips. And there was a backward point in, but it was well over his head. but then a sumptuous shot of the day, really, that
Oh,
back
God.
foot force through extra cover. Lovely
100%.
shot.
Comfortably the shot of the game so far. Through extra
So
cover.
thank you, Stephen, for that second email.
92 for 3. Yusuf still searching for his first Hampshire wicket. Critchley plays that late, guides it to deep Cully. And there's no run. Ben Mays fielding in that position. Looks like that's going to be his position in the side for him.
Typical Surrey recovery at Edgbaston, 122 for 6. They were 65 for 6. And Ben Folks, who had a lean season last year, 31 not out. Tom Laws, 26. So they're starting to pull things round, the deposed champions. But it's been a lively old day at Edgbaston so far. And Essex there in a couple of weeks. And probably not with Tom Westley. But we'll see.
Yusuf in again. Shorts try to pull that and missed. Outside off stump, trying to fetch it away on the leg side.
Because that 8-day rule, Kevin, that is designed, I guess, to keep somebody out of the next game, isn't it? It's basically to stop them coming straight back in. So the next game starts in 7 days' time, but it can't be a question if Westley is okay of hoping that Essex field first and he can come back on the second day. I think there was an 8-day cooling off period, shall we say, if somebody is withdrawn from a game, so
right.
Can't see him playing in that one. I think that's what we were saying from the rule.
A cruel blow. Oh, he's nearly played on again. Now he does bring the bat down at a 45-degree angle, does Matt Critchley, when he's looking to play squarish on the offside, and anything that hits the bottom edge does run the risk of the ball coming off that and canning into the stumps. I'm just looking across actually, just to the left of the pavilion, where some of the ground staff have been hanging around the hover cover for quite a while.
There's some drizzle possibly not too far away. Nothing too serious, I don't think.
Good. It's still overcast. And he gets hold of that one, does Critchley, and that's pulled through mid-wicket. And he's played that nicely, kept it along the ground. And that's nicely timed to end Yusuf's over. He's completed 10 overs. He has none for 28. Critchley moves on to 16. Young Charlie Allison has 20. And Essex are 96 for 3, effectively 96 for 4, as we've been mentioning on a regular basis, with Tom Westley having retired hurt with a finger injury. And just to repeat the message that we just got just a few moments ago, that the referee has allowed a substitute fielder, Noah Thane, will take over in this game for Tom Westley, but Thane will not be allowed to bowl. Should we have a change, or should we wait a couple of minutes? Carbs looks so keen.
We're going to see Liam Dawson, so it will only be a couple of minutes, isn't it?
Should we quickly do this Dawes over and then we'll...
Yeah.
But Carbs is so keen. I hope you're still keen in September like this, Carbs. It's great. He's itching to get back on mic. There's Michael Carberry. So a bit of spin for the first time.
Didn't the last over that we saw him bowl go for 19 in the T20 World Cup? I'm sure we'll do better here. So here he is. Boring has just played defensively from the crease up into the offside, and there's no run. Is there going to be much for spinners in this surface? Well, it's too early to say. Only a bit of dampness really to work with, I guess, today. There's a short extra cover in. A slip and a short extra. Comes in to bowl to Allison, who just plays defensively back down the pitch. There's a short fine leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, quite straight. The short extra, orthodox cover, backward point. There's a deep cover and a long off. Ground staff waiting in case that drizzle arrives. And Dawson bowls, fires that one through, played defensively back down the pitch. And of course England will be looking for, presumably, a frontline spinner during the summer, or will they just try and do without one? Given the Sher Bashir experiment seems to have ended for the time being. Will they just rely on Will Jacks at home? And this is a delivery which has worked its way around the corner. Nice stroke, just deft little touch that from Allison to send it away for 4. Just using the ball and just as it was drifting down leg side, helping it round the corner to bring up the Essex 100 in the 36th over. Charlie Allison has batted really well since he came to the crease.
It's a sign of a good player, isn't it? The minute Dawson's got it slightly wrong, and it's only ever so slightly with the line, he's turned that into a boundary. Terrific.
Yeah, it's just latched onto that, just being the wrong line. This is a better one in terms of line from Dawson, played defensively by Allison. Back down the pitch and there's no run.
Has Allison been away anywhere in the winter?
I'll have to check it out. I'm sure he has, but I think a lot of the players have. The report back is that a lot of the players are better now for their winter experience. As this is just ball that pops slightly, played defensively into the offside, and there is no run. But a good start from Dawson. 100 for 3, realistically 100 for 4, because Westley will take no further part in the match, and we will mention that with several score updates that realistically we have to add 1 to the wickets column. Critley 16, Allison 24, and it's 100 for 3. And Michael Carberry about to come back into our commentary position, which is on the hotel gantry here at the northern end of the ground. We're looking at the Rob Dransgrove Pavilion and the Shane Warne stand to the right of that, and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand to the left. Michael.
Yes, thank you, Nick. His Yusuf begins another over to Matt Critley, defended out to extra cover for no run.
Yeah, so it's been even contact. I think Critley has had to dig in, but Allison's looked high class, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a unique style, hasn't he? He's James Allison. Yeah, he's very strong in the bottom hand. Punchy sort of player, but he doesn't spare the horses outside off stump. As Yusuf comes in again to Critley, who's again looks a little bit awkward defending there, a little bit sort of caught half and half, whether to go cross bat, straight bat, but nevertheless kept that one out. Yeah, a couple of balls outside off stump when he absolutely gave it the kitchen sink, and it ended up for 6 down at third man. And the next shot that followed up was a peach of a shot, just on the up.
Yeah, it really was.
Cover. Yeah, good talent.
Essex could do with a significant contribution from one of their batters.
So Yusuf comes in again to Critley, who's nicely forward, just playing that one back up the pitch for no run.
So we've got this injury replacement trial being used very, very early on. I bet it hasn't been used anywhere else yet. And Tom Westley, unfortunately, the first victim in inverted commas, in the sense that he's the one that's been forced out of the game. So this is clearly a break or a fracture, and it was a delivery of more or less a good length delivery from Baker, which got up at him, didn't it, and took the right glove.
So Yusuf comes in again to Critley, who's driving, not quite timing it to cover point. Yeah, it's very sad for Tom Westley. He was looking good, and he's obviously plays a pivotal role in the Essex side, being their skipper as well. So not only will they miss his runs, they'll miss his leadership, no doubt. But you wish him well. You hope it's nothing too serious, and you'll be back in as soon as possible.
But he won't play in the next game because of that 8-day rule.
Yeah, absolutely. So Yusuf bustlings in to Critley, who squirts that one out to a sort of deep mid-wicket, which is picked up and thrown in to Ben Brown.
I won't say he was playing brilliantly today, because he had to work for the 28. And half the runs were 4 balls on leg stump, but he was still digging in and looking in good touch, and he had potentially a decent score in front of him before the innings was cut short by that delivery from Baker. But it's going to be interesting to see how this pitch plays. Will it stay like this, or potentially could it flatten out a little bit, particularly if the overheads change? So we'll see.
Yusuf bustles in again to Allison, bat raise, and plays that one nicely out to backward point to end the over. Yeah, I mean, notoriously here, I mean, there is a little bit in it with the new ball, but I say if you can get through, certainly to lunch, where the ball starts to lose a little bit of zip, and obviously bowlers get a little bit more tired. I think you do enjoy batting here. It can be a bit of a run haven if you get in.
Well, thanks very much, Stephen, for sending an email saying that you reckon, according to the Essex Twitter feed, that Fane will be able to bat in the first innings but won't be allowed to bowl in the game. We would have to look at the really fine detail of this this trial, but that would involve Essex.
I feel we're going to be the net testers.
We can certainly
in this
bat
game.
in the second innings, but well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I would have thought that sort of goes against the grain slightly of having 12 guys have a hit.
So Dawson comes in and rapid Critley on the pads. Just having a little bit of a struggle here, Matt Critley, isn't he? He started his innings nicely and then he's really struggled just to present full face at the moment. There's a couple of duff defensive shots, not really looked himself the last sort of 20 minutes or so. As Dawson comes in again to Critley, who turns that one to square leg. It was a potential single there, but turned it down, fielded by, can't see who that is.
Well, I've checked that, and again, we'd have to look at this all the stuff we've got on the injury replacements, but if he is allowed to bat in the first innings, that does surprise me. I can understand the second innings, but I think Kevin's checking it out even now.
Yeah, I feel we're going to be the old net testers in this game, I feel.
I mean, in theory, you could have about 15 or 16. If somebody's not feeling well, you could talk. I'll pull out. You have a go. I'm not. 12 players having a go in the same innings. Not sure about that. But anyway, it might be right, and we'll get it confirmed. So it's going to be Liam Dawson.
Yeah, I like this move from Liam Dawson, getting the putting a bit of pressure on, getting the short leg in. Got to be thinking wickets, Hampshire. I think just pressure's just been eased off by the Essex batting at the moment, but
he's bowling at the moment to Critley. It's just played away up into the onside, and it goes across, and it's a sprawling stop. A bit of matting on one of the pitches. Just gathers it from that.
And interestingly, he's put the short leg just behind square. You don't see that very often, so obviously looking to bowl that straight line, try and hit the pads.
Slip and a leg slip, and this one played by Critley from the crease up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think we're so shocked about that revelation about the possibility of him batting in the first inning that might have missed a couple of dot balls at the start of the over there, so apologies for that, but it's 101 for 3. Here's a delivery which is just steered away into the offside up towards deep cover, and there's going to be a single there. So Critley goes to 18. Allison has to strike with 24. 102 for 3. But Liam Dawson has just conceded the 5 runs. There was a helping of 4 from a ball towards the end of his first over, and then that single just taken there by Critley. Yes, when you read something that doesn't seem to make sense like that, but it is right. Well, I have to say I'm surprised. Well done the Essex cricket feed, the Twitter feed, for getting that, and certainly it surprised me. But it's a dot ball at the end of the over. It's played up towards mid-wicket. 102 for 3 it is then. Critley 18, Allison 24. I mean, what I would say is somebody retires on 130 and you've got somebody else coming in. I don't know, that just doesn't feel right to me. I do absolutely back the fact that Thane should bat in the second innings, but although it works to Essex's advantage here, I'm not sure that's right. I've got to be honest. But 102 for 3, but well done on pointing that out to the Essex cricket.
Good research in there.
Yeah, well done, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that doesn't feel quite right to me. But it's almost taking things too far from one extreme to the other.
Yeah, I suppose like any new rule, it's always we're going into the unknown. So
yeah,
we'll have to see once we've got a good sort of spread of data. That's a beauty, absolute beauty. Turned Critley into an S there.
Because the problem I've got with that, Michael, if you've got somebody on a very hot day in grueling conditions, I remember there was once a case of Dean Jones batting for Australia and India, and Alan Border telling him to keep going. And you've got a double 100 or whatever, but you're really, really physically drained and you're feeling ill. You can't have somebody then, I'll take over now, a batter of equal ability who's not quite made the cut. No, just feels wrong. Feels odd.
Yeah, I'm born in the wrong era, mate. I would have loved the one where I don't have to field. Just come in.
Well,
you see it in the IPL now, super subs, don't they? They sub in, sub out. Just
that one just played defensively up to the offside. Didn't we have the Indian wicket keeper barely had to keep wicket in the series last year? He was just there with a batter, wasn't he? Now then we did have, you know,
that can work for me.
Yeah.
So Yusuf begins another over. Into Critley again, full of a length delivery, driving, not quite getting any timing, up to mid-off.
So there we go. Well, not only able to bat in the first innings, but Jonathan has been in touch and says, why can't Thane bowl? It makes more sense than batting, since Westley would have been able to bowl if he were fit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, it's a spinner against a seamer. My logic suggested if Thane really were like for like, he should therefore be able to bowl. Having him bat would be illogical, since it meant that 12 players are batting in the innings, which is what I totally agree with you, Jonathan. I think that's crackers, to be honest.
That's cricket. It's crackers.
Because you can drive a coach and horses through that, if you really wanted to. That's just a single, isn't it? Just played away out towards deep mid-wicket. But yeah. Anyway, we'll wait and see if Thane comes in and how well he does, because that will be the added twist for Hampshire if he goes on to make a good score.
Wow.
Anyway, 103 for 3 it is, with Critley and Allison together.
Yeah, Yusuf just surveying his field before he runs in to Allison. Bowls one short of a that's not got up too high. I think wrapping Allison in the midships, but he seems to be okay, walking down the pitch, doing a bit of gardening. Yeah, expecting that one just to get up a little bit higher than it did.
It doesn't change the fact, of course, it's a big setback for Essex, losing the captain. We don't know how long for, but
well, I think that's more the point, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the bigger point. That's the bigger picture.
You miss Tom Westley's experience, leadership.
Absolutely.
So Yusuf comes in again to Allison. Again, a wild swish at one outside off stump, but he's got away with it again. It's flown down to third man. It's just an area he needs to be a little bit careful, Allison. There's not a lot of control in that shot. I mean, he's still in relative trouble, Essex. The last thing they want now is to get out to a flamboyant shot like that. But get away with it. He's on to 28 from 25 balls.
So we've had a lively old day, haven't we, so far, with some good bowling. Hampshire, probably with a more experienced attack, may have just been a bit more consistent with their line and length and just increased the pressure on Essex, but some of the deliveries we've seen have been very good, notably the one from Abbott, who, of course, the one really experienced bowler in the seam attack, got a terrific delivery to get to Moulder when Moulder looked very well set, and Sonny Baker getting rid of Paul Walter, and then, of course, also with that blow to Tom Westley, which has forced him out of the game. So Critley on 19, Allison on 28. A bit of a partnership taking shape here. And this is steered away up towards long on for a single.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult to describe the Hampshire bowling effort so far. I think, look, obviously they're going in with a young attack, and you clearly can see they're another bowler of experience short. But I think the plans have been very defensive.
Dawson bowls, slipping a leg slip in as that's just played out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, just that, you know, that last ball. I mean, Critley. I mean, Liam Dawson starting with mid-on, mid-off back. You know, Critley's still relatively new to the crease. I think you still got to be thinking about how you getting these wickets, how you getting these guys out. Don't let them settle into a rhythm. I think it just feels a little bit trying to contain rather than go on the attack.
Slipping a short leg now as Dawson bowls, and this is worked away for possibly 2 out towards deep mid-wicket, and they're able to get back for the second run pretty comfortably, as they realise that Joe Wedderley's not going to be able to pick up cleanly and turn and throw and make them hurry unduly. So the 2 is added. Allison goes along to 30. Critley has 20. And now, of course, check what the score was when Tom Westley, because this is a decent partnership taking shape. 110 for 3.
Dawson in again.
Dawson bowls. Now it's just driven back, and Dawson fields in his follow through, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean,
10 for 3.
You know, just a finish my point there. I mean, already like Liam Dawson's taken the short leg out, which I think again is a mistake. You know, I would be playing on the ego of James Allison and say, right, try and hit me through there again.
He's got a short extra in.
Yeah.
As Dawson bowls and just floats that one up, and coming forward, Allison just plays it up into the onside, and there's no run. Allison 30 and Critley 20, 110 for 3.
Yeah, especially where there's not a lot of turn. I think, you know, Liam Dawson's, you know, he more slides the ball on to the pad. I feel the ball at this stage of the day will generally go to short leg.
It's thought it was going to be a shout for a possible LBW there as Dawson drifted that one in, but in the end Allison got some bat on it. 30 at a runner ball for him. Critley has 20, 110 for 3, and Essex will be pretty pleased now they know there are only 3 wickets down. 110 for 3, having lost 2 before lunch. Lost Tom Westley, but they do have Noah Thane to bat, and these two are starting to build a useful partnership.
Yeah, they've played really well. I think these two, they've been attacking where they've been allowed to be. They've capitalised on width early on. So Allison's been busy at the crease. He's not let the Hampshire bowlers settle in, which you must do in these conditions. I think he showed the right balance between defence and attack. I think Hampshire, as I said, just been guilty of just letting things meander a little bit. I think even before lunch, I felt, you know, the seam bowlers were a little bit on the defensive deep square back when there was no real need to. You've got to be thinking how to get wickets. As Yusuf comes in again, and that's close. It was a half an appeal, but Critley managed to get bat on it and scampers back for the 2.
Yeah, the one time when they had deep square back when I thought it made sense was when Baker was bowling, because they put that question mark in the batter's mind about whether he was going to bowl the short ball, and obviously, but for the others, particularly earlier on, I totally agree with you, it did seem a bit defensive, particularly bowling in these conditions. Yeah,
100%. I think Sonny Baker's obviously got the pace to, as I say, to try and ruffle a few feathers, use his short ball. That's what he's in the team for. But you know, your lesser pace bowlers, Eddie Jack, you know, I think needed to have those fielders in catching positions. As Yusuf comes in again, now employing a deep point now, which just chopped down for 1.
So we've seen a new rule coming into play. It's 62 was the score, by the way, so it means that these two have put together a 50 partnership. That was the score when Tom Westley retired hurt, so I believe so. That's a 50 partnership, and they've done very well.
Yeah, they have. As Yusuf comes into Allison again, short one outside off stump, and Allison again flashing outside off stump, that back foot punch that he likes, just missing out there.
It's one of those, in fact, might need to correct that. I'll come back to that in a moment, because
well, he lost Moulder.
Yeah, lost Moulder since, so no.
Yeah, so not quite.
It was before, so not quite as many.
So Yusuf
it's a 46 run partnership, not 50.
Again, bang on line and length. Yusuf.
It was almost very, very quickly afterwards, wasn't it? But you're right, Moulder was out after Westley retired hurt. But yeah, so it's 46 rather than 50, but it just underlines the point how well these two have done since that double setback for Essex, losing Westley to injury and then losing Moulder, who'd looked pretty set. So 67 for 3. Makes it slightly easier, the fact that Moulder got out after that, because it means that at least we've got a definite figure to work with without having to look back.
Again, nicely into position, Allison. Yusuf locking in on a good line of length here. Operating with a sort of deep backward point, kind of widest third man.
Yeah, and David in touch saying that I mean, I was making that point, that the fact you could drive up a coach and horses through it in theory with someone being tired, but David saying it has to be certified by the chief medical officer and approved by the match referee. And that one just steered away down towards third man. They get through for a single, and yeah. So the point being there that there is certification that needs to be done before they can replace somebody. And with Thane continuing Westley's innings, presumably the argument is that the wicket has not fallen, so the replacement is continuing the innings, much as the original batsman could return at the fall of a wicket if able to do so. Yeah, I mean, I sort of see that argument. I feel as though they've gone from one extreme to the other. That's my personal view, but we'll see how Thane gets on when he gets to the crease.
You could have a situation, isn't it, as you were saying earlier, where somebody gets about 130, gets wrapped on the pad, or wrapped on the finger, goes off, and then somebody else comes in fresh, gets another 130, and one bloke's got 260 in the game, effectively.
Sounds like my idea of bliss.
It sounds like one of your innings, to be honest, Carbs. So we are still undercover, but what has changed is that the ground staff, who were hovering around the hover cover, have decided that they're confident enough to make their way back to the tunnel. So one would presume that there is no imminent threat of any sort of wet stuff falling out of the sky at any time soon. So 114 for 3. Here's Dawson. Off the back foot there is Allison, trying to give himself a little too much room, gets an inside edge.
Very lucky there, Allison. Not sure that was really wide enough to try and cut, but that's what Liam Dawson's sort of setting him up for, isn't he? He's trying to slide the ball back onto that off stump.
He is not giving him any room whatsoever, bowling a very tight line. Carbs is pointing something out, which you'll explain in a minute as the ball goes back to Dawson.
Yeah, he got deep cover back, get him up in that ring, put that pressure on, force that young man to try and create something.
Yeah, almost try and hit it too square with the gap. That's exactly what he's trying to do, isn't it? Because there isn't too much on. When he can hit down towards deep mid off for a single, Allison just pushes forward quietly, but with the short extra cover and the deeper extra cover, leaves that gap through to backward a point. So yeah, he's trying to get him to back away and open the face of the bat a little too much and slide the ball in.
That's right.
114 for 3. Allison on 31. Dawson just steadies himself. He has a slip as well. Comes in again. Allison just works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Weatherly. He's back in the side, having only played 2 championship matches last season. He finds himself part of a new opening partnership. Nick Gubbins is the other one for Hampshire, which we shall find out when they reply to this total, whatever total that will be, as Dawson comes in again. Just floats that one up and it's driven down to deep mid-off. Eddie Jack is the fielder. 115 for 3. Got an email here from Vicky Barron, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Please could you give a shout out to my boyfriend Jack? We are driving down from London to visit his family in the New Forest. As Dawson bowls and turned away by Critley to mid-wicket. End of the over. Dawson's completed 4 overs, none for 9, and one hasn't turned yet. We're not expecting it to. Vicky goes on to say, listening along to your broadcast, thank you, keep up the good work. Very nice. London to the New Forest. The New Forest is lovely, even in this weather.
It is.
Yeah. I had a very nice meal at the New Forest a couple of days ago, a nice luncheon.
At the Pig.
No, it wasn't the Pig. I can't afford to eat there if I'm honest, Carbs. This was at Mirabelle's. Other restaurants in the New Forest available, of course. Yes, it was a luncheon, birthday luncheon, a couple of days ago. Have you eaten there?
I haven't eaten that particular restaurant, but I have eaten, spent a bit of time in the New Forest. Quite lovely. Yeah. Being a boy from London, you don't see too much greenery. It's all concrete. So it's nice to see a few donkeys and horses.
Well, the New Forest is getting that way in parts. Anyway, as we say, there are plenty of other restaurants, so we must move on quickly.
So it looks like Sonny Baker is going to be back into the attack from the pavilion end. Can he shake things up a little bit? Feel Hampshire need a wicket. So it's just gone a little bit flat at the moment from their perspective. It's not quite sure where they're going to get their next pole from.
I think Essex have batted really well, actually.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Played the ball late on the whole, haven't they? Which is exactly what you should do.
I think they found a good balance, as I said before. You know, they've punished anything off length, off line, not let those Hampshire bowlers settle in. That's what you want in these conditions. If the batsmen are shouldering arms to even the bad balls, you always feel you're in with a chance on the bowling side, but they just haven't let Hampshire get away with much.
No.
So, Sonny Baker begins his run up, hop, skip and a jump. He's into the crease. Allison, who's driving away a full toss, which didn't quite get hold of, almost hit the bottom half of the bat for no run, chastising himself. Feels he's missed out on a 4-ball opportunity there. But good that Baker's adopting a fuller length. You've still got to be brave on these sort of wickets, try and get the ball up there, moving around under these lights. Pitch got a tinge of green, so still something in there for the seamers. As he begins his run again, that little jump, bustles into the crease, into Allison, short of a length delivery this time round, and it's played gently to almost the next pitch. That's what you call soft hands, isn't it?
Very soft.
Yeah.
Bounced a bit. Do you know, I thought you made a really good point earlier, and you just got hinted again. Well, okay, no, you make lots.
I don't make many.
Mate, you make lots of good points. You make lots, and I know you are popular when you're on here because you say it as it is, and that's what everybody wants. I'll come back to that.
Sonny Baker just at the top of his mark. Hop and into the wicket to Allison. It's back and across, and again nicely in position.
I think it's fair to say that with the attack that Hampshire had just after COVID and up until last year, and I'm talking about Abbas, Abbott, and Barker, that there's a fair chance, let's be honest, that Essex will be pretty much 7, 8, 9 down by now, purely because they're all experienced. But we are in a new age with a younger bowling attack. But I think what I already detect is that I'll come back to that.
Baker again begins to Allison again. It's very solid indeed. Get through that, he says.
Yeah.
Good.
Everybody's looking at the batting and at the bowling, and there are lots of youngsters, and everybody wants to see improvement from at least 1 or 2 this year. Not everybody's going to make a stride forward. Hopefully they all will, but not everybody will. But I think if this game was played last year, I think Essex would have probably another 50 or 60 runs at this stage. I already see, the youngsters being a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think if you've been a part of the club, you've been part of this club for many, many years, as I have, and again, you're still fans of the club and you want to see it move forward. And I think, you want to see these young players being taught the game the right way, being good thinkers, being able to take control of their own game. I did stints with you last year. We witnessed some pretty tough days watching Hampshire in the field as Baker comes in for the last ball of the over. Again, nice and steady, back of a length. And again, for these players, as well, it is, Jamie, it's kind of the finishing school now for them, isn't it? It's learning those little nuanced things as bowlers, how to bowl. It's easy to bowl when the ball is moving around all over the place, but this is where you earn your salt as a bowler, isn't it? You're 40 odd overs in, the ball's lost a bit of zip, the pitch is not probably doing as much, the batters are set, and this is where you earn your respect, your stripes as a bowler. Can you keep skin in the game? Can you keep control of the scoreboard? Can you find different ways? And that's part of now for me, the finishing part of their learning. You might feel differently coming from the bowling aspect, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the runs per over so far, and we are, it's a small sample. There's only 43 overs gone, but Sonny Baker, was going for a few and over last year. His 8 overs, he's going for 2 3/4 and over.
Yeah.
Eddie Jack, who again is, does go for a few. They're all good, they're both good bowlers. He's going for 3.6 and over. He's Dawson. Full delivery, worked on the onside by Critley through mid-wicket. It won't quite go all the way to the rope. It is the short boundary side, 2 runs on 17 for 3. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, as I say, I think last year you could have upped those numbers a bit. And I think already we are seeing a bit of progression on the bowling side from the youngsters. And of course, ideally, that's the 50 partnership, by the way. That's the ripple of applause you heard. 85 balls, that 50 has come up for the 4th wicket. And I think if we see similar progression from the batting, then I think, you know, I think people will be happy. I don't think people are expecting a lot. That's driven out towards extra cover. And as I speak, the ground staff are making their way back towards the hover cover. So that's not good news, although it's not actually raining right now, but it may do.
Yeah,
so I'm seeing improvement here, Carbs.
Yeah, look, I think, remember, I suppose it is day one. I guess if we're having this same conversation in July.
Oh, he's almost gone under the bat, almost through.
Yeah, if we're having these same conversations in July, you know, I'm looking at Sonny Baker on maybe a more straw-coloured looking pitch with the Kookaburra ball, if they're doing that worthwhile experiment again.
Yeah.
Then and we're still looking at those figures in the same way. Then you'd say, yeah, absolutely, progression on the bowling front. I still have some concerns on the batting side of things. Liam Dawson comes in again.
Was it you? Have I nicked your over? Apologies.
I think you might have. That's right.
Oh, go on. You keep going.
But yeah, like I still think, you know, and it's something that's, you know, I've looked for far from a long time. You know, Hampshire top order now, I think, have to now start to put runs on the board. I think to give those bowlers an opportunity to win them some games. I think that's been the issue, that there just hasn't been enough runs scored. And I'm looking at now your more experienced guys, your Weatherleys, you know, guys that have been around a long time. I think it's a big season for someone like him. Where's his career going from a promising youngster? He hasn't quite, you know, I don't think you'll mind me saying this either, his career hasn't quite taken off in the way I would have liked, he would have liked. So it'd be interesting to see what modifications, what he's done to improve this season. You know, you want to see someone like him now weigh in with a big season, 1,200 runs, you know, really make that statement season. Liam Dawson, top of his mark. It's famous amber lin to the crease. Lets it go. Flatter delivery. Just Allison on the back foot, playing out the over. Yeah, I guess that's what we're talking about, isn't it? It's just a small incremental.
Yeah.
Look, they're going to have bad days. You know, they're young players and they're still figuring it out. But I suppose this is where you, as a Hampshire fan of ex-players, you want to see that. As the rain, looks like players are popping off. I think that rain's got a little bit too heavy.
Yes, it has. Yes, almost caught me unawares there, Carbs. But the ground staff knew it was coming. You can hear the engine of the hover cover starting in the distance, just in front of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and as Michael Carberry says, the players are making their way back up to the far end of the ground. And we are going to get a break in play with Essex on 118 for 3. I think showers are about as much as what's forecast this afternoon, so don't go anywhere too far, because this may only be for a short time. We may get one or two of these, but I don't think anything is prolonged, and we will get a bit more play. But with Matt Critley on 26 and Charlie Allison on 32, Essex after 44 overs, 118 for 3. A couple of wickets for Kyle Abbott, one for Sonny Baker. Tom Westley has injured a finger, unfortunately for him, and he's being replaced by Noah Thane in this game, and Thane will bat at some point in this first innings. And with the hover cover making its way over the actual playing surface, we will take a break, and we'll be back with you as soon as the players and the umpires walk back out to the middle. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are heading into the evening session on day one of this opening day of the county championship season, the men's county championship season. The two umpires just having a chat there out there in the middle. It's been overcast throughout today. We've had 44 overs only to this point. We started late at 11:45. Hampshire winning the toss, asking Essex to bat first, and Essex have reached 118 for 3 at this stage, with Matt Critley on 26 not out and young Charlie Allison on 32 not out. 3 wickets that have fallen, 2 in the morning session, such as it was. We had an hour and a quarter up until a normal lunch break. Dean Elgar out in the first over, well caught by Ben Mays, making his championship debut, the 18-year-old. Diving to his left, 2 hands in the gully area. Kyle Abbott picking him up for 2, and then Sonny Baker picking up Paul Walter, caught behind for 9. Essex lunched at 37 for 2 off 17 overs. And then in the afternoon, the 1 wicket that has fallen is that of Moulder, bowled by Kyle Abbott. Absolute beauty that just nipped back and knocked the middle stump out of the ground. He went for 17. Just before that, Captain Tom Westley was forced off the field after a nasty short delivery from Sonny Baker. Pinned his finger onto the handle of the bat. He went off. He was 28 not out, and he is the first person to fall under this new injury rule that's been brought in by the ECB for this season. It is a trial for this season, where if a player can take no further part in the game, and we've been told that he won't, then a player like for like can take over and play a full part in the game. So Noah Thane will get to bat at some point in this innings and pick up where Tom Westley left off. So Kyle Abbott has 2 for 20 from 12, probably deserved another wicket or 2 on top of that. Cody Youssef has looked steady, but hasn't picked up a wicket, none for 38 from his 13. He's got the ball to shape away quite nicely, but perhaps not quite as accurate as Kyle Abbott. Sonny Baker with 1 for 22 from 8. Eddie Jack, none for 22 from 6. And Liam Dawson's had 5 overs, none for 12, no spin. Your commentary team this evening is, as it's been throughout the day, Michael Carberry, former Hampshire and England batter, is still with us. I'm Kevin James, and next to us from BBC Essex, it's Nick Gledhill. Nick.
Yeah, hello again, Kevin. We're not going to see all 44 of these overs that are left, that's for sure, in these very overcast conditions. But we'll hopefully see a decent amount if the weather stays reasonable as we start this post-tee session with a ball from Kyle Abbott that is just flicked away towards square leg, and they scamper through for a quick single as Youssef's not quite able to pick it up cleanly. So well, we've had a few emails about what happened with Tom Westley and the injury replacement. Say a bit of discussion about it. I think you could say that the rule has gone from one extreme to the other, and it was very unfair on the batting side if you lost to somebody in the first innings and had just 10 players for the rest of the game. That's certainly been compensated now, as this is a delivery which is edged and goes past third slip and away for 4 down to the third man boundary. It was a controlled shot from Allison, who's batted really quite superbly, gone along to 36 from 48 balls, being the innings of the day for Essex so far. Critchley 27, Westley did make 28 before he was forced out of the game, so he's out of the game, and Noah Thane replaces him but is allowed to bat in the first innings. On some of the emails we've had regarding the discussion about substitutes playing an active part in the game, says Richard Martin, if a substitute is not allowed to participate in the first innings, how will the new rule work if the injury happened to a player in the second innings? I think my feeling, Richard, on this is that Westley's retired out, and that therefore his innings is over, and that's the way I think it possibly is a fair way of looking at it. It's played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run, so he's retired out. He can't take any further part in the innings. That would be my reading of it, but obviously the rule doesn't say that. It means that Thane can replace him. So that one just played defensively. The Grumbler says that injury replacements are controversial. When they came in rugby, they were seen as a good thing, but ended up being abused in the Bloodgate scandal. Where they work the best is an example like Jordan Cox at Surrey a few years ago when he missed both innings due to having an appendix emergency. This is played defensively, a crouching defensive shot up into the offside from Allison off Abbott, and there's no run. And he couldn't be replaced, and basically it meant that the batting side just had 10 each time. That Jordan Cox, playing at Surrey with an injury, he missed both innings in that game with the appendix problem. You're quite right, thinking back to that one, the Grumbler. Couldn't be replaced, and Essex had 10 players each time, so that's an example of certainly it working against the batting side. As Abbott, it's still quite gloomy light here with the lights on, bowls, and that's played up into the covers. Didn't quite time that, Allison. It just rolls out to cover, and there's no run. And that was an early season 6-pointer, which Essex lost quite narrowly, and had they won, it might have made a big difference in the title race. So, yeah, that's an example of where the old rule wasn't fair, where somebody missed both innings and a side were playing with 10 players. Ralph saying that, loving the coverage regarding the new rule. One, it seems odd the bowling side only being asked to take 10 wickets per innings. That's why I thought this rule is okay, even though it leaves a bad taste initially. Thank you for that, Ralph, as Abbott bowls, and that's played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, as I say, Ralph, it's interesting. We weren't aware of this rule allowing players to play in the same innings as the player who's been injured. And as I say, I think when Michael and Kevin came together, they were talking about somebody who had just made 130 and a guy coming in fresh. And if you've got in demanding conditions for a bowling attack, I just feel they've gone from one extreme to the other. I think if you just said, right, Fane can bat in the second innings and can't bowl, fine. Yeah. 123 for 3, Critley 27 and Allison 36.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, we are talking about Tom Westley, probably being the first person to fall under this new injury rule when he left the field just after 2 o'clock, having been hit by a nasty short delivery by Sonny Baker on the finger. It's going to be Eddie Jack from the pavilion end. Not pavilion end, the hotel end.
He did bowl well, Baker, but I think the inexperience of the Hampshire attack has just been shown up a little bit in these conditions, haven't they?
Yeah. So here's Eddie Jack then, right arm over. That's driven nicely through the vacant mid-off area by Matt Critchley. They're jogging through, but they always know it's going to be 4 runs. Half volley to get Eddie Jack's spell underway. 127 for 3. Just another take on this situation. Andy Pye has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, here's my partisan Essex opinion. I think it's absolutely right that the substitute is allowed to bat in the first innings because Westley retired not out. If Westley had been dismissed and then been replaced, of course Thane would not then be allowed to bat in the first innings. It's through down the leg side to Ben Brown, because that would be 12 batters and 11 wickets. That's right. A lot of false analogies have been quoted about batters being tired and then being able to retire, but that's not the case. And goes on to mention about football. They're allowed to be substituted at any stage in the match. So yeah, it is a trial for a year, as the ECB have stated, and they will see how it is. They wanted to go just that little step further than other countries around the world. That's nicely played wide and mid-on this time by Critchley. Again, it's over-pitched here from Eddie Jack. And Essex move on to 131 for 3, and Critchley on to 35. Still overcast here. We had a little bit of sunshine, not very much, in the afternoon session. Still lots of cloud around, but fortunately the ground staff aren't anywhere near the hover cover, so they are not expecting any rain. The crowd, such as it is, I think we've lost a few, I think, sometime this afternoon. Decided that maybe it's a little too cold. That's a better length, and it's played quietly back to the bowler by Critchley. So Elgar for 2, Walter for 9. They were the 2 wickets before lunch, and then we and Moulder for 17 have got an absolute beauty from Kyle Abbott, nipping back, knocking the middle stump all right out of the ground. He went for 17. Those are the 3 genuine wickets that have fallen, but of course Westley as well. Eddie Jack turns and runs away from us. He's got 2 slips currently. It's down the leg side, that's flicked away down to fine leg. Is that gone fine? It has, and it's gone for 4 more. So 3 boundaries in this over. And this is where Hampshire just need to be a little careful. You're right, what you said, Nick, that it is a young attack. Abbott's aside, of course. And I think on the whole they've been okay today. They haven't leaked too many runs. They did have sessions and games last year where it was a struggle for Hampshire to keep the game under control, and on the whole they have today. Probably should have picked up another wicket or two, but even so, you know, what you don't want then is a situation now where you just have a 4 or 5 over period where Essex just get away a little bit. 135 for 3. Jack in again to Critley. Again, it's on the line of leg stump. Worked away behind square. 136 for 3. Expensive over, 13 off it. Jack has now bowled 7 overs, none for 35.
Yeah, I certainly think it's right, but they brought in, you know, the rule that you could replace a player through injury during the game. As I say, it's just a question of, you know, you don't know how many the injured players got, and you've got somebody starting fresh who's going to be, you know, a specialist batter if it's like for like. I suppose it's less of an impact with the bat in that case if your number 11 gets injured and you've got somebody of similar batting capability. But we shall see if Essex can take advantage of it. And from a situation where 67 for 3, and we were thinking it might be 67 for 4 with Westley having been forced out of the game, suddenly you're looking at a board saying 136 for 3, and it is 3. And Essex have done pretty well in these demanding conditions today as Abbott bowls, and that's delivery which Critley, in the end, with decent judgment, decides that the line is far enough away not to have to offer a shot, and it might just have been coming back into him slightly.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
But it's turned into a pretty decent situation for Essex. They might feel as though they've got through the worst of it with the new ball and the sort of maybe the dampness and the cloud of the older ball now. As Abbott comes in, bowls, and Critley on the drive, not quite timing it, sent it up to cover, and there's no run. He's actually overtaken Allison. He's done most of his scoring recently. He's gone to 40 from 68. So that wicket went at 67. Westley retiring her at 62, and then we had Moulder at 67, who looked very good before Kyle Abbott bowled probably the ball of the day to get him. And at that point, Hampshire very much on top, but 136 for 3. So these two have taken it along quite nicely since then. Adding a further 69 runs it will be, as here there's almost a stifle shot for LBW as Critley in the end was looking to play it away into the onside, and it rolls up towards cover. Thought he might just have been able to sneak through there, but the mere fact that Charlie Allison's batting at number 6 just underlines how strong Essex's batting is in depth now, and the fact that they've got Rothesay, who we thought when he'd been left out of the team wasn't going to play in this game. Well, he is now. But I say the downside for Essex, they will be without Tom Westley. Certainly for that Somerset game, it depends on the extent of the injury. Could be out for a while, as that's a good delivery from Abbott, which beats the defensive shot of Critley, beats him outside the off stump. Still 3 slips with Abbott bowling, but just that concern for Hampshire, the extent of the consistent backup. Yusuf, I thought, bowled pretty well in his first, but hasn't looked particularly threatening since. And of course, Sonny Baker is going to be the sort of bowler who'll bowl short, sharp spells rather than being a workhorse. 136 for 3. As Critley on the drive sends it to mid-on, and there's no run. Elgar out for 2 in the first over, and Walter for 9 before lunch. And then Westley retired hurt at 28. It was a decent innings from him. He was fed a few 4 balls by certainly Yusuf in particular, but battled for that 28 before he sustained the finger injury. And then Vian Moulder looked very impressive in reaching 17 before he was actually pulled all ends up by a terrific delivery from Kyle Abbott. As here, Critley just again props forward, sends it up towards mid-wicket. The end of Abbott's over, 136 for 3. Officially there's over 40 overs left, but let's see, we're not going to see those. 2 for 25 in 14. Kyle Abbott leading the attack with his usual skill, but you might find that at times this season he's missing the Keith Barkers and the Mohammed Abbases, who of course have been such great stalwart partners for him over the years. Of course he lost Abbas last year, and of course Barker has now gone back to Warwickshire.
Yeah, 45 left in the day. That's an awful long time in these conditions. It's an awful long time in any conditions.
I mean, no way can we be playing after 6:30
Well, that's been on the whole time as Eddie Jack comes in. That's played late by Allison. Steers
Anyway,
that out in front of point.
It's good to have a bit of incident and not good for Tom Westley, mind you, but it's good to get back into the swing of things with a really interesting, contentious point. Thank you for all the emails on that. It's gone from a rule that certainly was very much against the batting side to one that, as I say, possibly it's gone a little bit too far the other side, but I think the consensus for most of you think it's still fairly fair.
Jack in again, bowls, length ball. Allison works that to mid-wicket. Email here from Liam Williamson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Glad to be back and hope you all wintered well. Although with the weather today, it feels like it's still here. Yes, it does a bit. Yesterday afternoon was perfect. That'd have been perfect to start the season. Jack into his 8th over here. Has the 2 slips. Comes in again and bowls. Allison's forward comfortably enough. He does look a very well organised little player, does Charlie Allison.
And to say he's gone down to number 6 now, so I think there was a case for keeping him at 4, but I can understand with Moulder's credentials why he would bat at number 4. But he's every bit as capable as batting in that number 4 slot, Charlie Allison. And who knows, if he makes a big 100 here, he might even force a newcomer down a slot in the batting lineup. But of course, we've got to bear in mind that situation will probably resolve itself because Tom Westley won't be in the side for the next game, so he could be back at number 4.
Still pepper to come as well. Short ball. Allison ducks underneath it. And Harmer. Still plenty of batting here.
They don't want to move Allison around too much, but Ian Moulder did bat at number 3 when he got that 100 against Zimbabwe, so I could see him. The only issue is if Essex are batting second after spending a long time in the field, and he's bowled quite a few overs, but he could easily bat at 3 and Allison at 4 in the next game, which Westley wouldn't be available for.
Jack in again, pushed out into the covers by Allison. When you look around the ground, I have to say it does feel very wintry. Everybody has a very big coat on and hood, and those that are sitting down look like they're shivering, and those walking around the ground just look as though they're trying to shrug off the breeze. It's a very wintry scene out there. Jack runs away again past the umpire. Allison pushes forward, keeps a little low. But in a way, I suppose we've done quite well to play as much as we have.
Certainly looking at the forecast as it was a week ago for today, we've done pretty well. Leicestershire might feel they've done quite well to drag Sussex back to 262 for 6 at Leicester. Tom Clark got 101 from 164 balls with 9 4s and 4 6s after a quick fire 56 at the start from Tom Haynes. Remember, Sussex starting 12 points below everybody else, so they'll be looking to try and drag back, particularly against a side like Leicestershire, who might be sort of one of those sides near the bottom of the table. So they've made a decent start. This is clipped away. It's a good-looking shot. That's gone for 4. It's gone through mid-wicket, over pitch from Abbott, and nicely played by Critley. And we just thought at the start of the day that this pitch might turn out to look a fairly decent one for batting, and now against the older ball that appears to be the case. 140 for 3. There's certainly a lot less happening, and this partnership's starting to be a threat to Hampshire. They put on 73. They've more than doubled the score, and Critley there getting on his pads. Probably a bit of a surprise from Carl Abbott, and he was able to put it away in some style.
Good season last year, Critley, averaging 42.
Here's Abbott again. Ball, and that's displayed back down the pitch. Goes up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And a typical Surrey recovery. Maybe a few words from Alex Stewart, but 65 for 6 has become 199 for 6 at Edgbaston. And it's Ben Folkes who didn't have a good time last season, 61, and Tom Laws 73. They bat a long way down. Tom Laws coming in at number 8. 199 for 6. They're going to get a respectable score Sorry, in that game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. 3 slips waiting as Abbott comes in, bowls, and here Critley, who just lost his timing a bit with that one, sent it up towards mid-wicket. I think he was thinking of something similar to the boundary earlier in the over, but it wasn't really quite there, and he hit it straight to Baker at mid-wicket. So David started well for Hampshire, 67 for 3 with Westley out, and now they've got Noah Thane still to come in along with Michael Pepper, and they've got to dislodge these two, of looking quite secure at the moment as Critley plays a stroke up into the covers this time, and there's no run, but there's less of a threat with the ball certainly now compared to earlier on. So yeah, it's an awful lot of overs still left. 43 overs after this, and so I just can't see those being bowled. I don't know where we are with the over 8, so -1, but there's no way we'll get through those on an evening when basically the light is the same as it is in early September. This is a good delivery from Abbott, and Critley was thinking of running the ball down there, but in the end was probably quite pleased he didn't get any bat on that, because that could easily have just come off an edge. Whether it would have flown to slip is another matter, because he might have had soft enough hands to keep the ball down, but kept it away from the edge of his bat. Graham in touch. Thank you, Graham. River stand regular. Just saying that we're just reminding everyone there's no Kookaburra Bowl rounds this year, which is probably a source of cheer all round. So that's played away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. As we found out last year, Kookaburra rounds and heat waves do not mix in terms of producing exciting cricket, particularly that round at the end of June. I remember when Essex were in York, Surrey made 800. I think Yorkshire had a big late order stand, didn't they, with the Kookaburra Ball, and I can't remember if Hampshire were playing, but basically I think people were fairly disheartened, Kevin, last year when what little midsummer cricket we had wasn't the genuine article because of the Kookaburra Ball. 140 for 3.
Well, we had a situation at your place, didn't we?
Yes, with a pitch where really Essex underachieved in the first innings, and from then on couldn't really win the game, but they did. The conditions were good enough with some hard work to save it.
Yeah, the ball that for both sides really struggling to beat the bat, really. Umpires are having a look at this ball, which is something you don't often get with the Kookaburra, to its credit. With the Dukes, of course, it's a little different, and as I speak I think the umpires are going to change the ball. So here we are, we're going to have the first ball change of the season. Probably not all around the country, but certainly in this game. So we've had, what, 49 overs with this one, which I suppose is one of the better ones.
Yes, they've tried the Kookaburra at various times of the season, thinking that in midsummer it might be a better time to try it to encourage spinners, but as I say, the combination particularly of heat wave conditions and the Kookaburra Ball was no good. When it was tried early season, the issue was you're just so far away from replicating conditions that you get in Australia in November, but it really wasn't worth it with soft English pitches, and basically it turned into batting paradise. So it's yeah, not particularly been a great experiment. We did of course have one long delay with Tom Westley's injury, so that partly explains why we're so far behind.
So the black box is open. The umpires are discussing which ball in that box bears the closest resemblance to the ball that will shortly make its way somewhere. It'll be used in nets, want it to practice with and what have you. What Nick was saying earlier, Dave Clouting, I missed that email from earlier, apologies, just to confirm that yes, there's no Kookaburra balls this year. He's watching in the warm in St Dennis, he says, which for those of you that don't know, it's a area of Southampton, not too far away from here.
Graham, who mentioned the Kookaburra Ball, was saying he was going to come today, but due to the weather forecast and rail replacement bus service, it's better to watch on the stream. Probably a good idea, Graham. I mean, it's I think there's some nicer weather towards the end of the game if it builds up into a good contest, but it's quite a challenge actually to go a distance in April to go and support your side, isn't it? You never know quite what conditions and particularly what sort of temperatures you're going to get. So having said that, the first Thursday in March, they could have been playing cricket at 9 a.m. It was so warm and sunny.
All those people that have gone away for the Easter weekend, it's a little bit of a rough start.
Eddie Jackett's going to be. Comes in to bowl, and Agad's short, and it's going to be cut away, and Jack's just struggling a bit here. It's his 9th over, none for 39. That was short, and Allison seized on it, and he goes into the 40s, and this partnership is starting to become a real issue for Hampshire. They came together at 67, and it's now 144 for 3. Allison 40, Critley 44. Allison's probably taken the limelight in terms of his shots, but Critley has been a workmanlike innings. He's put the bad ball away, as both have, and both have done extremely well.
You've done some overtime there, Nick.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I know, I didn't realise. Yeah,
right, we'll let Michael back in.
Eddie Jack, that's driven into the ground and fielded by Jack on his follow-through. Didn't realise the time, it's going so fast. We're enjoying ourselves so much here.
Nice to be back.
Yes. Well, this looks a comfortable little period here for Essex, doesn't it?
Yeah, again, they've played really well, I've got to say. Allison, he's been busy, he's just not allowed Hampshire to get away with anything loose. And that's how you have to bat in these conditions. You know, it's tough enough when the bowlers get on that good length, but as soon as they stray, you've got to put them away.
And he likes a bit of width outside the off stump, doesn't he, Allison? He just pushes that defensively out to Gubbins in the covers.
But for me, that's the area he's been impressive, right? Is in defence. He's looked solid. You know, he's not looked jerky. It's not looked tentative. It's been rock solid. Got in good solid positions. You know, look, he has a few quirks here and there. He's a bit bottom-handed. You know, the bat's flapping around, but that's kind of the modern way now of a lot of players. But he's looked, you know, he's looked in command, and that's the main thing when the ball's moving around.
Here's Jack again. Bowls, short one. Good pace, but Allison ducks underneath that one comfortably enough. It's a bit of a buzz. Apologies if there's a bit of a hum. Just trying to work out where it's coming from and what position to put a few cables in to get rid of it. I'm not having much success at the moment. He seems to come and go at random.
It's always when I'm on.
Well, it
might be me.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it just seems a bit random at times. There's no theory behind it, but anyway. Here's Jack. It's just pushed out to Gubbins once more. So yes, you need to be a bit of a die-hard cricket fan to be out there at the moment in these conditions. We had saying earlier, I think we've lost a few in the crowd. I detected there was a few more around lunchtime than there is now.
Hot chocolate.
Yeah, well, yeah. Wherever that hot chocolate is probably where most of the people are.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier that before the start of play there was a minute's silence for the late Robin Smith. Allison cuts that away. He does hit that shot hard. He was almost with 2 feet off the ground there. He seemed to like that so much, that width.
Yeah, he's said Eddie Jack. He's bowled some good balls in his spell, but again he's guilty of just that 1-4 ball and over, isn't he? He hasn't quite locked in, able to finish those overs well, build up those maidens. I think that's what Hampshire have kind of lacked in this little period after tea. They just haven't really been able to string those maidens together, build that pressure again. Yeah. You know, it's always key, isn't it? After batsmen have had a bit of a break away from batting, you've got to get hold of that first half an hour, really apply that pressure, make it difficult. But balls like that, I mean, you welcome those as a bat. I can tell you that now.
Definitely. Tell you what, Cops, go a pace to your right, see if that makes a difference. A little. Yeah, should we try that?
I knew it was me, mate.
Well, no, it's not you. No, it's just the combination. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Abbott starts a new over into Critley. That's nicely worked through straight mid-wicket. Tumbling dive, stop for 1 run.
Yeah, he's licked a few boundaries, hasn't he, Eddie Jack, since tea?
Yeah, I think, mate, again, just we talked about earlier, isn't it? I mean, it's a very experienced bowling lineup. These guys have barely played 20 games, so you have to make some allowances. Again, you know, this is where they're going to learn out in the middle. So you hope that they do learn from these experiences. And dare I say it, look, they're going to learn by bowling to the better players, aren't they? Players who will punish them. as soon as they're offline, and that's where your greatest learning curve is.
Well, it's nice to get early season runs under your belt, and these two out there in the middle are approaching their half centuries. Charlie Allison actually got an 88 not out on the recent tour to South Africa. Played against the South African Cricket Club 11.
Into bowl again. That's nicely played by Allison. Head right over the ball there, holds the pose. Yeah, he looks impressive, doesn't he? He looks very organised, knows his game, so knows his strengths. He's obviously very strong, square the wicket, short man, so you'd expect that.
Yeah.
They like the cut, they like the pull.
But there are some players, as you know, Carbs, outside the off stump that they don't sort of get their weight and they don't get in good positions. He seems to get in perfect positions outside the off stump, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing I do like. Just, you know, first time I've really watched him at any close quarters. And what I like is how still he is in defence. You know, you see a lot of players who maybe aren't as confident in their defence. You know, it's almost like a half measure, you know, that they're not really backing themselves, they're almost plonking the bat on the ball, whereas his head is right on top of the ball. You know, and that, once you see that as a fielder, I mean, you know that a guy is in command of, as I say, of your best ball, and that's danger signs for me.
Yeah.
As Abbott begins his run, slightly wide of the crease, into Allison again, who's driving, again, just missing out. I'd like that one to go a bit straighter. If it was straighter at that mid-off fielder, you feel that was another boundary. Yeah, he looks a good prospect, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that he got runs against us up at Chelmsford last year, and you thought, this guy, there's just something about him. Essex fans, of course, will know that there's something about him, but when he goes around the country and we see him not so often, we're starting to learn.
Absolutely. So Abbott comes in again, past the umpire, and Allison leaves well. Extravagantly outside off stump, both arms in the air, letting that go through to keeper Ben Brown. It's another over complete.
And another over nearer the end of the play. But there are still 41. That is an awful long time. Mike Martin's been on the emails. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I've been out for the morning, so just catching up. Enjoyed Ben Mays' catch. Yeah, we did. Two beauties from Abbott and Baker. Just looking at Hampshire's batting. Looks a little thin with a long tail. It does. A bit of a tail. You might have mentioned this already, but where is Fletcher Middleton? As I understand it, he's fit and was available for selection. He just didn't make the squad. As well, Toby Albert was in the squad but didn't make the final 11, and Ali Orr also didn't make the squad. Joe Weatherly has a good technique but needs to take his chance with some big scores. Yes, he's been given another chance here. And what do we know about Yusuf's batting? Well, I don't know much about Cody Yusuf's batting, if I'm honest. We're going to find out, basically. He's more of a bowling all-rounder, that's for sure. Great to have you back, he says. As the Essex commentator said, there are no trains today, so I couldn't make it to the ground. I didn't realise there was no train. And the weather is dodgy. Maybe Monday if the weather looks okay. Here's to proving the experts who say we are going down wrong. Name names. Who's those experts that said Hampshire are going down? Expose them. Dawson's on for a second spell as he's pushed out into the covers by Critley. Critley picks up 1, moves on to 46. And Essex move on to 152 for 3. I think it's fair to say, and this is my opinion, I think Carbs agrees that I think Hampshire staying up will be a good job. Yes. It'll be a job done if they stay up, I think.
Yeah, I think that's something to build upon, I think.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough saying in Division 1, as we know, and I think that would be the first thing on the agenda.
Yeah. They are very lucky to be playing in this division this season, as we've mentioned a few times. That's defensive there from Allison. I think Durham. Well, have Durham done Hampshire a favour? At this stage, yes, they have. As the season goes on, we'll find out if they've done them a favour or they've just given them a stay of execution. Let's hope it's the former. Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the club's got some big decisions to make in the next couple of years, haven't they? I mean, you've got Liam Dawson now entering 36, Kyle Abbott nearing 40. So again, you're with a one eye to the future. You've got to be looking at who's the next, next coming through.
Yeah. Allison again is forward,
which you could also see as an exciting time as well for the club. Remember a time when the likes of Liam Dawson and James Vince and Michael Bates and names like that were coming through. Tentative time, but an exciting time as well. There was some real talent there.
Yeah, you've just got to be patient. That's always difficult, I think. That's turned away on the leg side, quick single. 153 for 3. I think that can be, because we're mainly talking about Hampshire here, but I think because there's been a nucleus of a good setup for quite a long time now, and you were part of that, Carbs, and the players you mentioned earlier that all came through at the same time. Always an edge as he pushes forward. It goes through the vacant second slip area. Whether it carried or not, I'm not sure. But he certainly pushed at that, did Critley. About a long way away from the head as he played it. 2 runs he picks up though at the end of that Dawson over, 155 for 3. I think there is a good crop of youngsters. It's just when you've had such a good period, and we're talking, I don't know, 10, 12, 13, 14 years for Hampshire, really. On the whole, there's been odd times where it's got a little bit tricky, but there's been a lot of good players over a long period. That now where all of a sudden the makeup of the side is a lot of promising players, you've just got to rein it back in, the expectations, just for a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, all these things are cyclical, aren't they? There'll be times where you're producing a lot of great talent, and there's times where, like everything, what goes up must come down. I think creating a good culture is key for me. With if you have got a situation where you've got a lot of young players, I think it's important they're learning in the right environment. As Sonny Baker begins a new over to Allison, again nicely on the back foot. Making sure that you get the right balance between protection, encouragement, and let's be honest, professional sport's a tough environment. It's a competitive environment, and sometimes you say harsh things to protect players in a good way as well, to make sure they're not slipping into a soft culture. And I think that's kind of really where these guys are going to learn and become top quality players.
Yeah.
So just angled in from Baker. Allison pushes that one to read on, because I think that's where you've got the makings of a good team, isn't it? I mean, those names I mentioned before, when why they came in and had a lot of success, certainly in the white ball stuff, because if you looked at that team at the time, you had a lot of experience, but a team that we knew our niche, we knew how we were going to play, and everybody knew their role. So integrating a young Liam Dawson, James Vince, these kind of players, they felt very secure in that environment. But also a team that wasn't shy of having a harsh word or two when it was needed in the right way. And everyone took those words on the chin and tried to get better. And I think that's the culture you want to try and create, certainly over the next couple of years, because the projections look exciting. There's some pace. There's some strong looking bowlers. Eddie Jack looks a good prospect. Looks to have some good skills. Sonny Baker, again, you're looking at these guys to lead in the next year to 2 years. As he comes in again to Critley off the back foot. And then let's say on the batting front, again, the same has to be. You're looking now at your older statesmen, Joe Revelleys, these kind of guys. Can they now be the leaders of the batting group? Take these guys through to the, really pile on big runs. I mean, no better place to apply your trade every day, which is here at the Rose Bowl, Utilita Bowl. Almost showing my age there. Sonny Baker comes in again to Critley. It's again nice delivery, right on top of off stump. A little bit of angle in, but Critley negotiated that one nicely.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Essex side, and they've got a couple of players that sooner rather than later will be thinking about other things. You've got Simon Harmer, 37 now. You've got Dean Elgar, 38. Tom Westley, 37.
Yeah.
You know, they're sort of, you know, getting to that
Similar,
point where you're starting to think, okay, what's life beyond cricket?
Yeah. So Baker in again, past the umpire to Critley. Again, just a ball on sort of middle and leg line. Field probably missed out on that one. It was the right length to punch away. Liam Dawson doing the fielding. That's the end of another over.
Carbs, I'm going to get you coming where I am, and we'll bring Nick Gledhill in. So we have officially 39 overs left in the day. We're still debating whether we'll get that many in, but so far we've had 53 overs, which is a few more than we thought. Nick Gledhill.
Well, just happily chatting away to one of our press colleagues there, and just getting their views on they're a little bit more in tune in with what I was thinking in terms of it going from one extreme to the other. But it's been very interesting getting your emails on that rule change, which have been basically supportive of it. And Hampshire must be thinking, well, we've still got Michael Pepper to come, and we'd like to break this partnership as soon as we can, really.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some thinking to be done. Again, Liam Dawson's operating. And look, he's bowled nicely. I just kind of thinking to myself, where is that wicket coming from?
Yeah.
At the moment, the field for me still feels a little bit friendly, a little bit, you know, too respectful. Should I say that? I still think Hampshire in a good position.
Yeah, as this is played defensively. If they get another wicket quickly, then yes, they'll be consolidating things as Critley plays this back down the pitch and there's no run. So 48 apiece from 86 and 75 balls respectively. It's Allison who's faced the fewer deliveries, and both may register their first 50 of the season in the next few minutes. So this is clipped away nicely by Allison for a single, just out towards deep square leg, so he's just the one short now. But not a lot in it for Liam Dawson at this stage.
Yeah, you
which is sort of what you expect really on day one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a bit of dampness to work with early on, but Dawson bowls, and this is played away off the back foot, and that'll be 49 apiece now, as that single goes to Matt Critley. Just feel that ideally Hampshire would want a seamer to be bowling now in a way. I know Dawson holds up an end very well, but it's still good seam bowling conditions, isn't it?
Well, I don't have a problem with Liam Dawson coming at this stage. I mean, he's someone that you can dial in for 2 and over.
As Dawson bowls, and this is played up towards straight. We will get the problem, worry for Hampshire's point of view. I think Yusuf's been okay, but no more than that. And Baker is going to be a short, sharp spells man, and Jack has struggled a bit.
I think at this stage now you want to try and keep the seamers fresh, short spells, 2, 3, 4 overs, rotate.
Dawson bowls, and off the back foot that's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. So it's Allison on strike on 49. He has one ball left of this over to see if he can get to his 50. All his first-class runs coming last year, as he made that great impact into the side. 735 of them. That one's played defensively, head over the ball, and he didn't play every game. He only played 12, and he struggled for the first 2 months of the season. So it just showed you what he did from late May onwards. So a dot ball to end, 49 apiece. And you might get 250s to describe in the next over, Michael. 158 for 3, or better still from a Hampshire point of view, a wicket. And it is going to be Sonny Baker to see if he can upset the apple cart here. And it's really one of these short spells. I thought he's bowled really well, 1 for 23 in 9 overs.
Yeah, he's been really impressive today, I think, Sonny Baker. He's bowled with good common sense. I think he's used his pace very well. But, you know, it's probably the most consistent I've seen him of late, of recent times, just to say. Yeah, just probably hasn't got the flowers he deserves for some of the deliveries he's bowled, but that's first-class cricket at times. You know, you've got to hang in there. But yeah, can he make something happen from a Hampshire point of view? They'll be hoping. As he begins with his run-up with that famous bounce, and he runs, bustling run-up into Critley, who's again nicely nicely on the back foot, punching it up to mid-on.
Well, if Critley and Allison were to have a word with each other at any point in the next few moments, seeing Baker back, surely the message from one to the other, not sure who it would be, they might both have the same thought. Don't get out playing an over-ambitious shot to Baker, because if they can see off Baker, it increases the problems potentially that Ben Brown might face.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the key for these two Essex batters now, especially after tea, really is just to get grip of that first hour.
Yeah.
For me, if they do that, they're well in the ascendancy.
Display defensively back down the pitch. Yes, I mean it's he has been impressive, and if he can stay fit, I think it's going to be important for Hampshire that he does, because having lost a potential speed option in Jaden Seals, who would have been a good acquisition, he did well in his previous county stints. Michael Neser, funnily enough, would have been a bit, in terms of a very, very good professional bowler, but would have lacked sort of like the speed that someone like Baker has.
Baker in again to Critley, he's bounced him, and Critley's had a go at that, and he's got that round the corner for a boundary, and that's his 50. Very well compiled innings from Matt Critley. He's came in at a difficult time with the injury to skipper Westley, and he's steadied things, and that's a very, very good professional knock. It's 50 coming off 90 balls, so good going.
Yeah, and he almost got out playing the aggressive shot there. It wasn't too far away from fine leg, but it was far enough away, and Matt Critley gets his first 50 of the season at the first time of asking. This is a very, very good partnership, and it's 5 away from registering 3 figures.
Important knock. So Sonny Baker, will he go? Will he test him again? He runs in, angled run up into bowl to Critley again, and it is a short ball, and that's been pummeled away through backward square leg. That one was timed well. Fantastic execution there from Matt Critley. Yeah,
that was a bit of a short ball without much menace from Baker. Stephen back in touch with us, saying he's come in from the garden. Well, you did well to be being out there today, Stephen. And now following the game on the live stream, it's good to see a traditional Essex sweater being worn, especially for people of my vintage who were brought up on it. And it also marks the 150th anniversary of the foundation of the club. Absolutely right, and we'll have more on that in a moment. Now you wonder if Allison will move to 3 for Westley against Somerset. Yeah, it'll either be that or Moulder going up to number 3, where he's batted at international level, and he looks like a number 3 as well, doesn't he, Moulder? The only issue, they don't want to be moving Allison around all over the place, so obviously it'd be nice for him to perhaps revert to his traditional number 4, and particularly if Westley's going to be away for a while, perhaps in terms of the given he did so well at number 4 in the second half of last summer, that would be the thought. The one thing against it, of course, is Moulder's plays a role with the ball, and therefore if Essex are in the field for a long time, ideally you don't want your number 3. But Allison, I'm sure will do well. I think he's probably more a number 4, but it'll be a decision for Chris Silverwood to have to take. And the irony is that just thought he's got all options available to him. Suddenly,
it's a nice position to be in.
2 hours time, 2 hours later, they've been reduced.
He's making a strong case.
Yeah.
James Allison, that's all he can do. Let's get runs as Baker comes in again, and that's a nice delivery on top of off stump. Well negotiated by Matt Critley.
Well, he's a great county pro over the years, Matt Critley. Still lots of time left in his career. Started with Derbyshire. First season he joined Essex, he underperformed, but I think there was a lot of moving from second division attacks to first division attacks. It took him a year to bed in, but the added dimension of his leg spin and supporting harbour has been really useful, and particularly so last season.
Absolutely. So Baker comes in again to Critley, and that's quick single taken, just dropped in at straight mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, I first came across Max Critley just probably towards the back end of my career, and he was predominantly a leg spinner. I didn't, he's someone who batted maybe at a 7 or an 8. So it's good to see that, over time he's worked his way up the order. Obviously put in a lot of work on his game. And like you say, just playing against better attacks, you're kind of forced to.
Well, I remember when Nick Brown retired, the Essex opener, we chatted to him at the end of last season, and we looked back on some of his career highlights, and he got 2 double centuries in one season against Derbyshire in 2016. And Matt Critley had the only decent bowling analysis, I think, in the game at Derby. Actually, no, it might have been at Chelmsford, and one at Chelmsford where, for Derbyshire, and we made a joke that Critley had learned how to bowl at Chelmsford since, and he certainly has. Here's Dawson with a slip in, short mid wicket and short extra, and that's played through the gap for a single to mid on, and that means as Critley gets another single and goes along to 59, that Charlie Allison, who's been on 49 for a while, has a chance to get to this 50. 3 centuries and a 50 last season. One of the centuries was against Hampshire, and he's ready to go. This delivery from Dawson, which he's looking to play a forcing shot to, and then just checks it and plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. Still very overcast. The skyline has not changed all day. Thick, heavy cloud. The lights on, and thankfully the forecast has been right, in that after the morning rain we've had no significant rain, just one shower that forced the early tea. Dawson bowls, and this is played defensively along the ground and picked up at mid wicket, and there is no run as it's fielded there by Joe Weatherly. So 168 for 3. 100 stand has been achieved with Critchley's recent runs, as that's clipped away into the onside, goes out towards fine leg, and that is going to be the 50 for Allison. So we've had Critchley's 50, the 100 stand, and now Allison gets a very good 50 with 8 fours and a 6 from 83 balls, just playing that one away into the onside. So Essex moving into a pretty decent position. It'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays as time goes on, whether it does get a little bit easier. But I think they'd be delighted from their lunchtime position to be 169 for 3. As Dawson bowls, and it's just played along the ground for a single, as Dawson's dive can't stop the ball, and it runs out towards long off, and they get through for a single as Eddie Jack completes the fielding. Yeah, it's always likely to happen with Hampshire. Of course, for so long they had such an established seam bowling trio. As Dawson bowls, and it's played defensively into the offside with so much experience, and now it's really Kyle Abbott plus some much younger bowlers, apart from of course Liam Dawson with the spin. Dot ball at the end of the over, 60 to Critley, 50 to Allison. The stand therefore was worth 103. They came together at 67, and it's 170 for 3, and Essex will be pleased with this. 36 overs left in the day. Well, no, we're not going to have that, surely.
Dark by then.
But Hampshire, in the context of the game, need to break this partnership and possibly get at least one more in the play that's left.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, over by over, the game is just slowly drifting away from them, and I felt that way since tea. As Baker comes in for another over. It's, again, worked leg side by Critley. I was just watching Liam Dawson's last over there, and I felt again just a little bit friendly. Not particularly great shots for just easy singles, and I think this time of year every run counts. I think you've got to make these batters earn every run. For me, I think Liam Dawson now is experienced enough to be able to call those two fielders up. I think they've got to get tighter. They're in no man's land at the moment.
Yes,
either
not putting enough pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither saving the one or saving the boundary there. So I think just maybe a note needs to be sent out as Baker comes in again. At this stage, if wickets are not happening, I think your mindset has to be trying to build maidens. Keep these batters tied down as long as you can, almost force them to play the big shot. But I think, just got to be a little bit of a readjustment there. I think for certainly Liam Dawson's end. I think that's don't give away those easy singles.
Surrey's 7th wicket stand has ended at 155 with the dismissal of Tom Laws for 83 at Edgbaston.
Baker in again, and that's a good short ball, which Allison's gently swayed his head out the way.
Ben Folkes, formerly of Essex, former Essex wicketkeeper, but at a time when Essex had rather a lot of contenders for keeping wicket. Went to Surrey, of course, had a disappointing season last season, but a great start from 75 not out. And I think a key thing for Surrey is that Folkes gets his batting form back and has made a very good start after top order failures for them when they were 6 down very early on at Edgbaston. They're now 225 for 7, so a good recovery.
So Baker gets ready to run in past the umpire, and again another short ball, this one not as well directed. Allison didn't really, and yeah, probably rightly so, too far down the leg side and probably too high. Quarter wide. Allison having nothing to do with that one.
Any side you think worth looking out for this season in Division 1? I mean, Surrey will start as favourites, won't they? Because, well, Alex Stewart's back and they've got Ollie Pope all season.
I mean, it's difficult to say. You know,
probably. I mean, I don't see it going to be easy to get him to dislodge Bethel. No, anything might happen.
Catch. Ooh, there's a flash at one. It was wide. It was wide, but Allison went after it, and it flashed past second slip before he moved, and that was the chance, wasn't it?
Yeah. The one thing we can say with Baker is that he is creating, half chances or perhaps near things. I mean, Allison there got it over, got it through the slips, but we had that one from Critley that went very close to fine leg a few moments ago, and so he's just creating the odd moment of uncertainty, which possibly wasn't the case before Baker had started the spell.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowled, as I said, he's bowled very well. I mean, as he comes in again, bust arms pumping again into a nice length. Yeah, for me, again, this is where I think Hampshire have to get things right tactically. I mean, I think Abbott aside, Baker's looked the most threatening bowler. Now, for me, again, look at this field now, he's bowling to only 2 slips. And you might argue only 2 slips. Well, yeah, look, if he's your wicket taker, why not give him the opportunity to try and break this partnership, bring third man up into another catcher? If Allison has got that inclination to have a go at things outside off stump, that was your chance there. For me, that boundary's so short, it's one off, it's out of 4, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a short boundary on to the right.
As he comes in again, and Allison driving nicely. I just feel again they've been happy to just sit back on the ropes here a little bit, Hampshire. I think they've got to get in the contest a bit more, back themselves. I don't feel there's a lot of belief there at the moment. Whilst Abbott isn't in operation, I think Dawson again is happy to sort of sit in, whatever that means. But sitting in, you're still looking to take poles. It's the best way of stopping any team is to try and take, thinking about taking wickets. I just feel, yeah, this is a good move. He's bringing mid-off up. I think this is a few overs too late for me. I think, these 2 men mid-on, mid-off have got to get tighter, save that one, force Critley to hit over the top.
They're quite sort of deepish mid-ons and mid-offs, aren't they? There's a single to that fielder if it's hit with no pace.
Absolutely, they've got to get tighter, stop that one. Yeah, that can't be a one.
That's a good example of Dawson bowled, and that's just played out towards mid-off. No great pace in it, but he realised the run was there and has gone straight through with it. So a very good example of what we were just saying. So Critley to 62, and now Allison on 54. And just what we were saying there, just halfway back at mid-off. As this next delivery is driven again to the same fielder. He's actually gone a bit further back now, and it's it was fairly comfortable the first one, but it's equally comfortable this run to Eddie Jack. So until mid-off comes into a conventional mid-off position, then those runs are going to be there to that shot.
I mean, if you're an Essex batter, I mean, you're happy with this, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, no turn, full ball, you just push it up the ground, you just keep ticking over your score here.
Dawson bowls, and this one is just a deflected shot away square into the offside. Now there the field is tight, so there was a thought of a run, but it's not there. But no, I mean, there's an obvious single to to mid-off. Mid-on is quite, not all the way back, but it's deep mid-on. Mid-off has come a little bit closer, but still feel it could come a little bit closer still, as here's Dawson bowling, and this one is hit away in the air, and it's gone to mid-off, but just over his head. Jack wasn't too far away from getting a catch there. They've come back for 2, and ironically, if he'd actually stayed where he was, that could quite possibly have been the wicket. It was slight misjudgment that from Critley, and it's just gone over Jack, who'd come in, as we were mentioning, a little bit further at mid-off from where he'd been earlier in the over. And ironically, if he'd stayed where he was, that could have been the wicket. 180 for 3, so 2 to Critley, 64.
No, but I think he was in a good place. He just didn't pick up the flight of the ball. I think he was in the perfect position.
Yeah, as Dawson bowls, and this is again hit away into the offside, but it goes straight out to short extra cover, and there's no run.
But you can see the point I was making by bringing those fielders up.
Yeah,
it created Matt Critley is not going to keep patting them back.
No,
he's going to look to go over the top, and those are the little bits of luck you need. You need that to stick. Suddenly you get, you're 4 down. Starting your innings is tough. You suddenly 5 down. Different game.
Dawson bowls again, and this is driven away between cover, and that's quite well stopped actually by Jack, moving across at mid-off towards extra cover, and saves probably a couple of runs. So just the one there at the end of the over. Critley keeps the strike on 65. Allison has 55. They came together at 67 for 3. It's 181 for 3. And it's turning to be a very good day for Essex, given the fact that these have been difficult batting conditions, overcast skies. I think it might have been a different story against the sort of the vintage Hampshire attack with Abbott, joined by, well, particularly Mohammed Abbas and Keith Parker, particularly in the conditions this morning. But with less experience in the attack now, Hampshire have found that with the ball getting older, it's been difficult to make further breakthroughs, and that's the way it's panned out. But Sonny Baker has been a menace throughout, and Kevin is back with us.
Yeah, I think Hampshire just have to manage the situation over the next season or two, but I think Essex are in a terrific situation here.
Here's Baker bowls, and this one's on the pads of Critley and played away towards deep mid-wicket, and it will go all the way. Just not quite in the right place there from Baker, and he's steered it away. There's nobody out at deep mid-wicket. There is a mid-on and a man square, but so that goes out towards the hover cover for another 4, and these two looking very comfortably, and it's now really a question of not giving it away, and Hampshire could find themselves with quite an imposing total against them, because of course Noah Thane is able to bat along with Michael Pepper, and of course there's Simon Harmer as well. 185 for 3 as here comes Critley with another shortish ball from Baker. He's not quite offering the same menace as earlier in the day, as that one's pulled out towards a deep square leg, and it's just going to be a single. It's Cody Youssef who completes the fielding, who we haven't seen bowl for a while. 186 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Essex would bite your hand off for this situation.
Yeah, particularly the lunchtime situation. When it was, we thought we'd done quite well to get in just 2 down, but Hampshire equally would have been pretty satisfied with their morning's work, getting Walter and Elgar out in the morning session. But it has looked easier against the older ball on this surface as Baker bowls, and this is steered down towards third man, and it will be pretty well stopped actually there by Mays, who had to get across fine and make sure that didn't go all the way to the boundary. So Allison to 56, Critley has to strike on 70. 187 for 3, the stand 120. And Graham back in touch with us on our email, saying Allison struggled at the start of last season as he volunteered to open when Elgar was on paternity leave, and came good when he moved down the order when Elgar returned. Yes, Graham, that game at the Oval, where I probably wasn't the only person thinking that Nick Brown deserved a game, and maybe Charlie Allison could get his white ball practice in, but in terms of what happened, batting in the middle order, getting that 100, never looked back, did he? And been superb ever since, as that's a bouncer which Critley just ducks comfortably underneath, and certainly what a great find he was last season in the Championship. And so, other than the fact that he's in danger of being moved all over the batting order, I think he could perhaps go back to number 4, where he did so well last year, and certainly seemed to make that his home. But he's done pretty well at number 6 today, but of course he's probably better than the number 6. 187 for 3. Baker with 2 slips, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg, and that's played defensively out into the covers, and there is no run. Still this sullen, overcast skies. There hasn't really been a break in it all day. The sun did sneak through briefly, but it's retired for the day, I think. But it's been a menacing skyline, and we've done very well to have as much play as we had.
Certainly the clouds are coming from where the rain does originate, just to our right, about 2 o'clock as we look. So I can't believe it hasn't rained as much, or hardly at all today.
As this next delivery from Baker is driven by Critley just wide of mid-off, and it'll be another single, so it's 188 for 3, and this stand continues on its way. And Baker, as I say, with the older ball, perhaps not quite as menacing as he was earlier on today, but Essex are in a position where they can really make the most of these next 20 overs. They'll have Dawson holding up an end, but they see off this spell from Baker, and you feel that there are runs to be had against the older ball. 188 for 3, Critley 71 and Allison 56.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott with the standout figures so far today. 2 wickets to his name. Has kind of led the attack. 2 for 32 from 16, being the most accurate. It's not really been anybody that's quite got up to his mark, but we weren't really expecting that. Here's Dawson. It's a drive back to him by Critley. I think that the slight worry from Hampshire here is that they're not making anything happen.
No.
The Essex batters look fairly comfortable at the crease, and you feel like it's going to take a mistake to prize one of these 2 out, which is a credit to the 2 Essex batters. Dawson runs away from us, pitches forward. It's got a man on the drive straight on the onside. That's Westley, standing almost next to the non-striker. But these 2 have played that well.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Allison probably took the limelight early on, but Critley, it's been a very, very solid performance from him, and he's continuing his form of last season.
Getting straight from Dawson, expect nothing else. Still got the slip in. There's not been anything there for Dawson other than he's just on just to shore up at one end. What's he going for at the moment? Just under 3 and over, into his 10th. In again around the wicket, pulled away by, oh, he's found the gap on the onside. That's a super shot, just wider mid-on. And Critley moves on to 75, 192 for 3. Well, if they can go till the end here, whenever the end is, and still be 3 down and be into the 200s, that's a nice little base.
And a little bit of blue sky above, actually, for the moment. First time today? There is more heavy cloud coming, but we had a little bit of sunshine earlier.
Yeah. Westley just slips on the matting there to the right as he fields that.
But in early April, say the light's about the same as it is in early September, so we can't expect much beyond 6:30, which Hampshire might be quite pleased about the way things are at the moment.
And it is only April the 3rd, you forget.
Yeah.
Played Championship cricket April the 3rd. Critley hits that wide of extra cover. Eddie Jacks down at deep mid-off. Dawson completes his 10th over, none for 31, and Critley moves on to 76, and Allison is on 56.
Yes, and this stand continues, came together at 67. We have the double setback for Essex, Westley being retired out of the game with his finger injury, and then Moulder, who'd looked very secure on his debut, bowled by a terrific delivery from Kyle Abbott, but 67 for 3 has become 193 for 3. Another big partnership to tell you about was the one at Taunton that rescued Somerset, who was 66 for 3 against champions Notts, but Tom Abel and James Rue put on 140 in that one. 2 wickets have gone since, and Somerset at 246 for 5. Rue made 64, but Abel is 97 not out, so Somerset a good fight back from a difficult start. But indications actually of a Surrey recovery, the Somerset recovery, that basically it may be April the 3rd, but when the ball goes softer, there's certainly runs to be had, even with the Duke's ball rather than the Kookaburra.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what time of year it is.
Yeah. 193 for 3. So it's going to be Cody Youssef, who's coming on at the pavilion end, bowls to Critley, and Critley drives down the ground. It stopped at mid-on, didn't quite time it. And interesting to see how Youssef goes here. None for 38 from 13.1. In his first spell, I thought when he got the line right, with a little bit of movement, he was offering a bit of danger. Occasionally he got it wrong and was put away for boundaries by Tom Westley. Here he comes running towards us, bowls, and this is a nice stroke by Critley, driving it down the ground. It's actually a shot he wanted to play off the previous ball, where he didn't quite time it. Slightly over pitch ball, he's hit it straight down the ground past the bowler, nothing that Abbott at mid-off could do about it. And 4 more go to the total, 197 for 3, the stand 130, Critley 80.
Great bit of timing there.
Yeah, and as I say, it was Allison who, you look at the gap now between the two. I mean, Critley's faced more of the bowling recently, but Critley really has gained an authority in the innings as he plays this one up towards mid-off and there's no run. And Matt Critley, maybe with a chance of an opening day 100, which is always a good way to start the season. And it might just be something that's available to him here. So 197 for 3. Huge change in the day. Either side of tee as Critley drives, and that one's gone away towards extra cover. It's going to be stopped by Abbott, and they get through for a run, and Critley goes to 81 and Allison has 56.
Scott Curry there on as a sub fielder. Got a tall frame.
Yeah.
Takes a while to get down there.
It's the 2 slips in.
Yeah, if I was Hampshire, I'd just be a little worried that if we do play the majority of these last 30 overs, that where's the next wicket coming from?
Yeah, Youssef bowls, and Allison just goes into his crease and plays defensively up into the offside, and there is Scott Curry. He's there at cover, and there is no run.
I just like the way these two are batting. They are just looking they've looked increasingly confident throughout the partnership, and it's almost as if in the back of their minds they kind of know that there's a big innings here for the taking.
Yeah. And here comes Youssef again, bowls, and it's just run down towards backward point, being chased round and towards third man, and they come back for a comfortable 2 runs. But I have to say, there's critically they've seen off that spell from Baker, and Youssef, well, it's been okay, but on this evidence, you know, you'd struggle to say that he is sort of a typical Hampshire opening bowler of the sort that we've seen over the last decade, without wanting to be unkind. Maybe he comes good later on, but it's been a sort of nondescript, might be a bit unfair, but it's not been threatening, I think I would say, or consistently threatening with the ball. 200 for 3, the 200 is up, Critley 81 and Allison 58.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he got the ball to move around this morning. There's no doubt
it was
about
okay
that.
this morning when he got it in the right place.
Yeah, and I think, you know, on another day, there's probably a wicket or 2 to his name. I don't think that's probably helped, the fact that he's got to this point in the day and he's still searching for his first Hampshire wicket. I don't think that helps. He's only recently off the plane from South Africa. You know, there's, you know, I think there's, and he is basically Hampshire's 3rd choice overseas player. So, you know, I think there's a lot against him there, but I think on the whole, you know, he hasn't disgraced himself, that's for sure. That's driven into the ground, fielded at
certainly not. It's just
drive on the
I
outside.
just think, looking at this, if pitches that flatten out, it's going to be a big onus on Kyle Abbott this season, who's obviously coming towards the end of his career.
Yeah, he needs to stay fit, that's for sure. Dawson bowls, forward is Critley, but you know, I think Youssef's, you know, he'll be all right. He'll be okay. I'll try and get to chat to him tonight, actually. Get his thoughts. Johnson's got a man on the drive as well, an extra cover. Sweep shot attempted, wraps him on the pad. Score remains at 200 for 3 for Essex, in a very, very good position, having been put into bat. Still plenty of batting to come. I think that's the one area I don't think Essex need to worry about is batting this year, that's for sure. Looking at the numbers, so that's again wrapped Critley on the pad. All these batters had good seasons last year. No reason to think that they won't carry that on.
Yeah, the point that he's only recently come from South Africa is certainly worth emphasising with Yusuf. And he did, you know, we mentioned he did bowl when he got it in the right place. With that skiddy action, he was causing problems this morning with the movement.
Yeah, I think that might have hit Critley again on the pad. I'll run through a leg by. Looks like the umpire's about to signal, which he does. 201 for 3.
I think it's just inevitable that, you know, there was always going to be a point with Hampshire where, you know, they'd been fairly secure with their bowling lineup for, you know, quite a few seasons with Abbott and Barker, and there was always a time when that was going to end. And if you didn't get maybe the first choice bowlers that you wanted, it's always potentially going to be a problem.
Yeah, just quietly tucked away on the leg side by Allison. 201 for 3, and potentially 30 overs left in the day.
And Stephen in touch with us, saying that when he saw that Will Jacks was picked as the lead spinner in Australia, he did wonder. He thought that Dawson and Critley would both have been a better bet. I mean, Critley certainly has come on as a bowler. He also reckons his son reckons, who's called Andrew, reckons that Critley might bat at number 3 for Westley. So yeah, you can throw Critley, you can throw Allison and maybe Moulder into the mix there. Thanks very much for that, Stephen.
Would Pepper be an option?
He could, of course, as a keeper as well. So, again, the same argument with Moulder, I suppose. If you lose an early wicket, having been keeping for quite a few overs, then it might be it ends up if Allison volunteers to go to number 3. Then they'll probably say, yes, that would be a good idea. So, anyway, Yusuf, can he get the breakthrough now? He bowls, and that's played away out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run as it runs up towards Jake Lehman, who's had a fairly quiet time of it in his first outing so far, but he'll be hoping from a Hampshire point of view that he can make maybe a couple of contributions with the bat to ensure that Hampshire stay in the game if they've got quite a big first innings against them, which could well be the case. So Yusuf up to the wicket bowls, and that's a useful delivery. Now that one's much better. It's a delivery which produces a full shot from Critley. He was going for the pull shot and he's top-edged it over Brown, and it's gone away for 4. So that one certainly a real effort ball, and it just surprised Critley a little bit, and unfortunately from the Hampshire point of view it sailed over Brown's head.
Good bounce of that one, straight and good height. Absolutely no control whatsoever on that shot. Again, it's one of those that can go anywhere.
Yeah. So that will give Yusuf some heart. He's up to the wicket from the pavilion end. That one's a little bit back of a length and played away nicely by Critley out towards deep wicket. They think of a second run. It was probably there if they'd set off for it, but in the end there was a danger of a run out, because with the hesitation Allison had committed himself about a third of the way down, and had the throw come straight back to the keeper, he could have been in trouble. Probably 2 if they'd set off straight away, but the hesitation, as soon as that happened, that ruled out for 2. But Allison was about a third of the way down as the throw came back to Brown. 206 for 3.
Wouldn't have wanted to have slipped over there.
No.
Cool. That was, I mean, at the moment, that's possibly the only way Hampshire are going to get a wicket here.
As Yusuf comes up to the wicket and bowls, and that's the better over race actually. Is one which has discomforted Allison. He's pushing forward at it, and he's now crouching down because it may have hit him in sort of mid-drift.
Just to help. He's turned away to mid-wicket, no run. Where are Hampshire going to get a wicket here then?
I'm just having a very good discussion about that. I just feel, they've just been happy to sit back on the ropes here a little bit and taking blows to the ribs. Just feel, a little bit of deja vu from last year.
It's tough at the moment, that's for sure. These two are batting really well. It's driven back to Dawson.
Just feel that, like particularly Liam Dawson operating this end. Now, I get him being on to try and give the seamers short, sharp spells from the top end. But I think this important thing, they've got to get their field settings right. I think Hampshire have got to be thinking how to get these guys out. It feels too easy.
Well, there's no margin of error for Dawson, is there really? Because there's nothing in the pitch for him at the moment. It's driven back to him once more.
Absolutely. So that's the one area I think Liam is going to be consistent in and around the stumps. That's fine. But I look at mid-on, mid-off. For one, they're too deep. I think they've got to get tighter. Force Critley and Allison, who like to hit boundaries. You've got to throw the gauntlet down a little bit. I think it's all been a little bit too easy just to push the ball mid-on, mid-off and scamper those ones. You're not building any pressure.
There's the drive. That's half stopped at extra cover. They'll come through for a single.
I think Sonny Baker, outside of Kyle Abbott, has been very impressive today. I think he's bowled beautifully. And in that case, what have you brought him in the team for? He's your wicket taker, right? Why has he only got 2 slips and a third man? Third man should be up, catching. There was a chance there that flashed past third slip. That could have been your chance. Yeah. I just feel it's been a little bit too. We've got a little bit scared to go for wickets, and I think that's better than me, Jamie. That's the best way of stopping anybody, isn't it? You've got to be thinking, how are we going to get these guys out?
Yeah.
Sometimes you've got to show them different looks, different field settings. Throw the gauntlet down sometimes to those ego players who want to hit boundaries.
But I think that's the new era that Hampshire find themselves in, isn't it? They're adjusting to a new set of bowlers.
Yeah, they are. But this is the thing. As long as they do adjust, because it's almost the same field settings I saw last year at certain times, where we went ultra defensive. And as I say, you've got to be careful on how much you protect bowlers. Bowlers have to also learn to bowl with a bit of pressure.
Yeah. Cody Youssef then will continue from the pavilion end. 15 overs and still looking for his first wicket. Michael Carberry's just pointing out some fielding positions which will come to him in cuts, and that's gone through to Ben Brown at a fair pace. Doesn't find the top edge.
Yeah, I'll just gesturing there. Like for me, deep backward point. What is he saving there? Nothing.
4, hopefully.
Hopefully. But yeah, that's a classic case of what I'm saying. He should be either at a gully position or certainly getting in the slips. Give Youssef an opportunity to try and make something happen from that end. Right?
Yeah.
For me, if he's getting hit to deep backward point, that's a bad ball.
Youssef in again, bowls, quickly works that up to mid-on, wants a single. It's gone a little too quick to Dawson. It's true, but then we have to remember on the flip side that both Critley and Allison have put on 140 so far for the 4th wicket. So, just how far can you go in terms of not having too many fielders out deep? I mean, there is 2 slips, to be fair. And they haven't looked like... There's the odd ball going past the edge. The odd ball skids on, as we saw that last ball from Youssef. In again. Critley again works that up to Dawson.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Which for me, the negotiation would be then, okay, well, I'll have him up at conventional backward point. So there's that little bit of pressure. If you bowl your best ball on top of off stump, remember, I'm setting a field for your best ball, not a bad ball.
No.
And if you can hold that line and length, and he plays forward and it dribbles to backward point, you're getting no run. At the moment, you feel if they push forward, they're just being able to turn over their strike. So I can't see where the pressure's been built there anyway.
Not actually having to play a shot. That's pulled away. That's a good shot through mid-wicket. It's fielded on the boundary. They'll come back. No, they won't. They'll just get the 1. It's hit quite hard out on the leg side by Critley, who moves on to 88. 208 for 3.
Yeah, and that's I suppose that's the part of the education of these young Hampshire bowlers, where I think very quickly they've got to learn to bowl with that little bit of pressure. You're not always going to have that safety valve of a deep backward point. You have to learn to adjust your line and your lengths. And if you don't, unfortunately, that's the harshness of professional sport. You get taken off, and you've got to come back again, haven't you? And that's your best learning tool.
Well, it's been Essex's day so far. Maybe not initially, but certainly in the situation they're in. There's the little nudge down towards third man that Michael Carberry was talking about. Ben Mace comes around from backward a point, feels it just inside the rope. 2 runs, and Allison moves on to 60. It was a while ago since Moulder was bowled by that beauty from Kyle Abbott through the gate. Just after 2:30 this afternoon. Here we are, some 3 hours later. Just a tea break, meaning we've effectively 2 hours 40 minutes of play later, and Essex are working themselves into a very, very handy position in these conditions. That's turned away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yusuf now has completed 16 overs, none for 53. I guess they'll get to a situation at some point, Carbs, where they'll say, well, let's hope that we've got these overheads for the rest of the game. But I think we've got some better sunny weather, better spells to come. But you do feel that if they get a decent first innings total here, then again, Hampshire are under the pump.
Yeah, as I said, there's got to be some thinking done here. I think from a Hampshire point of view. I mean, this is where your senior players, Liam Dawson, Kyle Abbott. I think Ben Brown, the skipper. Maybe even the coach sending a note out just to have a little rethink on how they're going to go about this next hour, because you feel if things sort of go with the way the things have gone so far, Hampshire will be looking down the barrel, and now you've got the conundrum of 2 batters who are in and set, and no doubt Critley will be over 100 by that stage, and we know he's a dangerous cricketer. He can score quickly. So yeah, it just needs to be, I think, just a realignment of goals, what they're trying to achieve out there at the moment.
It's me, isn't it? I can't remember. Is it me?
Yeah, you're over.
That's played out on the onside. Quick single. Critley moves on to 89. I was just reading an email here from Sanjay Murthy, who's part of our commentary team tomorrow. He's listening in. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, will I need gloves and a scarf tomorrow if Carbs has a large coat?
I would bring it. I wouldn't forget it. Put it that way.
It's worth bringing it and putting it in a bag, even if you don't use it.
Especially after 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it does feel a little chillier, and it has never been warm. Down the wicket comes Allison. Doesn't time that drive. The ball trickles out on the onside. Yeah, and we got the windows closed, which has actually taken away the harshness of what actually is out there in the middle. And yeah, I'm starting to feel it a bit even now.
I'm on my 3rd coffee.
If you've got one of those electric gilets, it would be ideal.
Yeah,
I haven't got one yet. I keep meaning to buy one.
Yeah,
That's
invest,
have you got one?
I'm going to invest.
Right.
Yeah. But it's
Just
a
switch
must
the old
this
button.
time of year.
You wouldn't think that with cricket, would you? I mean, electric gilets, cricket.
What's it coming to, mate?
Well, if I'm honest, I've got a bit of a thermal top on, actually, and even then it's starting to get through me a bit, the weather, so that'll, hopefully, Sanjay, that'll give you an idea. Basically come well suited up.
Come prepared.
Yeah. It's played back to Dawson. 26 overs to go after this over, and we've had 66 overs, or close to it, and I don't think anybody would have thought that when we turned up this morning. So it's been played under the best weather. Allison's off the back foot, steers that out to extra cover, fielded by Sonny Baker.
Just dropping that one a little bit short, Liam Dawson. Got away with it though.
It's got mid off right back, just to our left. Eddie Jack.
Yes, that's a nice delivery from Dawson.
It is, isn't it? But the Essex batters, they can just play it how they want, and they're not looking to get on with it. They're not looking to do anything. They know that they're in control here, not just from a team point of view, but these two out in the middle, you just feel they've got every angle covered.
Yeah, take nothing away from them. I think they've played unbelievably well in the conditions and in the circumstances. But yeah, I think again, it just feels a little friendly from a Hampshire point of view. I think just from a few bad deliveries, we got very scared and sat back, and I think it's always a dangerous position to be in this form. I think give your best bowlers every opportunity to try and break the partnership. But Yusuf's going to have another go from the pavilion end. Can he make something happen? He's got the 2 slips. They're quite wide, so he's obviously trying to cover some ground as he comes in past the umpire to Critley, who steers that one down to 3rd man. It's running away quickly. Can he fielder is putting a dive, and it's 4 more. So it's very quick to the short boundary. It's usually gobbled or 4 down there. Usually, you don't usually stop many down that end. It is the bowl, officially the bowl.
Yeah, it needs to go fairly close to you, doesn't it, as a fielder down there? Otherwise, you're struggling a little bit. Yeah, I think Yusuf's been a little bit unlucky today. I think on another day he'd have a wicket or 2 to his name here.
Yeah, he's bowled. When he's got it right, he's bowled. He's bowled some nice deliveries, hasn't he? Yeah, we thought maybe when we were on air earlier this morning, we felt he was probably a little bit short in length. Maybe bowled that South African length where you probably need to be a little bit fuller. But overall, I think he's been decent without the luck.
Yeah. It's always difficult when you're bowling at 2 players that are in.
Yeah.
Nothing ever seems to go your way, does it really? Looks like the ball's just hiding under the covers at the moment. It's got 3 Hampshire players searching, and it doesn't look as though they have much of a clue, if I'm honest.
It'd be tactical as well.
Yeah, just make out we don't know where it is, even though we can see it.
Sorry, can't play anymore. Lost ball.
It looks like they don't know whether it's under the cover or above the cover. A few hardy souls out there with hats and
might have come around at a good time, this little break, I think, from Hampshire's point of view, just to break the momentum, maybe break the concentration.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
something.
So this is the time you want to see someone from the dugout running out, a drink, some tactics,
Yeah.
So just some ideas.
There's a fashion item you don't see too much of, the hairy hats. If you're looking on the picture feed, the Hampshire hairy hats for the T20, they seem to have gone out of fashion in the last year or 2, but there's a couple there with them on. Have they found the ball? I presume that's what the applause is for. Bit of camera work going on the live picture feed. There they are, they found it. They've probably said, well, probably now's long enough. That's just, yeah. Even though we've seen it the whole time. Now I think we better just, oh, there it is.
There we go, get on with it. Don't want to be here at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we've used up a few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I said earlier that the clouds were coming from over Telegraph Wood just to the right, which is where the weather comes. But the clouds have kept coming, but not the rain. And it's quite unusual when you get that much cloud coming over here from that area. For it to have hardly rained at all today is very unusual.
Yeah, we've been quite lucky today.
Yeah, we have.
With the weather. Only sort of had the delayed start and maybe a little drizzle just before the tea break. But overall, we've been quite lucky. But it's been fascinating cricket, no doubt. I think it's been a good tussle between bat and ball. Essex were under pressure early doors, and I think they've come through that pretty well. They have. As a batting group, I think they'll be more than pleased with the situation they find themselves on now. They're creating a very nice launch pad potentially here.
We've got another change of ball coming up. Yeah, I think the black bag, the black box was out there.
Might have gone in a puddle.
Oh, true, yeah. Well, yeah, maybe those covers down there were had some water in them. Yeah. So I think we might have a change of ball, have we?
Hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, this one will. This one might offer some swing.
Something.
Anything. So Yusuf, resumption of this over, comes into Critley, who already signs that it's just nipping back. Critley getting an inside edge onto the pad. No run, so brief appeal. But that's the length, isn't it? Just that full length.
Yeah.
Keep encouraging Critley to keep driving. Hopefully one will go through the gate, as we saw with Moulder dismissal earlier in the day. We'll be looking for that same dismissal. As he spins round, bustling run up, past the umpire into bowl to Critley again, who's driving, and that one sliced off the outer half of the bat, and that's going to be another boundary. But I don't think you should be put off by that. I think that's encouragement, I think, for Yusuf. That's where he wants to bowl. That could have gone anywhere, that drive. 4 more to Critley, and he's getting ever nearer that century, well-deserved century, 97. Since he's got to 50, he's really put the foot down, hasn't he? He's been really positive.
It's looked good out there.
Yeah,
They both have. 150 partnership up as well. For the fourth, we have Moulder out on 67.
Tusick comes in again to one slip, and he's driving again through extra, but not able to beat the field. For no run. There's another lovely shot. But this is good from Yusuf. I think this is encouraging. This is the lengths he wants. I think skipper Ben Brown wants him to bowl. This ball is going to swing. It's going to do it from that sort of length. He might just induce an edge.
Umpires coming together here, Cub. Do you know what? I was just thinking the ball before that. I was thinking, do I detect that the light has got a little worse? It has. Oh look, they're going off. Are they? Looks like Critley's happy to go off. He's on 97.
I know. What's going on there?
Hey, he had his bat under his hand straight away, didn't he? Under his arm. 3 runs away from 100.
Mate, the game's changed, mate.
I tell you what, they need a crowbar to get you off. 97, going off, carbs.
What's the problem, lads? I've seen it all right.
Well, I'm a little. You're right. I'm a little surprised. He seemed the most keen to get off. Actually, that might be slightly unkind. Maybe there was the umpire had already said, but he seemed to be the one. The most obvious to get it off. He's 3 runs away from 100.
What are you doing?
Well, they are going off. That's one thing for sure. And at 2:19 for 3, with potentially just over 25 overs left, is this the last cricket we've seen this evening? It's not the rain that's the problem, it's the light. And do we see that improving?
At this stage of the season, probably not. I feel that could be potentially a wrap for the day. But, yeah, Essex delighted, I think, with that position they find themselves in. Still potentially going into tomorrow. Great launch pad. I think they've played very, very well. So they've weathered the early storm. Yeah, a few at the top got in, didn't quite cash in, but since Critley and Allison got to the crease, look class apart. Hampshire have some problems.
Yeah, they certainly do. Yes, 2:19 for 3, just over 6 or just under 67 overs play in the day. If we don't get any more, I think we'll have to say that that's not been a bad day in terms of the amount of cricket we've seen. It could have been far less. But yeah, no doubt about it, Essex are in a very, very good position. The stumps are coming out to allow the hover cover to move over the top of the playing surface, and we will take a break. It may be an extended break, I don't know, but looking at the clouds, the way they're coming over, it doesn't look as though the light's going to improve anytime soon. But with the amount of overs we have left, we do have time on our side if things change, that they might get back out there. It looks like the umpires are staying out, which if you want some more play is not a bad sign, but yeah, the hover cover's not actually going over the playing area. That's a good sign from the terms of no more rain. Right, we're going to take a break. Rest assured we will be back as soon as there's any more chance of any play.